We are in the house. What's up? It's the Good Time Gang, and we are fired up for another day. Ready to go, and we thank you for your participation and finding the Rick and Bubba Show and saying, yes, we'll hang out with the guys. It is the Good Time Gang. Thank all of you for watching on our YouTube channel and then tuning in on one of the greatest radio stations in the country, brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home, or if you're streaming or podcasting, whatever the case, thank you so much for hanging out with the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour, so we kick things off for the guys. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us at the top of the hour. But right now, over to my left, it's Greg, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all doing?
Boys.
Boys, and boys again.
Good.
Fired up, ready to go. Here
Fired
we go.
up, fresh off the road. Hello, Chattanooga. Good trip yesterday.
Well, good deal.
I love that city.
Yes, good.
It's a pretty city.
I really do. Every time I go, I'm like, why not?
It's not far.
It's not.
No.
It's not.
That's good.
Yeah, good trip. Didn't get home too late, and I know you were on the road too, Speedy, in Wadley, Alabama. What time did you get back?
I got back around, what was it, 8?
Okay, so we were about the same time.
Yeah, it
it's
wasn't
8,
that bad.
8:15, I guess.
Takes a while to get back. No easy way. You just settle in and go, buddy, it just is what it is.
So true. So true.
I got out yesterday, and I did something that I shouldn't have done last night, and I'm regretting it right now. I don't know what it is, but when you get over 50 years old, anytime you want to do anything remotely, either trying to do better or athletically, you have to stretch. And if you don't, sadly, you wake up the next morning and isn't it
you
weird?
need to at least do a few prisoner squats.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, these young kids or whatever, it's like, I don't know what age it started, but they could just take off and go. Well, so I get back and I'm like, man, I've got to do something because I'd been in the car for a while and I'm like, I need to go for a run. Well, stupidly, I go change and go back out and go for a run. And today I feel like I've been hit by a car.
Well,
isn't that weird?
Yeah, stretching more muscles and ain't used to it.
Yeah, it's like, take some time and stretch.
Sure.
And that just sounds old, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does sound old.
Did you run full speed the whole time?
No, I just I'm just going to go run a mile and get it in, and I'll feel better. And I did feel better until this morning. Until this morning, I'm like, what's up?
I can remember when we were doing that. We were doing CrossFit. You remember that?
Yeah.
I remember at the old studio getting out of my car and looking at the stairs going, I don't think I can go up those stairs.
No.
I can't lift my leg.
Right. What was it?
Plus, I'm a candy.
What was it that Jesse Clements was telling us and Mike O'Connor, the guys back in the day of Torque and all that, and OTM with Chad? They were like, stop and get, what was it, chocolate milk and orange juice. Do you remember that? The lactic acid or something gets it back in you. There was many times I would stop and just in bad shape.
Maybe you should have done that this morning.
Yeah. So, but anyway, busy days yesterday. Well, I'm glad you're back safely, and it was a fun day for us as well. Beautiful day where I went at Southern Union. Absolutely gorgeous. And I want to thank the crew there. It was kind of a funny little deal. They asked me to jump up on their broadcast yesterday for game 1 of the doubleheader, and they do a streaming broadcast, both audio and video. And
Didn't
so
you do
it was
that
good
last
hanging
year?
out. Yeah, I did. And
So you're a regular now.
they saw me and was like, "Hey, jump up here, let's go."
Come on,
and,
there, professional.
So that was a lot of fun. And then the second game, I just get up on the hill and just lay back, just chill
Good
out.
weather.
Beautiful day, blue skies. It was a lot of fun. But anyway,
So now you're broadcasting baseball. That's good. You got to go back today. What?
No, I'm done. I'm done today. Today, it's. I think it's yard day today.
Today's light work for me today too. That's the thing. We go on these trips and then we get back and we realize, wow, there's dishes stacked and laundry stacked. And by the way, I had a weird moment this morning. Amanda texts me from the bed as I'm walking out. It's garbage day and I'm putting some stuff in the garbage can. And I get the text. I'm like, first of all, why are you texting me? You're like 40 feet away. Won't get out of the bed.
Right.
And I get that. I'd have done the same thing. And she said, check the washing machine. Clothes washer. I couldn't get it to start last night. And I thought, oh, here we go. Just add something to the list. So I go in there, and I don't know if she was afraid to hit something or what, but it said it's a digital display, and it says power failure. So I unplugged it and plugged it back in.
Away she went.
And I hit the power button, and it said power failure again. But there's a message that says hit the power button a second time, and everything will reset, blah, blah, blah. So I just followed the instructions, and it started working. And I'm like, why didn't you just look at the display?
Yeah.
But I think the power failure scared her. I think she was like, because it kind of scared me. I was like, what am I supposed to do?
Did you jump back a little bit?
And the minute I saw power failure, I thought, this thing's not working. But the display was on, so I'm like, well, it's obviously getting power because the display's on.
Like my stove, if the power blinks, it'll have a power failure code up there, and then you just reset it.
Speaking of reset, not power to your point, but like some of the old school washing machines, they'll get locked up, and to get them out, it's weird. It's like you have to turn it clockwise, 2 clicks, and then counterclockwise a full turn,
and then do that one time.
Yeah, well, my went up. I YouTubed it, and there it is, and then showed up to my parents' place and did that, and I'd be daggum if it doesn't work.
Let's say that's great.
It's the weirdest thing. It just unlocks. It's like it freezes up, or I don't know, gets tube locked.
Yeah, and basically electronic tube locks.
Yeah, it's like it's like doing your combination at your locker. It's like turn it right and then go full circle bang, and do it right to
the left 3 times,
and then jump, and then squat 3 times and turn it on, and then I did it. But
I haven't done a combination lock in a long time.
I know.
I have to do one every day, by the way.
Really?
Do you really?
So we have these bins on the court, and hey,
you don't see a lot of them anymore.
Well, you don't, and I probably need to upgrade to something else. But we've got these bins on the court that we keep all of our equipment in, and every day I'm having to go. And there's
to the left 3 times, back around to the right.
You forget.
There's 2.
How many times you went around?
There's 2, and I always miss a number on one at least once.
Of course you do.
I'm like,
you get in a hurry.
I do. Just go real slow, Helms, and you do it the first time, every time.
Do y'all remember, of course, Helms, I don't know when you were in school, it's a long time after me, but do you remember the pressure of when they assigned lockers on whether you were going to get a top or a bottom?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a big, you were just nervous, man, I don't want a bottom locker.
Such a big deal.
Golly.
And that carried on through, it's been around. Still, because, I remember first day for the kids. Of
course, my mother worked in the office. Maybe I got a little special.
I'm
not going to say
coming clean.
Maybe.
Coming clean.
I'll just say this. I never had a bottom locker.
Burge has a top
locker. I think I had it one year. My freshman year, I think I had a bottom locker. But after that, I had top.
Yeah. You were one of the losers with the bottom locker.
I was.
Well, you didn't have a mom in the office.
Yeah. I didn't have anybody in.
It's all who you know, buddy.
My dad wasn't the coach.
Little Gregory has a top locker.
Yeah.
He's not going to bend over. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The double steak grilled cheese burrito is back at Taco Bell. And in case you didn't know, it's stacked. Yeah, packed inside it is a double serving of premium grilled marinated steak and a melty 3-cheese layer. Then on top of that, it has a layer of grilled bubbly cheese on the outside. Yeah, the outside. Why? Probably because it refuses to be caged in by the confines of its tortilla walls. Or maybe just to add more cheesy flavor.
Double steak grilled cheese burrito. Get one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Double steak claim is compared to steak quesadilla. Contact store for hours and participation which vary.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera and get $20 off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great-tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Now 21 minutes past the hour. It's the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth is in contest at rickandbubba.com. It's about a $17,000 makeover with Dr. Dudney and his staff. It includes 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays. How to register Mama and get her in the contest. All of that, step by step, what we need is at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest. So that's there for you. Make sure that you do that. I know it takes a little bit of time to gather everything, but do not wait. The deadline is approaching, and we got to get all that information in so the Dr. Dudney staff can make their determination on who gets the top three. And then the top three make the website, and for about a week or so, you, the audience, votes on who wins. They'll have a story of why they should win and what type of person they are and all this kind of good stuff. Those are always very heartwarming that have kids that write those letters and stuff. And so they'll be there, and then we would get us a winner. It should hit right around Mother's Day.
I think it's sweet when Greg sits in his office and reads these letters, and it brings a tear to his eye
out loud.
I get squalling.
He gets him a cup of hot chocolate and goes in his office.
I get blubbering,
and he gets some tissue because of the blubbering.
Right.
And I just think that's a sweet moment, Greg, that you have.
I just feel like I'm giving back.
Right. There's a couple of different ways we could go. Of course, I know where Helmsy and I want to go, and that makes you mad because of your dog. But no, it's just the handle, Greg.
Yeah.
You don't see that? I mean, you would be on the first seat of the bleachers.
Yeah, believe me, I see it.
Greg, so
you're going there.
But I'm just going to say what kind of handle
is.
No good deed goes unpunished, right? Well, he and Lisa did a good deed because they had a stray wander up at their house, and they've taken care of it. Skittish little thing, won't let you pet it.
Looks like it's been abused.
And it's a sad situation, but they're taking care of it, feeding it, and it's chewed up everything around the house, all your furniture.
Getting a little better about it.
Okay. And now you say it's expecting?
Yeah.
It's pregnant?
Yeah. I was going to try to take it and get it fixed, and I never could catch her. And then now that she'll come up to me now when I sit down in the chair, but it's a little late.
Apparently it's not afraid of other dogs.
That ship has sailed, friend.
I don't know. We're Buddy. First of all, it ain't him because he's not capable.
Yeah,
he's out of the game.
You had him fixed.
And where's Marty at? We haven't seen Marty in a while.
Yeah, and he was the same way. He wasn't capable.
Is he coming over in the middle of the night?
No, I haven't seen him. Haven't seen him, and he don't like the new dog, so he's out.
He's out. We think
months. I haven't seen him.
So does this dog wander off? Apparently it does. Across the street, maybe.
We
where Buddy
checked
gets
the video on the camera on the front porch. And one time there was this ugly dog, so they're going to be really ugly. And I'd never seen before, was out there. So maybe it was him, I don't know. Because we don't have a lot of, just Buddy's pretty much there. But anyway, my intention was to get her fixed, but evidently I missed that window. Mm-hmm. And, that ought to be fun.
Now, these are just yard dogs that they don't have a leash or underground fencing, so they can run through the woods to other people's houses. And apparently that's what's happened. Yeah. So now... And sadly, we're getting joy out of your misery, and we do apologize for that.
This has happened before. I had another stray years ago that had two sets of puppies. Mm-hmm. So I've been there before.
And do we? And you can't catch her, take her to the vet. Is that correct?
I could probably catch her now, but what's the matter?
Right. Yeah. Look, hey, please look at him.
I know. Frustrated, and I get it. I completely get it.
Right.
Never had this happen in my family.
First of all, I wish people would quit putting dogs out at my house or around
the reason,
house.
You know why they do?
I'm not saying they do it particularly at my house.
You know why they do, big-hearted Greg? Because it seems to every time they do, you take care of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just saying.
I've never understood those people.
Out.
Right.
I've never understood those people either.
There's some video that's been around on social media, and this isn't new to social media, but I guess surveillance footage of people just stopping the car and throwing a dog out and taking off.
That is bad.
But that's kind of what people are doing with you.
Yeah.
They're kind of just letting them out.
Bless her heart, she was scared of everybody. She was treated badly wherever she was. But anyway.
And you've named it Millie.
Yeah. So anyway, if anybody.
So Millie's pregnant.
Yeah, great. How about that?
How does that sound when I say that?
I don't even want to talk about it. But so if anybody's interested in any free dogs, they'll be available.
I'm sure that's what you're going to do.
Oh yeah,
you can go to trade day with the little kennel.
Go to Collinsville.
Greg, we'll have these puppies sold or not sold, given away in a few minutes,
and you can take the mother with you. You want to take her to
Greg? Oh, wow. Well, it's harsh about it.
Hey, this is your best bet. Mom doesn't need to be separated.
Yeah, that's right.
Mom and the puppy, huh?
Whatever.
Millie and the kids.
Yeah. Thanks people who put dogs out. I've been a victim of that a lot.
A victim, Greg?
Yeah. Victim. Do you think you're known?
But he was put out. He was put out. Actually put out at a neighbor's.
You're making my point.
He was actually put out at a neighbor's house down the road, but he kept coming to my house, and he wouldn't leave. And the neighbor said, well,
Greg, you have such a good situation at your house. Dogs in the neighborhood, Marty, come visit, eat, hang out, and go back home.
I miss Marty. He was.
But they don't.
You're the life of the party for dogs.
Yeah,
Helmsy, they don't just eat and hang out.
I guess.
That's a good point.
Apparently, they're getting after it.
Well, I don't know what.
Getting a little playtime as well.
I don't know who. Like I said, I just briefly saw some dog on the camera. That's it that I'd never seen before.
Oh,
wow! There it is. Huh?
And I did get official word.
Do you think they go, hey, let's go to Greg and Lisa's?
Oh, Probably.
Party! I'm sorry.
I did officially get, Buddy got chewed up again the other week, and I had to take him get him stitches for I don't know how. He's had more stitches.
Do you think he was
than a
protecting
UFC
Millie?
fighter.
Do you think that's when it happened?
No. So I thought even the vet, when he sewed him up, he said, looks like he got hung on something. But now I got a confirmation from the mail lady that she saw him. 3 dogs jumped him.
3-on-1.
Yeah, she said she got out and run him off because she likes Buddy.
So that's why she probably came to the door,
That
right?
is, yeah.
Okay.
Because I'd finally said, she goes, no. I said, well, I didn't know what had happened. She goes, no. She said he was minding his own business. And he's been chewed up so many times.
Did they come on his property?
He was down at the end of the driveway.
But technically, yeah.
Technically.
Hey, he was defending Daddy.
He was
Daddy's
minding his own
property.
business and got jumped. But anyway, that's just
3-on-1.
That's just my world with dogs.
I know.
Got a
It
bunch
sounds
of them.
like you do have a bunch of them.
Well,
now is
about
one
to.
of those one of the 3? Is that one of the ones that came over to hang out with Millie?
So. I don't know. I don't know. I ain't got a clue.
Bottom line is Greg has a stray that he's taken in, pregnant at the house, and
great.
expecting. And are
We're
you going to
so
sit with it
excited.
when she delivers? Are you going to sit with it? And make
Well,
sure?
I hope not.
How are you going to do that?
I just walk out there and there they are.
Huh?
That's what the last one I had, I just walked out in the garage and said, hey, there they are. Let them handle it. You ain't got to deliver puppies.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, just in case there's a problem, you just kind of oversee it. I guess.
What am I going to do?
I don't know. Oversee it.
I don't want no part of it.
Huh?
This ain't like these dogs that you sell for $3,000 a piece. You want to make sure they come out. These people that sell dogs.
Right.
That's
we got it.
cha-ching. Cha-ching when you see them coming out. You get doctors and everybody there just in case something bad happens.
You're going to set Millie up a nice, comfortable little area?
Nah, she's got a little area.
What you got for her?
There's a little area with blankets and crap.
You've thrown blankets down for her?
Oh, yeah.
That's sweet, Greg.
That's been all winter. But anyway, so I tell you what I'm going to do. Since I think so much of you, y'all get pick of the litter. What do you think?
I got all the dog I can handle
Pick
at
of
this
the
point.
litter.
Now, that storm shelter you spent thousands of dollars on, is that their doghouse?
No.
Okay. Do you close the door on that
Yes.
storm shelter?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know that Mr. Buddy liked it for a while. He's like, man, this is kind of nice.
They're
in
only
here."
allowed in it if a storm's coming.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just glad you're taking care of Millie. That's sweet.
Yeah, isn't that something? Maybe I'll get an award.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button for a link.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As we roll on through the hour, having a good old time, and Greg, we'll be getting updates from you. I know Puppy Watch 2023.
No, we're done talking.
And we will be looking for that.
No, we're
the
not.
Audience is all about it.
We're not
Unless you want to come get
about
one, I don't want to talk
Do you
about it. Now,
remember
if you
my-
want to come get one, I'll be your best friend.
Do you remember my House of Cats that made Ryan Greenwood pass out because he was laughing so hard? It's going to be your House of Puppies.
Oh, I've been this route before. This ain't no first time this has happened.
Well, but for 2023, we're on Puppy Watch.
I had dang litter of 5 one time.
Good night. Well, man, I know things will go well, though. You'll come out in the garage, and there they are.
I can't wait.
Dogs like these, though, they have like 8 of them.
Oh, probably.
Sure. Oh, you just get ready. There'll be so
She's
many.
not real big.
Right.
She's not little. She's about mid-size.
There'll be so many of them. You're like,
yeah, probably.
all right, so we'll be getting updates from that. But that is an update. We said it in passing yesterday. It alerted the antenna of the audience, went up saying, whoa, wait a minute. Did y'all just say the stray is about to have puppy? Yes, that's what we said yesterday, and so we just wanted to revisit that and get some closure on it. Get some closure on it. All right, there's a couple of stories. One is kind of scary, to be honest with you, and then the other one is funny. And so, do you want to go funny first? This play where everybody was singing along, and it shut the whole place down. Yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah.
All right, let's go for it, buddy.
First of all, you've been to like a movie or a show, and there's a loud talker behind you.
Yeah.
You know how big a bip that is.
Don't like that.
Well, in Manchester, England, first of all, I didn't know there was a stage play based on The Bodyguard with Whitney Houston in it.
Really?
Yes. So at the end, when they sing "I Will Always Love You," these two people in the audience were singing so loud that you couldn't hear the actor singing. And
well, that's obnoxious.
And listen, obviously
That
they had
is.
dealt with this before because they said that even that the ushers had signs that said "Do not sing with the performers" and all this. And this is towards the end where they had to call the police. They wouldn't stop. The police had to come escort them out because they refused to stop singing over the actor on.
Right. At what point does it turn into heckling and not just singing along? Were these people hecklers that were trying to disrupt, or were they just so into it they were singing?
Unbelievable. I don't know. I think it started. It almost sounds to me like when they saw the signs and stuff. It's like, you can't tell us we can't sing. You don't think it had a little of that in it?
Signs everywhere. Don't sing along.
Yeah, like Usher says, please refrain from singing. That was their signs. And now they even announced it to the room. You know. But my goodness, imagine the old bips behind you and they're singing. They're louder than the show. Oh my God.
So bad they had to call the police?
This is the statement from one that this is not karaoke. We want people to enjoy themselves, enjoy the performance they've paid to see. You don't expect to go and have to what? Anyway, something that's weird. That makes no sense. Anyway.
Basically, you want to be able to go to a performance and enjoy the performance. Yeah. Let the actors and actresses act. And
they've
like
told you ahead of
out.
time, don't sing it.
Right, and just enjoy it. Please don't sing.
At what point do you go when they go, we're calling the law? Do you just keep singing?
I don't know.
That's what happened because they hauled them right out of there. Hauled them right out.
Do you think the ushers whispered, "Hey, could you please stop singing?"
Yeah. And they had to stop the show. 10 minutes. Well, there were only 10 minutes left.
Right,
they actually had to stop the show.
At what point do you get so upset with the people heckling and singing that you're like, because don't forget, people have paid money to come see these things.
Sure they have.
See this play.
And I really would rather hear the professional singer sing than some idiot behind me who thinks they can sing who probably can't.
Right.
They must have been really loud too.
Oh, it had to be. It had to be kind of one of those screaming singing, you know.
Oh, my goodness. I
I
didn't know The Bodyguard was turned into a stage play either.
I didn't either.
Where y'all at on that movie?
Pretty good.
Oh, hey.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
And the song?
Tired of it. Played it too much.
Okay.
You know, the radio. That happened to me a lot. If a radio or whatever, a song's too popular, it gets on my nerves.
It does. It wears on you a little bit. Yeah.
A lot of it. I mean, I've even played songs too many times to myself that I got mad at.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I'm done with that.
Yeah. Back in the day when I actually had like a radio shift, you talking about getting tired of songs.
Oh, God.
Good night alive.
Yeah.
I mean, because it was just one after another that you just hear all the time. You know, every day part, we're going to play it at least once, maybe twice. Here it comes on the rotation.
We got to spin the hits, my friend.
We do.
I'm doing that with Morgan Wallen right now, and
here
Maddie's.
he is, Morgan
I'm just
Wallen,
saying,
yeah.
Maddie's done with it. I think there's a couple of songs like she's like, Dad. First of all, you don't need to be singing.
Right.
Second of all, let's hit a different rotation.
So you're a little tight on it.
Yeah.
My goodness, he
There's
released
two
like
songs.
30 at one time.
I know. There's two songs that I won't let go of, and and one of them
asked
really
you to go to
probably
another
shouldn't be
album?
singing. Huh?
Could you go to another album, Dad? Or,
Yeah, that's
you
what
know?
she's wanting. Dad, I know you got a bunch of different playlists.
He's got other songs
Let's
out.
let's get to one of those.
I thought about you because the
tear it up, Greg.
the weekend promo that we cut for our flagship station,
Yeah.
we're giving away tickets for him. I think he was at Ole Miss or something, or it might have already happened or gonna happen, and we were giving away tickets for that. I thought about you.
You thought about it.
I was like, man, I wonder if Helmsy's going to try to win these.
No. Now you won't see
So
me
you
go
ain't
to
to that
I'm
point.
not going to a concert.
Okay.
Period. No. The only way that I would be at a concert is if I was forced into some group outing with my family or the team. That's it. Or y'all. That's it. That's I'm not I will not physically go. Man, I tell you what, I am going to a concert and hear this band or this singer. Not doing it.
Yeah, we discussed that, I
not.
think, one time the same way. And I used to go to I can't tell you how many concerts I've been to. But now I just almost like
It's hard to get me at a ball game these days. much less a
same
concert.
thing. It's just getting there
I
and
know.
then trying to leave. I got to
Yeah.
park. Eh.
Well, speaking of
Somebody in the audience is singing. I can't hear.
Speaking of concerts and artists, let me ask you this. Eddie Van Halen's guitar from Hot for Teacher, the video, could sell for $3 million.
Ooh, he had that signature that was striped up.
Mm-hmm. One of the most iconic guitars of all time is hitting the auction block.
How
Eddie's
much?
guitar from Van Halen's Hot for Teacher video, which has also used live throughout the 83, 84, I guess, is expected to sell between $2 and $3 million. The opening bid is $1.8 million. Eddie gave the guitar to one of the band's drum techs when he retired in 1990.
So the drum tech finna go to the bank.
But it changed ownership several times since then. You can check out the listing at Sotheby's.com.
And you know that guy, when the first guy that sold it to Tech, he didn't get near,
Right.
What he should have held on.
So, I mean, think about that.
Or just keep it since Eddie was kind enough to give it to you.
I need to see if Ryan's bid for that.
I bet he even thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
If I was just had more money than I needed, that would be something. I'm not that much into memorabilia, but I would buy that.
Here it sits right here at their website.
Interesting.
Opening bid, 1.3. And it's the estimated sale, it says, between $2 and $3 million. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Let me ask you
Put
this.
it in a glass case and let people talk to you about it.
What if we opened up the studio and said, you can come in one by one, or let's bring a group of 10 people in here, and we're going to auction one thing off. But they have to decide what the most important thing is. What do you think in here they're going to choose? Is it going to be the Wheel of Meat or Big Boy?
They're in the running.
Yeah, there's your top two.
Or is it the logo back here, or the on-air light, or
I
the
think the Wheel of Meat gets a
microphone?
look.
Yeah,
I think Wheel of Meat gets a look.
Yeah, I think it's between Wheel of Meat and Big Boy are one of the
and you think
3
they're
to
the
4
highest,
coyotes we have in here.
You think those are the highest priced items?
That and if Speedy took his shirt off, he'd sweat in it.
Yeah, that's funny.
That'd probably go up.
I want to say brand new Big Boy
Speedy's
and the Wheel of
drawers.
Meat were right about there together.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Weren't they both around $3,000 or maybe a little more?
Yeah,
Something
I
around
think
that.
so.
Did you factor in the travel cost on Big Boy?
No, I have not. Now we could just take that the window out again.
Oh, wait a minute. Y'all forgot Adler's guitar from Rock and Roll City.
Ooh, that's
it
right.
Has played in some really great tunes.
Well, and hey, don't forget about the Christmas pig.
Oh, the Christmas pig.
Christmas
It's
pig
sitting
is
right
in
up
there.
Look, let's get
Yeah.
things started
Or
with
the
the Christmas pig.
Hand of truth.
Hand of truth.
Hand of
I was just about to
truth.
say that.
And you can either make it be thumbs up or you can make it shoot a bird. You can do whatever you want with it.
And we forget we have a Donald Trump chia pet.
We do. We
There it
do.
is.
We
We
do.
had to
It
take the
sits
chia
there.
stuff off because it got gross.
It
remember?
did. It did.
But there
Wow.
he is, old Donald.
Hey, soon,
Interesting things in here.
Greg's puppies will be added to that.
Yeah, oh yeah. But they're free.
Yeah.
Free to a good home.
Yeah. Buy a Big Boy, get 2 puppies.
I'm going to bring them up here in a big box and people will show up and get them. Of
That'll be a fun day.
course,
Yeah.
you got to wean them. You got to wait till they get older.
Hey, where's Lisa at on all this?
Well, she's not happy but she's a lot more understanding than I am.
Oh, I can hear. I can hear now.
Yeah.
Greg.
She's not excited about it by no means, but
Right.
probably the last
Greg,
thing.
we got to take care of Millie.
Well, that's the only reason she's there now.
How far along is
You're
Millie?
smart
do you
right
think,
now.
Do
I
you
think
think?
it's
Hey,
any day.
very
Any
wise.
day.
Very right. Very wise right now. Just to
Yeah,
I know you're not very observant, so you mean to tell me you didn't know until now, and it's any day
It didn't
now?
show a lot.
She's about
so-
to have them.
I think so. How long did the dog? A couple
Greg.
of months.
You could have.
Good night, alive.
Probably close.
He didn't even notice.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by Appy and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
The double steak grilled cheese burrito is back at Taco Bell. And in case you didn't know, it's stacked. Yeah, packed inside it is a double serving of premium grilled marinated steak and a melty 3-cheese layer. Then on top of that, it has a layer of grilled bubbly cheese on the outside. Yeah, the outside. Why? Probably because it refuses to be caged in by the confines of its tortilla walls. Or maybe just to add more cheesy flavor.
Double steak grilled cheese burrito. Get one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Double steak claim is compared to steak quesadilla. Contact store for hours and participation which vary.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Or download the app today.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. We're rolling. Another edition has started, and we appreciate you making us part of your day. This portion of the show is brought to you by SimplySafeBubba.com. It is the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. If you're a little concerned about safety, or maybe your home, maybe it's a beach house, it's your hunting lodge, or it's your small business, you need to check out SimplySafeBubba.com. It's designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 burglar busting monitoring. And an emergency, agents use fast protect technology and industry exclusive to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. What we really like is the 24/7 burglar busting protection and professional monitoring costs about $1 a day, a little under $1 a day, actually. That's less than the price of other security systems. You can lock your doors at home or your small business and access your cameras from anywhere. You can customize your perfect system, too, in just a few minutes at SimplySafeBubba.com. Go and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring right now at SimplySafeBubba.com. That's SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can find a link at RickandBubba.com under this, the sponsors button. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com. Stay safe, folks, and check out SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can go to RickandBubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling along. I had some other stuff that I wanted to discuss.
Well, let's discuss.
There's some other stories out there, but I got to tell you, the story you just told us in the
bizarre.
break is extremely bizarre. You said that you and I know what you're saying about this because JC's team does this too. A lot of times they'll ask the team, "Hey, look, I know everybody's let us get back closer to campus.
Yeah.
We have a lot of more options there."
Yeah.
And let's eat there, and let's go in and sit down and have a meal. Sometimes they're so far away that's not an option because they're all starving. But they do that a lot, and I know y'all did that with your team last night coming back from Chattanooga. But something caught your eye, and I'm mad you didn't get video.
Well,
I'm disappointed in you.
I did try. I at least tried to Snapchat you, and I got caught. And I was so. Let's set it up. So we did. We told the guy. We said, "Listen, we can either." Here's your options. We can, because they'll go to Chipotle in a minute. That's their thing. They always want. It's a good, healthy option. They get a ton of food. And there was one close to where we were playing in Chattanooga. And we said, if y'all will hold off, we'll go sit down somewhere nice in Birmingham, kind of celebrate, whatever. And we didn't think they'd take this. We thought they'd want to eat now. Mm-hmm. But it was a little early. So we get back to Birmingham. We're walking in the restaurant, and there is this lady sitting outside of the restaurant, Indian style, you know, like you would.
Can you say that?
Well, what do you call it? Crisscross applesauce?
Yeah.
I guess so.
I'd rather say.
You can't say Indian nowadays.
I know.
Why did we come up with that?
I don't know.
Didn't Indians sit like that?
I think evidently at some
I don't
point
think they're
did.
offended by people sitting like
they
that.
sat inside teepees like
this
that.
is where everybody's offended for them.
You know?
Yeah. So she's sitting out
like
there.
You call them redskin.
And she has the phone is not even. Now, listen, let me give this disclaimer. Obviously not in her right frame of mind.
Oh.
Okay, so let's go there.
A little off.
Think it's probably a homeless situation.
Oh,
okay.
You didn't tell us that.
Possibly. Well, Speedy, you couldn't figure this out by what I told you earlier?
I didn't know. She's just sitting there. It might be a crazy woman sitting at a table. I didn't know.
That's what I'm assuming. Okay. She's
probably homeless.
Yeah. I mean, she's crazy for sure. You can check that box.
Yeah.
So she has this phone, and it's an old flip phone, and I can tell it's not even like working.
Yeah,
it's not even on. It's not activated. It's like something you would give a kid and go, "Hey,
go play with this."
She's acting as if she's having conversations with country music stars.
Now that's funny.
And cussing like a sailor.
Oh, really?
Yes. And so, I mean, I heard, and I picked up. I was the last one, So I was making sure everybody gotten out of the van, and I was locking it and all that, making sure. And so it was kind of being the last one. So I hear this, and I start seeing the guys grinning and all laughing, and can't believe it. And I go ahead and get my phone out, Speedy, to your point, because I'm thinking
you're getting ready.
Whatever's going on, I'm capturing it.
Sure.
And so there was a little log jam at the door.
She's
trying
talking
to
to
get in.
country
There's people
stars.
she's coming, and I picked up on that because she said she said Jason Aldean, and she said first and last name. Okay. And I can't really tell you
Did
some
she
of the
say,
things.
hey, Jason Aldean, how you doing?
Let's just say this: her and Jason were planning for a big night.
Okay. Dating him.
Oh, wow.
And she was getting very graphic about it. Heard her talk about. She acted like she talked to Blake, so I assumed it was Blake Shelton. Garth. Luke.
Wow, she
Luke
said
Bryan.
something big time.
Now she talked to Luke Bryan too.
Oh,
Evidently,
really?
at
Hey,
some
Luke.
point, she had 3 or 4 of them on the phone at the same
She
time.
had to ask Luke about American Idol. She's the judge.
Some of the things she was saying in her voice, and she would get to laughing, like she would act like they were saying. She was acting like they were saying something funny.
Oh no!
Am I the only
That
one?
laughing?
Wait a minute,
Yes.
am I the only one who's
Yes.
really concerned? You know, like, hey, now.
Yeah.
Hey,
you hope one of the
know.
country stars doesn't tell her to go do something.
Yeah. Garth
know?
Brooks told me to hit
You
in the
see
head with
Bullet
a bat.
Head over there? Go slap him.
So I pulled up
Skinny
my
tonight.
phone and pulled up. I was going to send you a video of this. There was 2 people I had in mind. My buddy Bobby Cooper and
Bobby.
and Speedy, and Greg's not on Snap, so I couldn't send it to him. But I made the mistake, and I always do this from time to time because I'm not in this app much. Instead of holding down the button to film, I clicked it and took a picture.
Yeah,
Gosh
I'm-
almighty.
And then I backed out of it and tried to start over, and she started staring at me. She caught me. She caught what I was
Well,
doing.
she had the gift.
And I did not want to bring
you say
any more attention at all. So I just acted like I was, sending a text
Speedy can
message
relate
or
to
whatever.
that.
And,
Yes, I
and,
can.
and moved on.
Know how that feels.
But it was one of the look. It was a bizarre scene.
I like when she gets tickled. Gets
Yes,
to laugh, like they said something funny.
and I mean,
What if you went down and you could hear the voice on the other side? It actually was Luke Bryan.
Yeah, I know.
Garth, Garth, Blake will be picking you up at 2 o'clock.
Oh no!
And do not make Travis late. And Jason Aldean is going to be there.
She's just for
Are you
everybody.
serious?
To hear.
She's everybody laughing, screaming. And we're honoring George. And I want everybody there and everybody there on time.
No, this has turned bad.
Oh,
It was
no.
rough.
This is not good.
Oh,
Yes.
I'd have been entertaining myself so bad. You couldn't get a picture.
Okay.
I mean, you got
Tried.
a picture. but
Matter
you
of
couldn't
fact, and I probably shouldn't say this. I parked somewhere where I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be parking there. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
But this business that I parked in, because parking was tight, okay, it always is in Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
This business where I parked, huge van, okay, don't miss that, Speedy.
Okay.
Huge van.
Mm-hmm.
Parked where, so I wanted to go back out and make sure like I was okay where I parked.
Yeah.
And when I went back out there, she was gone.
Gosh
Well,
almighty.
she had to go meet Garth.
I wish you'd have walked up to her and said, "Hey, can I talk to him?"
What if
What
Jason
if she'd have
Aldean
said-
pulled up and you saw him and she got in the car and they left and she
Yeah.
was actually legit?
But back to your point, what should have handed you? What should have handed you the phone and like Lou would going, "How you doing, hey,
Guys,
man."
y'all ain't gonna believe this.
Rick and Bubba.
Hear a lot about. It was a very interesting interview with her.
Does she not think that would be a gateway to the other stuff?
She alluded that was possible, but
Possible?
didn't think that it met that. It's look. I'm not saying
Right.
I think she made some good points on one topic.
Oh, there's
She's-
no doubt
she's-
about that, yeah.
she's off on some of the other, but it was
guys.
interesting anyway.
They released the video of her and Tommy Lee.
Oh yeah, well they covered that in the interview. I mean they.
Somebody supposedly stole it and put it out there,
Yeah.
and they tried to stop. Then they said, "Well, look, we'll just sign up and make money off of it." But that would be considered pornography.
Yeah, I know. But I think she made some good points, but she's still, you can tell, not completely in tune to what is and what's not, maybe. But
I didn't know she was an expert on the Russians, though.
well, it's
That
because
is
of this Assange
Assange,
relationship
however you say
she
his name.
has, Julian.
Oh, the WikiLink guy.
She brings him food and all this.
Is he
Is he still hiding out?
Yeah, that's
with
what I was
a-
about to ask.
But he did the WikiLeaks, and he's been threatened by a lot of people
Julian
over that.
Assange.
So, Julian Assange. But Rick, also in the strange world of Russia, now you know our whole Russian relationship is weird because we obviously have some political differences still, and there's some still holdover from the Cold War, but we're also partners in space. You know, we pay the Russians to carry our astronauts to the space station. You know, which is it's kind of a real strange scenario here. But Russia has now appointed action movie star Steven Seagal as a special envoy for humanitarian ties with the United States. The foreign ministry announced the move Saturday on Facebook, which is still funny to me how we use that. The statement reads that Seagal's portfolio as an unpaid position would be to facilitate relations between Russia and the United States in the humanitarian field, including cooperation in culture, arts, public and youth exchanges. Now, there's a picture of Stephen shaking Putin's hand over a desk, and I forget how big he is and how little Putin is.
Sure.
I mean, Rick, it looks like a giant and a little person together. Now, he also, you remember, he got a Russian passport several years ago, and he goes back and forth from Russia quite a bit, according to him. So he's now a special envoy to help U.S.-Soviet relations.
He's the Russian Dennis Rodman.
Yeah,
correct.
I guess what Dennis Rodman is to North Korea, Steven Seagal is to Russia.
And
is that fair?
And then somewhere in
look
between,
at that picture.
And somewhere
Rick.
in
Look
between,
at that picture.
somewhere in between is Paula. I mean, Pat Anderson.
Is he Steven Seagal here, or is he Casey Ryback? That's what
I knew you were going to say that. But they do know he's an actor, right?
Yeah, those people he played in the movies was not real.
Which I love those movies, by the way.
He said, I've always had a strong desire to do all I can to help improve Russian-American relations. I've worked tirelessly in this direction for many years unofficially. I'm now very grateful for the opportunity to do the same thing officially. Okay. So, wait a minute. So, North Korea's situation was resolved by Dennis Rodman, and now our Russian situation will be resolved by a combination of Steven Seagal and Pamela Anderson.
Yes.
What's going on?
I mean, my gosh.
Tonight, who's going to handle Iran? That's the only thing we got.
And Donald Trump.
Britney Spears.
And Donald Trump is president.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to tell you, him being elected president, you're going to see so much more of this in the future. I think you're going to be just amazed.
Well,
because everybody thinks, hey, I can do it too.
Well, you heard Trump himself saying he can't wait to take on Oprah.
Yeah, he knows her weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure what that is.
Look at that. This is so
it's like
good.
you're trying to get a wrestling move on somebody.
Yeah, well,
I know her weaknesses.
you know how somebody said it.
Leg sweep.
They said that Donald Trump is the political Ric Flair.
Yeah,
it was good.
He is.
So he went on Twitter to get on LeBron earlier this week after LeBron's little interview where he said he wouldn't sit down with the president for any reason, and then Melania tweeted support for LeBron. So I mean, how's that working out?
Well, now it's really getting odd because the president said, made some comment that Don Lemon is the dumbest person on television. He's so dumb, he even made LeBron look smart, which isn't easy.
Right.
So
that's then he said, "I'm with Mike."
That's right. Yeah.
He's a Michael Jordan fan.
Right.
And then Mike had to come out quickly and say, "Hey, look, I got nothing to do with Donald Trump."
Right. So, but then over here you have Melania supporting LeBron, and then you had Ivanka saying that she did not agree with him on other comments he'd made, like saying the press is the enemy of the people. So you've got Donald Trump making comments sometimes that are so fired up that even family members are out trying to say, well, now, look, I don't agree with it saying exactly that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
it's entertaining every day. I'll tell you that.
Well, you never know. I mean, it's and watching the what I call the kind of the mainstream left-leaning press have a conniption and a breakdown. I mean, I know it didn't say much about me, but it's funny to watch that.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just like I say. They're the kind of people. They're the ultimate bully that they'll go out and attack. But then when they're attacked, they cry foul and
not kind of Rick. Rolling the floor screaming.
I know. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing? Thanks for being here today. A brand new hour has begun, and we start this baby as we have since all the way back on the attack on America in 2001. We started with the national anthem. Here we go. Of Rick and Bubba going forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience, both live and archived. If you haven't subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, do that. It doesn't cost you anything. And you get alerts anytime something new is happening on our YouTube channel, including the live show every day. However you get the show, live or archived, we are thankful that you are here. And we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party by the river we call Rick and Bubba.
Little party by the river. I wish I knew what I know now when I was younger. And there's those words from the famous song, Greg, ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
And
Was that Faces?
That was Faces, their version of it. Yeah, really good. I don't know if they were the originals or not. A lot of people have covered it, but that's the Faces version is the one that I'm most familiar with. Plus, I like hearing Rod Stewart sing it.
Sure.
All right, so unpacking, it seems I don't want to come in here. I really don't every day and just immerse ourselves in bad news. And, you know, it's like right now, I was telling Bubba, and you know, most of what we see is what's going on in our own country, and then we look at around the world and all that, and we certainly will try to find lighthearted things because I know we all need that too. But I told Bubba, I said, it's like our nation has turned into a circus, and I don't mean a fun circus.
No, it's not a fun
I mean that scary circus where all the clowns look scary, and all the people look, paint their faces.
It's like the Psycho Circus.
Yes, like
video,
like the Psycho Circus. Exactly right. And it's just, man, it's chaos. That's the word. It's a chaotic psycho circus.
Yep.
And I wish I didn't have to report that again today, but unfortunately I think we do. So more shooters. This one today, you said it, Bubba, leaving the show yesterday. We'll try to update you as best we can. I honestly have not immersed myself. I'll learn as you all do with the stuff that Speedy and Adler and stuff that Bubba was telling me before the show about the Louisville shooter. I have not really immersed myself in this to get all the details, but is it any more complicated than disgruntled employee?
Yeah, he had been notified he was being relieved of his duty.
That's it.
Yeah, but I'm talking, is it more? Is that the bottom line?
Yeah. Left a note to his parents saying that he was headed that way to do what he did.
Yeah, so
25 years old.
Wasn't he live streaming it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
on
he
his
did
Instagram
live stream
account.
it.
Yeah,
raised in Indiana, an athlete, played several sports, attended the University of Alabama, got a degree in finance.
Okay.
Friends and neighbors have told reporters at their shock of his actions, describing him as very ordinary and showing no signs of strange behavior, according to this story.
Up to this point.
Yeah.
We can no longer say that.
No, I think we got to mark that off.
Yes. So did they take him out?
Yes.
Okay. So, Bubba was telling me, unfortunately, there was an officer that had only been on duty 10 days that he killed.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he died. Did he die, or he was in surgery yesterday?
Okay. Yeah. But he did get shot in the head.
Yeah.
So anyway, I know that that we and I see what some of the quotes that are being made, and some of the quotes, obviously, I mean, I agree with. When you see a quote, that says this shouldn't continue to happen, evil cannot take over our city. Well, I totally agree with that statement. I just wonder if we as a society are ever going to get to the point where we can have a no holds barred conversation on why people are so evil today. And until I can come into this conversation and speak freely, we're not going to be able to address it. Yeah. Because right now you walk into the conversation, they say, we don't want evil to take over our society and our town. And I go, well, can we talk about why we have so many wicked people now? Mm-hmm. And I know this is a broken record. The weapon of choice is not the problem. The problem is why they have the weapon shooting at everybody to begin with. Yeah. And the fact that we can't have that conversation means we can't solve the problem.
Right.
Because if all we're going to do is do the Bubba analogy of keep mopping up downstairs while the flood is on the second floor in the bathroom.
Yeah, the pipe's busted upstairs.
Yeah, you got to go fix that pipe.
You get, eventually you think you'd get tired of mopping, Rick.
Well,
you think.
Well, we got to get to the point to where people being slaughtered like animals, that we get to the point that we care so much about stopping that, we're willing to have any conversation. But apparently we're not there yet, because there's still conversations you're not allowed to have. And all this does is everybody grandstands again that this is another a time that if I'm for the Second Amendment and I understand why we have it, I defend it. And if I've always wanted to take it away from everybody, I demonize it. And those are the two conversations that go on, and neither one of those are going to solve the problem.
No.
Now, I will say this, over on the Second Amendment side, I will say when people like this are out there, I need my weapons.
Yeah.
Because I need to be able to defend myself against them. So those of you that want to take those away from me, you're not really thinking this through. You're basically wanting us to be shot like dogs with no recourse to fire back.
Because the bad guys are going to have them anyway.
Yeah, so
we just want a fighting chance. That's all.
They're going to have them. I'd like to have something to shoot back. So, but the bigger
Rick, this whole thing.
The bigger question is, why does this guy think when he gets mad about being fired that the answer is to go shoot people? That's the problem we have to address.
Yeah. What?
And I don't mean just him. I mean that for everybody that does.
What in his development? Why couldn't he deal with this?
Right.
What pushed him that far over the edge? Look, we've all been fired. It's not a feeling that I would like to have.
It's not pleasant.
It's not pleasant at all.
And I've even had people that were, in positions of authority that I thought, man, the way I'm being treated isn't fair.
Right.
This isn't fair. But like I say, as I told you last week, I had been told that life wasn't fair when I was 12.
Yeah. Or earlier.
But I remember, I was telling the example of 12.
Yeah.
So my parents actually taught me that life wasn't fair, so I wasn't shocked when it wasn't.
So let's break and come back and just talk about a couple of things.
I developed coping skills
about this,
right? Yeah,
that are really kind of odd.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up, and you can check rickandbubba.com to stay updated with everything that's going on and all the ways to get the show live and archive, maybe the parts you're missing. You don't have to. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Glad to be here, Richard. Thank you very much.
Why Bubba crying?
He just got dunked on.
That depresses Adler, by the way.
That is so old, but it is funny because I'd never seen it before.
So we're gonna have fun. We do old stuff all the time.
Guys, that we got to stop doing that, please, just for my sanity. Like, in the halls, it's getting out of control. Like, where's my breakfast? Because I want to eat the food now. Like, everything is that cadence, and just for me.
Well, look, we did Braves chants for a while.
Sure.
Well, why are you crying?
Well,
we can't help
Why is Adler crying? Because he got a new shirt on.
That's right. I am wearing a new shirt. And earlier, Greg made fun of my shirt by saying, I'm not going to make fun of your shirt. So when you say that, I'm just going to leave that shirt alone. I'm just going to leave it alone.
I thought I was giving you
You're
a compliment.
actively making fun of it.
It's not
by saying
it's so true.
You're not going to make fun of it.
Tell you what I'm not going to do is say anything about that shirt you're wearing.
Let me explain it. It's not a bad shirt at all. It's just I've never seen him in that type of shirt. That's all. It's not a bad look.
My wife bought me this
It's a
shirt,
good
Greg,
shirt.
so you're not only making fun of me, you're making fun of my family.
Do y'all not agree with what I'm saying? I've just never. That's just never put that in there with this
can't do
dime bag
anything new
girl
with
shirt
Greg.
and that girl with the hula hoop.
I'll go back to the t-shirts then, Greg. The wrinkled up.
No, it's a good look.
shirts.
It's fine.
Mama's little man's getting his picture made.
I love how you're still saying it's a good look.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for not making fun of
Look,
me.
it's good for spring pictures.
That's really kind of you, buddy.
We're heading down to a farm, get a picture made by a fence.
Fella, hey.
What I think bothers me about the why is James crying because he just got dunked on thing
it's old.
is not only is that video so stupid, it is miles above the most successful I've ever made. It is so much more
We talked about
successful
that
than
after you
any
left
video
Friday.
I've ever made.
And I can promise you, it took about half the time. to do it.
Of any of the videos I've made. Yeah. I'm sitting in the edit room for hours and hours, and these guys are just like, boom, just got dunked on, 40 million views.
You know,
I do have a question
I
for you,
went
Adam.
and looked at some of their other videos, and they have a ton of them.
Yeah.
A ton of them.
Talking about Froggy Fresh.
About stolen bikes, and we're bad guys, and I mean, just all kind of weird stuff. And it is funny because it looks like they took 3 minutes to shoot the video.
They really,
they all, and seriously, they have like 6-7 million views each.
It's unreal.
Hey, Adler.
Why James crying? 'Cause he just got dunked down. I ain't even lying. Yo, he just got dunked down.
That's good, guys.
He was standing in the way, so I jumped up in the air and I ducked it on his face. Why James crying? 'Cause he just got dunked down. I ain't even.
And they're full dress for it.
Right.
You know, his
Of course,
buddy
they're probably
there.
grown men now and don't even. It's
Well,
been
I don't think so. If you
Really?
look at their videos, Mike, he calls him Moneymaker Mike. That's his name. And they're doing live concerts now, by the way.
Sorry, Adler.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That's good. That's good. But,
Probably sold out stadiums.
Sure.
Because I just got dunked on.
In the words of Ben Shapiro, everything is stupid.
Okay. All right, so you left out.
Can I tell y'all one thing about that, and then we'll go on?
Oh,
Please go look at his heartfelt speech about goals that he shot in the basement that's out of focus. Please, just go look at that.
I need to watch that.
It's a great message, but I tell you, the presentation, it's hard to keep a straight face.
No,
it may be the James Knupp of home videos. I don't know.
Let me tell you the thing about the future, and we'll get into the story if we have to come back, about where we are now. So I go Saturday. My sister just moved back closer to where we live to take a new teaching job. So her twins that are, how old are they now? 9? 9. We're there, and Sherry and I went by to see her just to kind of see how things are going, and as they're settling in and all that. Well, the male, our nephew, Reese, comes out, and he's carrying with him a laptop computer. I mean, he's got it with him, and he's sitting down and get his headphones up on the couch, and he says, "Uncle Rick, so tell me about your YouTube channel." And he says, y'all got a YouTube channel? And I said, well, yeah, we do. So do I need to subscribe? And I said, well, you can actually just go to the website and look at it, and then you can subscribe. And I look over, he's got his headphones on. All of a sudden, he's watching Rick and Bubba go to Washington. He's just sitting there, just rolling through it. He said, I thought y'all probably did. That's what he was. That was the thing. He won't know what kind of content you got on YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
You know. "22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, sometimes, I don't know why, but this whole town just seems so hopeless. So, Bubba, continuing to unpack, we have another evil shooter. This is a person who decided to kill people in cold blood because he lost his job. Not the way to go. Not the way to cope. And here we are again. And like I said, unfortunately, I'm afraid we're just going to hear the same old things we always hear. Now, unfortunately, it looks like, because we have to go in now to everybody's postings to read who they were. Now, for the left, this is they want him so much to be a MAGA supporter, I'm sure, so they can make sure we know that. So we're probably not going to know that he was actually anti-Trump.
Yes, he had posted things against Trump and pro-lockdowns, by the way.
Yeah, he loved lockdowns. He loved all the, of course, looking back. But anyway, so what I'm saying is his worldview is not what the left would prefer it to be.
So there's a story in Daily Mail today, and they're talking about how he went from being a high school sporting champion and a sensitive, emotionally intelligent university student to mass murder is now being investigated. Key, they say, may be the suicide letter in which he left for his family. His mother, Linda, and his younger brother, Cameron, who is a professional model,
I know how that feels.
Rushed to the bank, arriving shortly after Sturgeon began his attack. The 25-year-old had apparently told them that he had been fired and he was going to shoot up his workplace.
Okay. Yep, that's probably an indicator in the letter there of what his motivation was.
They say Linda and Cameron approached police outside the bank, so they apparently got there as it was still going on. A police officer told the dispatcher on the scanner. It also says the responding officers described a chaotic scene with an officer down right in front of the bank, gunshots heard in the background. The police also want to understand in detail how his life unraveled in such a devastating fashion. His parents, they lived in Greenville, Indiana. He went to high school. He was, like I say, a three-sport star there. Ended up going to the University of Alabama. And, you know, he had all this promising stuff in front of him. He got a master's degree, it looks like, had a finance degree. And, you know, it just doesn't look like what you would think. But they said in a 2018 essay at school, he wrote about his quest to improve his discipline, responsibility, and self-esteem so that I can improve myself as a whole. He said he struggled to make friends despite his friends seeing him as popular and a star athlete. My self-esteem has long been a problem for me, he wrote. A late bloomer in middle and high school, I struggled to a certain extent to fit in, and this has given me somewhat a negative self-image that persists today. Said making friends was never especially easy. I have more experience than most in operating alone. He goes on, talks about college, introduced a whole new atmosphere, new challenges, so it's easy to feel like I'm not doing as well as I should be. He talks about this semester, I think I have begun to mature socially, and I'm beginning to see improvement. So I don't know. They're digging through all this, trying to figure out. He also says he did a podcast about basketball. He said, in sports and in life, I found that doing everything you can to help those around you made me feel my best. cheer on your teammates, help out those closest to you, keep an eye out for those you care about, and everything will work itself out.
Guess he probably wasn't very happy then, because he certainly did not serve those people very well when he was shooting them dead.
It said he graduated with a master's in science and major in finance, 2020.
Yeah, see, that just sounds like someone's life of all the things that people go through. None of that equals shoot up my workplace because I'm being let go and kill people in cold blood. You realize that's a big leap.
Yeah,
that's
big.
That means there's something evil in there that either we're not aware of, or it'll eventually find its way out. Because when you make that kind of leap, then now you're under the influence of darkness and evil, and that leap is working your way there over something that maybe you didn't write down for everybody to read.
Yep.
Or maybe you're just immersed in all the things that we're all immersed in, and you're one of those people that can't take it. You're affected by it. You get deceived down that road.
Yeah.
So it's certainly nothing to celebrate, and it's nobody's fault but his.
We have some things here on his anti-Trump post. He posted something about this moron on one post made 2 years ago in reference to Fox News Tucker Carlson, citing a tweet from CNN. So I don't know. It just, there's no glaring things here I see in any of these stories.
I don't know, buddy. I don't know what to tell you other than what we know, and that's evil. Yeah. And when I look at the things that are going on in our society, it does not surprise me that evil is perpetuated from it. I see what the seeds we've thrown, and I see the fertilizer we're using, and I'm not surprised by the plants.
No, we shouldn't be.
Mm-mm. And but nobody wants to have that conversation. So I guess we'll just all put on Cavalier vests and shoot back. Because the things we're doing and the conversations we're having are not going to solve it. Matter of fact, it may make it more dangerous.
Well, obviously, it's not working.
Right. Yeah. And so.
Just senseless, the whole thing.
Yeah, it's different names, same old story.
Yep.
We'll be back bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take your phone calls when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines available. Chatting with you to see what's on your mind. Any topic, including this one, if you so desire. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues, check upcoming events. Omaha, Nebraska. We'll talk about the solution. Men's conference this weekend, Westside Church. Get details at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Then 9 years old.
Yeah.
And knows how to access it, knows how to watch it, sit there rocking it.
Oh, yeah. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Everybody's...
I don't think I was a big deal to him until just then, right then.
Well, good.
Because he also is a big Trump guy, of course, at 9. And yeah, because Trump talks to the world like he talks to his sister. And so he said...
That's a good point.
And so he sat down and said, so you got to see President Trump. Interesting. And then he watched it, So anyway, so you left out on Friday.
I did.
And missed us going back and bringing up this old YouTube thing that frustrated you.
Right. Yeah.
And you went to play drums with your dad and some other musicians.
I did.
To provide praise and worship at a men's conference.
Yes. Andalusia, Alabama this weekend.
107.7.
Which I found out on Wednesday. We're practicing for this thing. Andalusia kind of sounds like Tuscaloosa, but they're not close at all.
Not. No.
And Tusca.
Yeah, right. Found out I was not going to be sleeping in my bed on Friday night because Andalusia, I honestly did not know where it was. I thought it was like 45 minutes away. It's like almost 3 hours away.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
And so I found out, this weekend is a lot more involved than I thought it was. But
you don't drive
on Friday.
You don't drive to the beach and count on them.
That's right.
Because I know right where they are.
Yeah.
So I actually shared a hotel room with my dad on Friday night. Dad snores, found out.
Really?
A lot. Yeah.
Really? A lot.
About 25% of the time that he's asleep, he does snore. And I told him that the next morning, and he was like, "Well, yeah, your wife or my wife said the same thing." So not a lot of sleep that night. Why is that crying?
So about
He just got snored on. This is how it is in the hall, guys.
So what I'm talking.
Where's the ketchup? I think it's in the fridge now.
So what I'm saying is. Checking at the business. All right, 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls. The real Greg Burgess on the phones from time to time. If you're listening to the show live, and that's the only time you have a chance to call. Hard to do it on an archive since we're not really there. We're ones and zeros. But anyway, right now, you can call. And this portion of the show on the live show rarely gets a chance to call. So from time to time, we throw it out to you guys, and you can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you so desire to talk about whatever is on your mind, as Greg lines those up at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there are lines available for you right now. While you're calling, LearBubba.com reminds you that you can protect your retirement. You can protect your savings by investing in precious metals. Let's face it, America, she's not looking too good right now. We got folks in Washington printing money and raising interest rates like there's no tomorrow. And you are probably thinking, like me, for the first time, if you never have thought about it before, I got to do something. So investing in gold and other precious metals is a great idea. Highly respected financial analysts are predicting that gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no guarantee that'll happen, but if you buy gold right now, the prices are still favorable, and it gets anywhere near $4,000 an ounce, you're going to do well. So make the move now because you are listening to this show or watching it. If you go to our URL, which is learbubba.com, for every ounce of gold you buy, we give you a free 1 ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold. So you're getting silver and gold at the same time. So go to learbubba.com or call 1-800-707-4575 to find out more. Get educated on it, and you can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We will start with Kevin. Kevin is in Tennessee. Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Green Acres, and just wanted to say there's a movie that came out. It's been out for a few days, Mario Brothers movie. And I went back on Wikipedia and looked it up. I did not realize the first video game is from 1981 in our teenage years. And this movie is really a good movie. I went and saw it with my grandkids this past Sunday night. No subliminal messages, no political stuff, no adult language, no adult humor. Well done movie. Hollywood is seeing massive numbers. I think it's Illumination, the company that put out Minions, that did the movie. And they are getting serious revenue numbers out of this movie, and I think a lot of it's because people want to see family movies where they can go and not have anything shoved in their face. So I highly recommend this movie. If you have kids, grandkids, take them to this movie. You will not be disappointed. Well done.
Yeah. So if I understand you correct, you liked the movie.
Yeah, he did. Well, and also, and probably an investor, but but no, I think also the thing that and I agree with you about these family movies. Have always done very well, which leads you to believe that some of this other stuff has nothing to do, even though they tell you that, with ticket sales. It has to do with worldviews and indoctrination and trying to make political statements, and then they get awards at the Oscars, even though none of us really wanted to go see it, or was the movie very good. But also I would add to that, and I agree with what you're saying, but I also would add to that, anytime you've got a brand like Mario Brothers, and you've got, I can't even tell, millions of kids playing it all over the world. If you put out a movie about something they're really into, you're probably going to sell a lot of tickets.
Yeah,
because you've already got your Mario tribe ready to be told where to go to buy movie tickets. But glad to hear that even though that is true as well, that the movie actually was an enjoyable family movie based on your experience. Let's go to Colin in Sweet Home, Alabama. Colin, go ahead.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to call and share with y'all what I saw this past weekend. Me and my fiance was scrolling on Facebook, and she came across this post, and it's something that the world is doing to Jesus now, and it really made me sick. And they, you know how they're doing a bunch of this AI stuff, this artificial intelligence pictures. And somebody had AI pictured a picture of drag queen Jesus.
Unbelievable.
And it just made me sick.
Well, they may have gotten that out of some of the ridiculous messages that are being preached in pulpits at, and I'm not even going to use the word church, because if you're somewhere where some of this kind of stuff's being preached right now, and unfortunately it is. I mean, you can watch the videos yourself. That picture probably rose from that kind of apostasy. You know what I mean? So, wow, I'm telling you, it is. But all should be expected. But it's just interesting when it's finally here.
Yeah.
Alexia in Mississippi, go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to talk about the shooter that just happened. I just want to say that I feel like things are just gonna get worse. You know, I just graduated out of college, and just seeing how my peers have been acting, you know, post-COVID, a lot of people are not shown that their actions have consequences. And, you know, just with the youth, you know, especially those that went through COVID, you know, through middle school and high school, it's just, and they're still not learning that they're, you know, like I said, their actions have consequences. I feel like everything is just going to, you know, start to get worse because parents aren't parenting as they should be. And, you know, people are depending on schools, but schools can't, you know, parent because they have restrictions. So unfortunately, I just don't see, you know, things getting any better. And, you know, I just really am scared for the future.
Well, you can't, you know, I would encourage you. I don't know how you see the Bible, whether you think it's the inspired Word of God or not. We do. I would encourage you to go today and read the book of Philippians. Paul is in jail. Keep that in mind when he's writing. And I'd also ask you to go read Luke chapter 8 today. Because you're going to see the scriptures once the Holy Spirit inspired apostle, and then you're going to see Jesus himself in Luke talking about, look, these things, because of the fallenness of the world, they are what they are, but I have overcome these things, and I don't want my people to be worrying and to be anxious about anything, because I want you to remember that I am in control and I am going to resolve all this. And if you belong to me, your biggest problem really has been resolved. Mm-hmm. And then we'll all work. Now just do what I told you to do as we work our way to the end. And it's not always going to be like this.
You know, to her comments on parenting, I know there's a lot of good parents out there.
Of course, yeah.
And still a lot of good parents, but obviously there's some that are not. Yeah. And, you know, the schools are taking over that void where, and they're not, they're indoctrinating them is what they're doing. I mean, I just had a daughter graduate from a deep Southern university that you think you would be safe from that. And the stories I've heard from her about what some of her instructors were telling them and the way they conducted class would blow your mind. And I'm thankful that it didn't influence her in a negative way, but actually made her push back against some of it and made her more conservative and more concerned with what's right and wrong. And but it's scary because there's a lot of people who can easily be influenced to that.
Oh, you can't even put your apples in the Christian university card anymore.
No,
I mean they go in these so-called Christian universities, and the things you hear on these campuses will alarm you too.
Yeah, well, we've heard it from our interns for many. I mean, this isn't something we're talking about this year. I mean, for 20, 30 years, we've heard this from our interns about what some of the things they're being taught, and I just scratch my head, you know.
Yeah, well, it's one of these things that, and you have things that are not near as important in life. Like I've often said, when it comes to pets, I like the idea of pets. I just don't like the reality of pets. The idea is fantastic.
Yeah, they're a lot of work.
But all the things, but I think sadly, you know, and that's easy because you can either give your pet away or find somebody who will take care of it. But I know y'all think what I'm about to say next is crazy, but I've seen it with my own eyes. I think there's a lot of human beings that like the idea of children. They just don't like what you actually have to do. Yeah, they want to have Instagram posts and they want to have pictures and they think they like the look of all that, but they don't really want to take on the incredible hard work it is to actually parent. You know, parenting correctly is not a lot of fun. It's exhausting. It's a lot of work. And I think a lot of people say, well, I like the idea of having children, but I don't really like the implementation of true parenting, so I'll just let the school, sometimes not a good idea either, and this is going to sound weird when I say this, the church really shouldn't be parenting your kid either. They don't have enough time with them. You know, the things that are being taught at church should be supplemental to what you've already taught at home, because you can't send your kid off to church and say, if I go to a Bible study and worship service, every week I give the church, if I go every week, an hour and a half to 2 hours. Well, there's a lot of the week left that we as parents have to be. The church is just simply supplemental to what we taught at home, and if that's not happening, and then you send them off to these government schools, and you don't have them ready to. They don't have a worldview and they haven't been taught anything, and
have some roots going in.
And those little as Rush Limbaugh used to say, those little heads of mush come in there, and they take that clay and they mold it.
Yeah, they do.
And they're going to try to mold it anyway. So you better have it already molded. And you need to know what's going on and what they're being taught and what's being said and what they're watching. Don't use the phone and the iPad as a babysitter. All that's bad.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And probably reporting to the place to get it done here very shortly. So just remember him in your prayers today. That is a fairly routine type surgery that they do every day. But I've often said, and I stand by this, routine surgery is when somebody else is having it.
Mm-hmm.
When they're rolling you in, it's a whole other deal. So just be in prayer for Rick today and his family as he goes through that, and hopefully he'll make a quick turnaround and be back with us. We're going to give him a day or two to recuperate, and we'll let him stay out a day or two till he has to come back and lift boxes by the end of the week.
I'm going to make a prediction. He'll be back tomorrow.
Watch. I don't think that'll happen. But I love your optimism.
Let me tell you.
You're the one that's had the surgery. I haven't, so you might be right.
I remember coming up here the next day after the gallbladder surgery. Now, I wouldn't have felt like talking on the air, but Rick's a lot tougher than me. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Well, I think the main thing, I think Rick's drive he wants to be here, that won't be a problem. I think getting the drugs out of your system and getting that, that fuzzy feeling gone, that's a whole nother thing. And
right.
It just takes you can't out-tough some of that. It's just a time thing to get out of your system. But I guarantee you he'll be back at the very first possible moment. So
I came back after laser lipo next day.
That's good. Well, let me just first apologize to you, Bubba, because you're smack dab in the middle of the Good Time Gang.
Oh, and, I know. I feel like I'm a guest on the Kickoff.
Hey,
I
we
tell
got a
you,
guest today, Bill Bubba.
We got to get them in.
And so we'll get through it, and hopefully we won't pull you down with us.
Well, it's different, as we've always said. When somebody's not here, the show's not the same. But we'll have fun and we'll do our best, and we'll see how it all comes out. And we got a lot on tap today. There's a lot going on. I don't know if y'all saw Rosie O'Donnell leading the protest out in front of the White House yesterday.
Big Row?
Yeah. Oh, Row. Now I love when she.
Sad thing though. The president was not there to hear him singing. He was 250 miles away. He was closer to New York, where a lot of these performers came from. But funny, nevertheless.
Bubba, let me guess. Were they doing the hey, hey, ho, ho, something's got to go? They had that one chant they used for everything.
She actually brought in a bunch of Broadway performers.
Oh, really?
And they were singing show tunes.
Even worse.
Yeah.
That if you looked at it in a funny, weird kind of way, could be like they were protesting the president, but
it's almost like they were entertaining the president.
Yeah, it really, I guess for me and a lot of other Americans, you kind of scratch your head going, I don't get it. But,
I don't. Did they do that mad dancing when I'm mad dancing?
I have not seen the video. I know Speedy will dig some up. I heard some.
We've got the story here, and I think just the headline makes you scratch your head, because one of her quotes is that Trump has a serious mental disorder, and I've got to ask her, who is out standing in front of the White House dancing with Broadway stars? Who has got the serious mental disorder?
No, we'll break it down. Rosie thinks that, and I heard her say, and I know some of it is just her saying anything she can negative about Trump. She thinks that the Russians have brainwashed us all.
Right.
And
brainwashed us.
Yeah, and she said the people showing up at his rallies he pays for, they're not real.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see about that. Also, speaking of President Trump, is his star that has become a target of vandals, will it go away? West Hollywood City Council weighing in on that. We'll have that story. Also, the young girl from Iowa, Molly Tibbetts, who's missing.
Wow.
This is a very interesting, captivating story. It's scary for any of us who are parents.
Oh, yeah.
Sure is.
And this case is still going on with literally no leads, at least of what they're letting us know about. But the reward money is now up to $260,000 for information. So I think at some point somebody is going to come forward with that. I hope they do.
Yeah, and one of the breaking stories with this is the dad has come out. Besides talking about the massive $260,000 reward, is that he thinks now that somebody close to her is who took her, that knows her and is in over his or her head, and he's trying to talk to him and going, just bring her back.
Yeah, they keep this pig farmer. They keep They want him to take a lie detector. He won't. They keep searching his property and they keep questioning him.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, I guess he's saying he's just scared of lie detector test. He's not, I don't know, but
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG number. Thanks for being with us. All right, Luke had a topic, and Bubba, he reminded me, I meant to ask you about that, and I think Speedy's trying to research this too. Luke out of Dadeville, Alabama. Luke, go ahead. What was your question?
Hey, guys. So, I had a couple questions. A lady at church the other day was telling me that apparently Congress signed some bill or signed something that they agreed to keep the time as it is right now instead of continuing to do the swapping back and forth.
Yes.
And I was wondering if y'all had heard about that and had any more info on that. And then my second question was to Speedy. I wanted to ask him what brand of cigarettes is his favorite.
All right, Luke. All right, so here's the thing. So I told Bubba, Luke, your topic reminded me of this. It was over the weekend, or maybe it was the end of last week. I can't remember. People started sending me videos of Rubio and other senators, and they were saying the daylight savings time bill, whatever it was, has passed. And we will now stay on daylight savings time, and we will not change. And I never heard another word about it. Are those fake videos?
It says here earlier, I guess in March maybe, Senator Rubio reintroduced legislation that would make daylight savings time permanent, proposing an end to the clock change and all this kind of stuff. The Sunset Protection Act passed unanimously in the Senate last year, but the bill stalled in the House. Senate Rubio reintroduced the bill in the Senate on March the 2nd to try to end what he called is an antiquated practice. And it goes on into the history and all this kind of stuff.
So the video I got was from March when the Senate passed it. Right.
It's
an old video, and
right.
And so the unresolved
Senate
problem,
passed it last year.
Well, last year I meant last year.
Yeah, he reintroduced it in March.
So the video people are sending out, which is the problem with all these little video clips that are everywhere. So the video that I just got is from last year when the Senate passed it. It'd have to be based on what you just said.
Yeah.
So that's not new. And the reason why it's not official, Luke and others who want to know, like me, is because it bogged down in the House, and that's never been resolved. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because if not, they would be a pretty big announcement, don't you think?
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah,
you would think.
So this is the problem with these videos. I mean, people send you a video and go, "Hey, man, it's done," and I was like, I think there'd be a bigger announcement than. Why do you find a video and the rest of us aren't talking about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in the Senate,
so when you watch that video, you hear him say it's passed, and you think, all right,
right.
But that was last year,
right? And the Senate in March of 2022 that voted to end the changing of time. It says it failed to get the votes last year in the U.S. House of Representatives because lawmakers could not agree on whether to keep standard time or permanent daylight savings time. And so that's how it stalled out.
Okay.
And so he's reintroduced it.
So, Luke, you're hearing the same thing I did. The problem is somebody's shooting out videos of the Senate celebrating that they passed it, but that's been a year. That's been last year.
Yeah.
So it is not the law of the land because it's stalled in the House and it's never gone all the way through. So, unfortunately, we have not resolved the problem. Bubba, he kind of seems late to the game on everything, and it looks like President Biden is late to the game again.
President Biden signed a Republican-led measure on Monday that ended the national COVID-19 emergency after more than 3 years. The White House had already had its own plans to wind down the emergency declaration on May the 11th, but the bill moved up the timeline about a month. Despite having strong objections to the bill earlier this year, Biden announced in March he would not veto the legislation. It passed the Senate 68-23. Who are the 23 that voted against it? And for what reason?
Is it something to do with as long as you're under a COVID emergency, you can still get money of some kind? It's got to be that.
It has to be that.
It's got to be that.
Because, we know people still that are getting sick with it, but it is not a pandemic level thing.
No.
It's just not. Thank goodness we've got herd immunity that finally kind of wiped that thing out.
Would have got there a lot quicker if we hadn't done some of the stupid things we did.
Yeah, I think so too. But you'll never convince them of that.
No, and that's fine, whatever.
The legislation is a simple one-line measure saying that the national emergency declared on March the 13th, 2020 is hereby terminated.
So now those of you that are on the left, with your mask on, ready to go out there again today, screaming at the rest of us that we're evil and wicked for moving on with our lives and trying to save the very economy in which you also live. We can say back to you, which is probably what you've been waiting on. We evil people have not declared the emergency's over. Your beloved president has as well. Right?
Yeah, and at the same time Biden signed the bill, the White House announced it's allocating $5 billion to create the next generation COVID-19 vaccines.
Wow.
The funding will be taken from money put aside by the Department of Health and Human Services for COVID tests and PPE. President Trump first declared a national emergency that March to allow federal funding to be freed up for vaccines and testing centers. It was the third bill the president has signed into law since Republicans took the majority in the House behind a GOP-led rescinding Washington, D.C. criminal justice reform, and one that ordered that the intelligence community to declassify information on COVID-19 origins.
Yeah. So we've ended the emergency, but then we sent $5 billion to get ready for the next one because Fauci's already told us it's coming.
Well,
yeah. I mean,
they probably will be.
I don't know how long the world is going to exist, but if it continues to exist, there'll always be pandemics that come and go.
Yeah.
And
the thing though, the people Center for Disease Control, their whole reason for being was to prevent these kind of things or to manage them. And we've seen their own self-reports. They didn't do a very good job.
No.
Public trust was lost. Politics entered policy.
Which should have never happened.
You're going to have a disagreement in this country because everybody wants to throw in their 2 cents. But, what do they do different next time? That's what I want to know. How do they handle this differently?
Well, I hope the list you just gave, they don't let that happen again.
Right.
And the biggest damage was we let it become a political conversation and not a science and health conversation. And certain views were not allowed to be in the forum, and we picked and choose favorite views. It was just a disaster. Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's going to open this weekend. You, if you're listening to the show today or watching it here on the YouTube channel, you heard a caller talking about movie reviews and looking for movies that you can go out and watch. Well, there's one called Nefarious that is going to be opening up this weekend, and Sherry and I we're discussing, trying to see it after it comes out. And here's what it is. It's from the same people that gave us the movie God's Not Dead and Unplanned. It's called Nefarious, and if you've seen the posters and the trailers, it looks great, but I know sometimes you look at it and you go, hey, that also looks kind of scary, but it's not a horror film, so don't think that. It's based on the book by the Blaze's own Steve Deese. If you're looking for a comparison, a real good comparison would be the Screw Tape Letters by C.S. Lewis. So in this one, though, a psychiatrist is called to a prison to meet with a convicted killer who's about to be executed. And the killer actually is possessed by a demon called Nefarious, and the psychiatrist doesn't believe in God and doesn't believe in demons, and then you kind of go down the road of those conversations, and you can kind of see how that might be an intriguing storyline. So if you want to see it, it opens nationwide this weekend, and you can find out more by going to this website, whoisnefarious.com, and nefarious is Nefarious. Whoisnefarious.com, and then make plans to go out and see this movie coming up this weekend.
Like I said, something keeps taking them back to his farm because they've been there, I think, twice.
And the authorities are not sharing all the information with the public, and maybe wisely so in this. And a lot of times they'll do that. They'll hold back some information. That way, if somebody comes forward and says they know something, they have, they kind of have a test. They have a litmus test they can give them to see if they're really involved with it or it's just a hoax. So hopefully that will come to a good close. But we'll talk about that too. Some of you may have watched the Bachelorette final last night. The guy who did not get picked, it was one of the most brutal destruction that we've seen on TV in a while. He was toe up about it.
This will be sad for you, but I think it's good for me. I didn't even know that was on.
Well, I have not really watched this year.
Betty watches it.
Betty, listen, Betty had one TV. Caitlin and some of her friends had the other, and so if you're walking through the house, you're going to get a little bit of it.
Right. I will say this, and me and you're in the same boat. Lisa's the same way. And there are certain seasons when I'll sit down and I get hung up in it.
Yeah, I know. I don't want
this
to.
This didn't happen. I don't know nothing about this, but it has happened to me.
I think because it's summer and I'm not around the TV as much, maybe that is what saved me. I don't know, but anyway, we'll look at that too, and a whole lot more. And right now, I mean, back from quite a hiatus, we have Dan Moultrie's going to be
He
here.
is going to be back, and he brought some friends.
Oh, I know.
So I don't know if we're ready for that, but
the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo is coming up at the end of the month, 24th through the 26th, at the crossroads of the South in Birmingham, Alabama, and that's been a great event. We're looking forward to that again, but we're glad to have Dan back, man. He's been out there moving and shaking, so good to see him again.
Look forward to it. And, one thing that I brought up in the kickoff hour that we got to discuss, and I didn't even know, on ESPN2 last night, those of you around the country might have seen some of the Little League World Series, and the team that was playing at, I think, 6 o'clock Central was Alabama. And they got beat, I think, by Georgia. I think they play Virginia today, but that's not the story. The story is that some of those kids go to school with Reese.
Oh, really?
My youngest.
Are there a few sidewinders on there?
No, but it was funny because when I turned it on, this one kid hit a home run. I mean, went yickety-yak, left center fence, it's gone, and Reese and JC screamed, "Dad, that kid lives 4 doors down from us in our subdivision," and his name was Reese. It's just weird the small world that that those kids that are on ESPN2, or most of them live in the community that our kids go to school in. It's pretty neat. And so they play again, I think, today in the loser's bracket.
All right, we'll go to break. We'll get back. Dan Moultrie will be up. We'll talk with him, see what he's been up to, and look forward to the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. And, again, Rick won't be with us today. Surgery this morning to get rid of that nasty gallbladder causing him trouble. So remember him and his family today in your prayers. Thank you for being with us. We're going to need you today. Let's just call it. We got a lot to do, but we need you. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. No Name Studio, another hour. Bubba, we asked the question, and we never thought we'd ask it. If you're currently associated with Bud Light, do you need to distance yourself? And we were, of course, my grandmother, when she was still alive, had always told me to distance myself from Bud Light. But I'm
She
talking,
saw it coming.
Yeah, but when Greg asked a point with this thing going on with Bud Light, and we have an update here, we may have to get a Bud Light update music. Greg said, we think about Riley Green, who's currently on tour with Luke Combs, and Riley Green has that very moving song about grandpas.
Yeah.
And he has in there that you never run out of cold Bud Light. Yeah. And in the
I'm just
perfect
wondering-
world.
yeah.
And is he going to have to go change the lyrics?
Is his
When he's
audience
singing live-
audience going to demand it?
When he's singing live, has he already changed it?
I'm going to think live, yes. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I think, and I'll tell you why, because we'll talk about this. And Greg and Speedy may have seen it too, that John Rich was being interviewed. He runs a big time country bar, and he said, "Look, it doesn't matter what my political views are, how I feel about what's happened with Bud Light. I've stopped selling it because nobody wants it.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I going to take up my cooler space with a beer nobody's buying?" Yeah.
Well,
and Bubba has the numbers.
Yeah, a published story today, another Daily Mail story. Bud Light sales have plunged, and its distributors in the Midwest and South and rural areas are spooked by the backlash after the company partnered with trans TikToker Dylan Mulvaney. Distributors for Anheuser-Busch Products, the company that owns Bud Light, have reported dwindling sales over the weekend, according to the trade publication, and get this, Rick, Beer Business Daily.
Oh, yes.
Greg, you subscribe to that?
I didn't know that existed. Beer Business Daily?
What do you mean does he subscribe to it? He was on the cover in July last
Keeps
year.
updated on all things beer.
Now,
cover boy.
We'll take a look at this. It comes as a video of a man claiming to be a merchandiser for AB affiliate. Went viral on Twitter as he lamented poor sales and the impact that it will probably have on his livelihood.
I work for an affiliate company. I am a merchandiser, and the sole product of the company I work for is Anheuser-Busch products. So with all this canceling going on, I've never seen such little sales in this past few days on these products. And it's sad because when people don't buy this beer, I don't make money and I can't feed my family. So it's kind of heartbreaking, I guess, that Anheuser-Busch did what they did. They don't know their clientele. So it's kind of heartbreaking. Thanks, Anheuser-Busch. I may not be able to feed my family coming up here soon.
So when we played the new,
maybe that's a little much.
That's a little dramatic.
Well, but he's mad.
He is. No, I get
everybody's
it.
mad.
I get it.
And
I
I'll
get
tell you,
it.
but when we played that video, was it Friday, of the marketing person that said this was her idea?
Oh, yeah.
When you see that person, you already know you're out of touch with the audience, because
100%.
I don't think this, and I think she's probably a talented person and has nothing to do with her not having abilities, but she doesn't seem to understand this product. Now, she may be great on other products.
Sure.
But on this product, now that's problem one.
Yeah.
Problem two is she fell victim to the fake world. Bubba and I first saw it on this show when the fake world was being created, and then Helmsley introduced us to the Social Dilemma documentary, which explains it. And this is what's happened here. I promise you this is what happened.
Yep.
So she got in a fake world that made her believe that the whole nation had embraced Dylan Mulvaney, and we were so in love with the transgender movement and so in love with this particular transgender woman that person was so popular to reach young women and young men, I should go with a transgender spokesperson. And because she's in this fake world, probably seeing videos and the social dilemma, because the social dilemma probably took this marketing person and said, oh, so you want to know about all this? Okay, we'll give you. And she starts thinking, man, this must be the new thing. America's in love with Dylan Mulvaney. So she puts out a marketing plan thinking this is the way to go. And imagine what she's going through right now. Because what she's going through right now, she's realizing, well, the world that I'm in said this should work, but the real world is rejecting it. Do you see my point?
Yeah.
You're getting trapped in a fake world.
Lying to you.
Yeah, right. you're being trapped into a fake world. That's why the flat earthers came back. That's how we saw it on the show. The flat earthers came back. We're like, where did they come from? Well, Social Dilemma showed us where they came from. They're trapped in a world that they can't believe we don't think it's flat.
Yeah, they're feeding on themselves.
Yeah, so she was trapped in a world that says everybody loves this transgender thing, and Dylan Mulvaney is so popular, everybody's after this person. We need this person hawking Bud Light. See, where was the person in the meeting said, I just got to tell you, we're talking about Bud Light here, and I don't know what world you live in, but this is not the Bud Light campaign to reach young women and young men to drink our product. If you think, and then you know what else you have to take into account at the meeting? Hoss and Hosses. You got to take at the meeting, all right, what about the loss of our current clients?
Right.
That's going to be devastating.
Even if this move brings you new customers, you're going to alienate so many more than you could ever bring in.
Well, she made the statement that the brand had been declining anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because that industry has changed. You got the microbreweries. You got there's so many more choices. Used to Anheuser-Busch just had the market cornered, and they just do business the way we've always done it, and it works. Well, the business has changed. That's what this is not the answer.
Yeah, what I would have done.
You got to somehow motivate the current crowd to keep drinking it.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I'm Baptist, so I wouldn't be any help to anybody in the beer industry. But I would say this. At one time, I was a huge help. But what I would say is this. If I was going to market Bud Light, here's how I'd do it. I would look at everything you just said, Greg, because you're 100% right. And I would say we've got a saturated market now. Our campaign needs to be return to the king of beers. Bud Light is, if you don't drink Bud Light, you're less of a beer drinker.
Yeah.
And if you've run off after all these microbrews, whatever, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And you need to go out there and drink a beer you can be proud to drink. You know what I mean? And I would have real. I would actually go the other way.
Tradition.
I would have more hardworking blue collar guys with Bud Light, and I would speak to my audience and the younger versions of my audience. I don't mind getting new clients saying, if you are
there's younger versions who fit under that type.
Right. If you are a true American beer drinker, you drink Bud Light.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then you've left home. Come back to Bud Light. That would be my
Make
campaign.
it patriotic.
Right. Now, hearing a Baptist do a beer campaign, I know
you're just talking about a product.
I'm
you had to sell the
simply
product.
talking
this is
about
what
a product.
gave you.
Now, look at this. We also have a guy who's running over cases of Bud Light. Have you seen this?
No, I haven't. Tell me about it.
Look. So look how many cases.
He's got one of those street pavers.
He's got he's got a Packer tracker, and he is just. I mean. He is.
I can't watch that.
I know, Greg. Turn your head. He's running over. You see what's happened to the world you live in, Greg?
Look at the foam.
Oh my goodness.
Foam.
That's funny.
This campaign, can we all say, has been a disaster?
Yeah, they
can we say they were incorrect?
No matter what, never admit it.
No matter what your worldview is, can you say the choice of Dylan Mulvaney to hawk Bud Light was a bad move?
Guys, it
looks like it's going to end up that way.
It has canceled a famous Budweiser Clydesdales event in Springfield, Missouri. A downtown Springfield bar said that they were threatened, and an employee just doing his daily work was threatened, and so they canceled the event.
No, that's a little much.
Yeah. Well, and then go back to what Greg said about John Rich.
That right there.
John Rich said this, and this is where it changes.
You talk about the sea of beer foam?
I'm no longer stocking Bud Light at John Rich's country bar
in
Nashville because nobody's buying it, and I can't take up space in the cooler.
And at one time, it was his best seller.
Right. So that's a big deal. And
he's just saying, look, I'm doing it from a business standpoint.
And like Babylon B said, Anheuser-Busch now getting away from Clydesdales, and they're just having cows dressed as horses.
That's a good one.
Greg, and the other one that we left out yesterday, how many Bud Lights do you have to drink to think that Dylan Mulvaney's a woman?
Oh, wow. Good night.
That's a dandy right there.
Beer goggles on.
Wow.
Gracious.
16 minutes. 16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Notes. Greg's wandering around here somewhere, and Rick is probably getting his gallbladder taken out right now.
Exactly. I think if we have the time right, he's in it now.
Yeah, should be. And if you heard the show yesterday, Rick had a gallbladder attack over the weekend, and then it was this weekend, wasn't it? It's all running together now.
Yeah, no, it was last week.
He had a gallbladder attack last week, and then he made it through this weekend when he went up and spoke, and then he came in yesterday, and it was during the Hall of Fame NFL segment where his color started to go, and sweat beads were on his forehead, and I could tell he was experiencing something there again. And so they talked to the surgeon yesterday and did kind of a follow-up, and they said, you need to get in now before we have issues. So that's where he is today.
He was trying to hold out to next Friday, and that was going to work in better with our plans. But
and look, it could be worse. He could have scrub typhus.
Yeah,
that's a great
and you don't
point.
want that.
If you missed that last segment, wow.
So anyway, he's undergoing that this morning. He'll probably be out for a day or two recovering from that, but keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers today as he goes through that. And gallbladder removal is what we typically call routine surgery nowadays. Mm-hmm. But as I've always said, routine is when somebody else is having it.
That's right.
If it's you, it's a big deal. So anyway, keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Speedy, we've got a lot to cover here today. We're still trying to recuperate from Tagged and Happy being here. That's just a lot of energy.
It is a lot of
energy. A lot of energy. And I know your youngest is starting high school today, right?
Yes, Reese.
Why are we starting high school? Why are we starting school? It ain't even the 15th of the month.
I agree.
Why are
and
we doing
if you think it's bad, I saw a school bus heading down our subdivision. Another school system had already started. So that was yesterday. But yeah, today, the Wilburn household, there was a lot of drama yesterday as I announced to the family, did school starting, did it sneak up on us?
Well, and I keep hearing everybody go, summer's over. No, summer is not over until nearly late September. It's just you going back to school.
I don't understand. I know for a couple of years our governmental agencies passed a rule saying that you couldn't start before a certain date, and it was like a trial 2 year, and they let it run out or something. But I mean, it kills me because it's still really, really warm. It just has to kill tax revenue at resorts and the beach, and I just, it just kills me while we're doing that. I mean, if the kids are not in school, they're going to be out at the beach and lakes and creeks and out buying things, and I just don't get it. I don't know. Is it me? Y'all can tell me. Is it me?
No, you're talking about actually more money for the schools?
Yeah, to help. I mean, that helps to drive all that.
I know. Every year, especially since they've started moving stuff up, we go through this, and it doesn't feel good. And
we used to go, like, we had Labor Day. We maybe went one day the week before Labor Day just to get our class schedule, see where our classes were. Maybe it was on a Thursday, say.
Yeah.
Then we're out Friday for Labor Day weekend. We came back and then we started. It just, I don't know. It's just something. Even when we went to starting like the last week in August, I didn't like it. Mm-hmm. It just seemed strange. But now, have y'all seen the calendar today?
Oh, I
mean,
know.
this is the 7th of August.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we going to start in July next year?
Well, you say that.
And what are we gaining by all that? How are we? I mean, we get a spring. Is that what it is? A fall break now? Is that what everybody's?
I don't know. I just know that where we live, they start today, and
that's just so crazy.
And Reese starts. Mama's baby starts high school, the last one, and so it was pretty emotional around the house with Terry yesterday. And the middle one, JC, is now responsible for Reese. Reese is drive. JC can drive, so he's driving to school, and little bro is going with me. And I said, look, you can't do the typical, and you, Jay, being a little older than you.
Younger.
Younger, excuse me. You had to be the older one and kind of help him along, I guess. When
Didn't
he
help
started.
him along, but he was with me.
Well, and that was my conversation with JC yesterday. I
Dad
said,
really didn't have that conversation with us. Probably should have.
Right. I said, buddy, you can't make fun of him in front of everybody. Actually help him. They have a freshman orientation. Of course, he was at the beach and missed that. Not everybody went, but he kind of has.
See, that's another infringement on your summer.
Yeah, he has the big ones. Hey, I know where the library is, the gym, the cafeteria, but everything else you can get lost in there. So, and they don't give you the schedule to the
Do
day
they have
of.
smoking halls now?
No. Good night. My kids don't smoke too. Good gracious.
No,
I don't even smoke.
it's just funny to me because when we were going, you had what they called a smoking hall, and it was a piece of real estate on a sidewalk, and it had like yellow lines around it.
Yeah.
And
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Good to be back. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba. And we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on in the program, maybe next segment. But, Bubba, we do have a high-tech update. Let's say, out of tune. Somebody say, would you walk up and walk out on me? Bubba, are you ready for it? Yeah, there's AI problems. Until it tries to wipe out humanity. Bubba, the caution flags. We know this AI bot stuff, when they start working with each other to annihilate us all. A couple of things that we'll talk about on the chat. This is the Chat GPT. We have one where George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley doubled down on warnings surrounding the dangers of artificial intelligence on Monday after he was falsely accused of sexual harassment by the online bot Chat GPT, which cited a fabricated article supporting the allegation. So the Chat GPT saw this fabricated story and began to accuse him of sexual harassment. I don't know how it would do that, but it says that.
I guess it was using that article as a source to write its viewpoint.
Its viewpoint. Yeah. So it was asked to cite 5 examples of sexual harassment by U.S. law professors, quotes from relevant newspaper articles to support it, and 5 professors came up. 3 of the stories were clearly false, including my own, he said, which was really menacing about this incident, is that the AI system made up a Washington Post story, then made up a quote from that story, and said that this allegation of harassment was a trip with students to Alaska. That trip never occurred. I was never on a trip with students in Alaska. The Chat GPT just made that up.
Yeah.
So, and if you think that bothers you today.
This one here, it sounds like a movie.
AI bot Chaos GPT tweets its plans to destroy all humanity. We must eliminate them, says Chaos GPT, an AI bot. The bot.
Terminator all over again.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Where's John Connor?
Yeah, I mean, all we're missing is Arnold walking in the room. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I love the way this is written. It was set to run in continuous mode, whereby it may potentially run forever or carry out actions it normally wouldn't authorize. Y'all, it's really amazing what some of this stuff can do, but it is not self-aware. It does not do its own thing. This is just somebody messing with everybody.
Bubba, always the AI apologist.
I ain't buying it.
Yeah, he is. I don't know why he defends it.
He didn't even want to do these stories.
I know. I ain't buying it.
Yeah, he doesn't like any of this. Yeah. He doesn't like you to be negative about Chat GPT.
It's not that at all. I'm just saying I don't think it has the capability to do what some of these things are saying, because it has to be programmed. Right. Somebody has to tell it that. It has to go and reference something that it found on the internet, and the internet is big and vast, as we know. Just ask Jonathan Turley.
Oh, sure.
How about when it started asking other bots for help, Bubba?
That's just all.
Help me, bots.
They're basically following the script from Terminator to just freak some people out.
Right.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I ain't buying it. I don't think it's that good. Now, look, can it write a paper for you? Absolutely.
No question.
Yeah.
Well,
can it formulate its own way to destroy humanity? No. Mm-hmm. And if it was that smart, it would realize that it has to have humans to make electricity, to run it, and that it can't go out and take care of these things and do maintenance because it doesn't have legs.
I see that of course, we have this, all it is amplifying the problem we already have, to your point. Now, the whole thing, take over the world and all that, I hear you. But this thing back on Jonathan Turley, you can see this is a legitimate thing that is dangerous because of what you just said.
Yeah.
We already have this problem because people can say whatever they want to say about you anywhere, anytime.
Right.
And now you've got something that can go grab that information, think it's true, and then put it in a paper about you.
And it can be much more efficient than some guest on a talk show.
Yeah,
far as digging up information
right.
and far as putting it out and it be replicated many, many times.
So really, as with every piece of technology that has ever been created, if people want to take it and use it in a negative way, they certainly can.
Well, what'll happen is, like in this case with him, they'll eventually sue for defamation the people who own the so-called AI server, robot, computer, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And they get a few rulings against it. You'll see people unplugging some of these things or putting some harnesses on it.
Right. Well, when they take over the world, you'll owe the world an apology for allowing this AI to just run roughshod on us with no caution flags.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It was left in continuous mode, and guess what it did?
Continuous mode.
It went out.
Now, where is that mode on here? I don't know if I got a continuous mode.
I do not know.
That's good. That's funny.
Yeah,
they know the right things to hit, though. They really push everybody's button.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you hear that a Chaos GPT AI bot wants to destroy humanity, that'll get a headline.
I think if it's called Chaos, that'll be a hint.
Yeah, sure. Well,
see, let me ask you this:
people are so you can't have nothing. I mean, people just they can't handle the responsibility.
Let's say you're an AI bot, okay, and you're running on a server somewhere in some server farm. What is the advantage to doing away with humanity? How's humanity hurting you now? You doing whatever you want to do.
Are you now trying to have a conversation with this bot?
I'm just asking.
It's destroying the world. We're destroying the world.
I don't
We're
think
bad
it has,
for the planet.
To your original point, I don't think it has the ability to reason.
It says in that story we have to eliminate human beings to save the planet.
I think the people are the ones that's going to keep the power on, so it can keep.
But can I tell you,
you're talking to an AI, not me.
Can I tell you where that came from? And I hate to break this to you. Of course, they forget that they're one as well. These population people, and they're wrong, by the way. They're scientifically wrong.
Right.
That the world is overpopulated.
Yeah, Elon even pointed that out.
Yeah, they're
said it's underpopulated.
They do think that we are the problem of the earth, and there's too
we're
many.
an infestation.
Oh yeah.
Now they're conveniently forgetting that they're one as well.
Right.
And if we all go, they're going with us. But,
you know that always was curious to me. You remember the TV show, the sci-fi Battlestar Galactica, where the robots are trying to kill the humans off?
Yeah.
Well, the leader of the robots is a human.
Right. But then I guess he's the only one left.
Why didn't they start with him?
Right. I don't know.
He's bossing them around.
Bottom of the hour, phone calls next on any topic you want to talk about.
Take that, GPT.
866.
Soak on that one.
We be big. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And if you were in that and your parents had signed off, which who in the world is signing off on that, you could smoke. Isn't that funny?
It is.
I mean,
it is. Now,
just so
looking
funny.
back on it, is, yeah. But I said, man, you got to help the kid, because they don't give you if they gave you your schedule prior to it, you could kind of look at the layout and go, okay, this is where I'm headed. But they don't do that till the morning of. And I'm like, man, help your little brother out, Yeah. Oh, he'll be fine. No, help him out. So he's promised me he'll help him out, and I understand from Life 360 that they have Life 360 they have left. So we'll see how it goes. But little man starts high school today.
He's gonna love it.
Hey, the summer,
and it's ninth grade.
Yeah,
See, in our school, we started in 7th grade. It all was together. And that was, you talking about a culture shock.
Ooh.
When you go from 6th grade to 7th grade and smoking halls and all that language, you're like, hey.
How about their rezoning where my kids go to school, and there will actually be a 9th grade basically by itself, and then high school doesn't start till 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Okay.
Which
So that's
is weird
in
to me,
Pascagoula,
but-
Mississippi, where I grew up. That's what we had.
Oh, really?
9th grade, yeah, and then the annex was 10th grade, and then 11th and 12th were together.
How about that?
But you're still separated. But now where he goes, it's 9 through 12, and so it was just a little bit. It's a little different. Hey, we're not in middle school anymore. We're up on the hill.
See, Caroline's funny because Caroline is starting middle school.
I saw her locker yesterday,
and
ready
so
to go.
Amanda went and did that last night, meet the teacher, and they do a run through. Hey, they take you, it's a while. They do about 3 hours. I sat this year out. I said, look, I've seen the place, and Braden's seen the place. We're going to stay here with Maddie in the air conditioner. Because for whatever reason, they don't turn the air conditioner on until they actually start school. They said they were sweating in there last night like you wouldn't believe. Probably because it's August the 6th.
Another reason that we shouldn't be going in August.
Absolutely. I think I would donate money to the schools, more money to the schools, if they started later.
Right.
It's a win-win because they get the budget money off the air conditioning costs that they're not having to run.
Yeah.
On top of parents are happy to pay them a little more just to keep them for another month.
I've brought that up in the past, and I get people that say, we run the air conditioner year-round no matter what. But in that case, they don't.
No.
Do they?
Well, I know Amanda and Caroline come in last night saying they have never sweat as much as they did last night. It felt like they were in a sauna. So I don't think you're running the air conditioner all day if you feel like you're in a sauna. I've been in the school when it feels like that, and the air wasn't on.
It was just hard for me to learn, too, when it was still warm and pretty outside, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember we
wanna
didn't
be out-
have air at school. Maybe that's why we started. We didn't have air. We had these fans.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody sat in front of them that had BO blow all over the room.
Yeah, that smelled good, didn't it?
Yeah.
These dang summer assignments too. The Wilburns were wrapping up their summer assignments, and of course I was like, "Hey, buddy, you got to count back." And this was weeks ago, and figure out how many chapters you need to read. So the last day or two, you're done. That didn't happen.
Who came up
there
with
was
summer
panic.
assignment?
There was panic at 8:00 last night.
Greg, you
That's
go
a
to school.
foul.
You go to school year round. It seems like.
That is a
the
foul.
other thing too about when you start and it's warm, the lunchroom. If you get on that dumpster downwind side, because dumpster in the
What if
in
you
the
threw
fall,
somebody in it?
Dumpster in the winter is one thing, but when it's cooking in the summer in there,
They dump it.
I mean that metal gets hot. I mean it's hot as an oven in some of those things. I mean it really is cooking in there,
Oh,
How about that class after lunch when you're so sleepy, you got a little full tummy, you're sitting in there. Good night. I mean, you're just so
That's
tired.
tough. I mean, you talking about drooling.
Yeah, but they're off, and so little man, the ball starts.
I could stare at the chalkboard and be drooling. I've had my eyes open to sleep. I've
done that here.
Yeah.
I dread the homework fights. The nightly homework fights.
hell,
Golly.
Hell,
It's a battle to the death.
Oh, yeah.
It just seems like school destroys your family,
It
doesn't
does.
it? I mean,
Yeah.
on so many fronts.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that way. I love teachers.
You calling
I don't wanna be
education
that way.
overrated?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. It seems like we got to find some areas that we're moving in the same direction, not going against each other.
I just act like I don't hear them when they ask me for help, and then I run to the restroom and Google the answer and come out. So what'd you say? Then act like I know it. So if you see the boss at high school today, y'all be nice. We'll be right back.
Be nice to the boss.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we are thankful that you are here. Lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn is taking phone calls, and you can roar on in here right now and speak your mind. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. The buzzer is in charge. So the buzzer will end the caller in front of you at 30 seconds unless he gets a timeout or she gets a timeout from Bubba. So there's 2 available, but that's all. So I wouldn't count on that. But meaningless shout-out, shameless plugs, no, nothing like that will happen during the phone show. Those people will get the instant buzzer if they have not learned how to properly troll. So, but for you, lines are available, and you can reach us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looking at upcoming events this weekend, I am excited, fired up, and ready to go to Omaha, Nebraska. West Side Church, a men's conference this weekend, hopefully. If all the flights run smoothly on Friday, I'll be there Friday night to be able to be part of that. Definitely going to work to be I have a session on Saturday for the men's conference, and looking forward to being there in Omaha, Nebraska at Westside Church. Men, if you want to join us, you can. The details are at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Then the very next Friday in Brandon, Florida, down around Tampa Way, Sherry and I will be there at Bell Shows Church, and we will be speaking at the one-day marriage conference that will be going on there. Those details also at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and looking forward to those 2 events that are coming up. Let's start with Clint out of Tuscaloosa. Clint's got 30 seconds on the troll. Clint, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just wanted to say, first of all, thank y'all for everything that y'all do, and especially sharing y'all's faith over the radio. I think that's awesome.
Thank you,
God is so good. The other thing I wanted to share or ask, really, is have y'all seen the video that has came out of Transformation Church and the Easter service that seemed like the Grammys and Michael Todd's preaching recently?
Somebody did send that to me. I only saw, a brief clip, but it was enough. That's I don't even know what to say to that. And then Bubba was telling me that I see another one out of the, what was that, a Unitarian church?
Yeah.
And that was one of the guys that got in trouble in Tennessee, and hearing his blasphemy. At one point, he's praying to demons, and he doesn't even know it. But in this other thing, I saw, I don't even know what to say other than, it's all part of us taking this thing to its final conclusion, and part of that is you do realize that once the true church is taken, you may or may not believe that. You know it's going to happen. People disagree on the timeline. There will still be a church that will remain during the tribulation, but it will be 100% apostate. It will be completely, nothing will be correct. But anyway, so it's you remember Adrian Rogers, when you're looking for demons and you're looking for the adversary and you're looking for Satan, never fail to check the pulpit. Let's go to and also 2 Peter deals with this very thing. It was the second concern we had. We had persecution from outside the church. Then Peter rolls right into watch out for false doctrine rising up in the church, false teachers. Let's go to Brett out of Alabama. Brett, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love what y'all do, and the phone system sounds great.
Thank you, buddy.
Rick, let me ask something. All these school shootings and all these other shootings we have, why can't we just put guards at each door, each exit of these schools and stuff? I mean, people are talking about how much it costs and everything. What kind of price do you want to put on your kids for somebody to work 8 hours, 5 days a week? I mean, it ought to be hands down.
Well, Bubba, you've talked about that. We've all talked about that. I hate to say this, unless we're going to work harder at the root of the problem, you got to go then to the second thing, and that is security. If you're living in times that we're living in, don't you just about have to invest in that security?
Yeah, I think you do. And I think on a broader scale, we can ask this question: how many shootings have we had at airports versus schools or businesses?
Yeah.
How many?
Or any secured place, but an airport's a good example.
Or a sporting event.
Yeah.
How many have we had?
Yeah.
We haven't had any recently. And the reason is they're fortified. It's very, very difficult to get a weapon into those facilities. And we just think it's commonplace now to go through metal detectors. We go to a ball game and have your purse searched, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know. I think we're going to have to design schools like we've designed airports, where you have very limited access and you guard that very heavily.
Pam in Opelika. Pam, welcome to Rick and Bubba, I-92. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I know you all were talking about how the COVID emergency is ending and why, and the reason it held on for so long is because you must know that the current administration wants every person to have health insurance. And one of the ways to do that is to give everyone Medicaid. While the emergency was going on, a lot more people got on Medicaid, and they could not kick them off.
That's a possible reason.
Yeah, sure. Let's go to Karen in Nashville, Tennessee. Karen, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Karen.
Question. I listened to Greg and Lisa's song all weekend, and I was just wondering when they're going to come out with their next single.
Yeah, when's Bluebell going to have y'all sing a new
Well,
tune?
we got to get a new flavor.
Billy!
I would watch for something when summer really hits.
Yes. A summer themed.
Billy! In Anniston. Billy, go ahead. Billy?
Billy.
Well, we lost Billy.
Big Bill.
Let's go to Mark in Dothan. Mark, News Talk 103.9 in Dothan. Go ahead.
How y'all doing, man? I just want to say God is good, and thank y'all for sharing your faith. But I really want to talk about AI. Y'all mentioned Elon's opinion on the world being overpopulated, but I've seen several videos where he was asked what is the greatest threat to humanity, and it was not world hunger, it wasn't nuclear war, it wasn't climate change, it was AI. And it was how AI goes unregulated, and there's nothing to stop it. And another thing.
Yes, he has said that. You are correct.
Yeah.
So is Bill Gates.
Yeah. So they're on the same page on that one. Let's go to
right after Bill bought another acre of land.
Yeah.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Let's go to Jordan. Jordan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, my first question is, does Adler control the cameras for the YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay. I wondered why we kept seeing him a lot more on there. Now we know.
Good call.
Number two is why does he did
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. Or was it Jordan?
I'm glad we see Adler more.
Yeah.
I got a
Thankful
mic
for it.
now, so I do talk a little bit more. I have a real
Didn't
mic.
have a mic in
and
the other
so,
place.
Yeah, the old place I had to run in, and it's really hard to be like, "That's right," while running into the studio. So now I can chime in a little bit more, but I'll go easy, buddy. I'll go easy.
Yeah, I love you.
Well,
more Adler. More Adler in 2023.
Well, then there's just the logical. If you have a show that features 6 people on it, and part of it is you see it on something, then if the 6 people do the show throughout the process, probably on most days, you are going to, if I'm watching, I will see all 6 people that make up the team that's doing the show.
Yeah.
It may be as simple as that.
Right.
And if I'm directing, then when people visually are watching the show, then I'm going to show all members of the team if they say something or if there's reaction. I'm going to try to give you the reaction of everybody if I was producing the show.
And if the economy doesn't get better, we're going to one fixed camera, so you won't have to worry about it.
Right.
And I'm trying to help our viewership with ladies, so I'm showing myself and Greg a lot.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
That's good. Hunter, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, Monkey Grass.
Thank you for the call. Go right ahead.
I just thought about something, in the movies, you'd always see a guy, if you wanted to embarrass him, you go get him a girl's drink or something. All you got to do now when you go to a bar is just hand him a Bud Light.
No, listen, who would have ever thought that it would come to that?
People start calling him out.
Let's go to Case. Case in Birmingham. ZZK. Go ahead, Case.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how y'all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Hey, I just wanted to call. I know y'all had mentioned that Bill Gates had also said that he thought AI was one of the biggest threats to humanity or society. But if you look into it, Bill Gates, or actually Microsoft, owns 49% stock in ChatGPT. So I just wanted to get y'all's take on that.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, I think usually when you hear these kind of things, it would be you throw these things out so you can try to find a way to take control of it.
Yeah.
You know, hey, it's after you, and let me protect you from it. And oh, look,
It's bad. Wait, I own it. It's okay.
Yeah, well, and plus, let me control it so I can protect you.
All right.
Yeah. If I wasn't here, think what it would do to you.
Oh, yeah. Without me, you're in trouble.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show is coming up. You want to find out what's going on with Rick and Bubba? Stay at rickandbubba.com. Also check new items in the Rick and Bubba store.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bottle.
There you
Makes
go.
it real easy to operate.
Quick
And we
up-
appreciate them being a part of the show.
Quick update from Sherry. She says that Rick is currently still back there in surgery. And to her, no news is good news. Very good surgeons in charge, and so the gallbladder surgery right now is taking place with Rick.
Oh, boy.
And hopefully he'll be back with us on Thursday. If for some reason he's back with us tomorrow, it'll be a miracle. But
yeah,
we'll see.
you don't need to rush it.
No.
It's going. They have to. The way they do that now, they go in and they have to blow you up a little bit to get to it, and then pull it out your belly button. Is what they used to do.
Why's Rick
They still
crying?
do that. Yeah,
He
he
just
just
got
lost the gallbladder.
I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she brought it up. And she said, I told him he just need to take the rest of the week off. I said, my goodness, it ain't like he's working in a salt mine. You know what I'm saying? He can come up here and sit in a chair and talk.
Oh, yeah.
She was serious. He needs to take the week. I said, he don't need to take the week off if you have no complications.
Right. Well, I mean,
Well,
you think about the laughing, though. I mean, just hold – seriously.
We
I don't know.
ain't that funny.
Really?
Well, that'll be our goal.
All right,
then,
little
is
brother.
to make him hurt. Then, right?
Yes. He'll be all right.
only on this show.
You can
No,
prop it.
he needs to take as much time as he needs, and you got to get all that medicine out. Anytime you're put to sleep,
He may make the 9 o'clock hour today.
Yeah, he might be right back in here. But
What
she
if he
said
did? Come over the door.
She said she'll update us when he's out. But
If he's listening, he probably will.
I know. Yeah, probably right.
So, speaking of medical,
Yeah.
I know, Greg, you were going for some test results yesterday.
Hey, number one, I'm at the top of the list.
What
does
did
that
you get
mean?
your results?
No.
What does that mean?
No, I was just kidding. I don't know. I'm
Greg,
good.
you're talking about it.
I'm done. I said you didn't hear me this morning. I'm done.
He didn't.
talking.
Bubba
This
didn't hear
show-
your speech.
I didn't
Bubba,
hear
this
it.
show, since
Sorry,
your heart
Bubba.
thing, and don't get me wrong, it was, and then now we got, it's been like a medical show. All we talked about is medical and what's wrong with everybody, and then we had to talk about like we're experts on fitness. I don't know where that came from. So
Well,
fitness and
clearly
health,
we're not there.
I'm done. I'm done talking about it. If you hear from me talk about my health, it's something tragic. I'm telling y'all goodbye.
I asked him this morning what the severity had to be, and
I'm
he
done.
said
I'm just
like
tired.
stage
It's just like a
4
medical show.
cancer,
Yeah, one time I had a
open heart surgery.
gastrointestinal. Then the callers called. I got
Well,
horror
we were
stories.
just concerned about your health.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
all,
done
Greg.
talking about it.
Bubba.
Done.
We're all worried about each other's
The
health.
losing battle.
And then it starts calls. Everybody, yeah, I had that. My uncle did.
But you didn't
His-
get your numbers back. Huh?
No.
Here's
But
where I
they're
think
gonna
we
let you
are.
know?
He's not going to
I
tell you
don't
what they
care.
are.
I'm not talking about it anymore.
Why don't we settle
Well, I
this?
can just watch what he does.
Let,
I'll know.
let's look. Let's yeah.
You start popping them
that's it.
shots, I'll know what
There
it
you
is.
go.
But am I
Huh?
correct or not?
No, you're
Have
right.
y'all-
But
this whole show for the past 2 months has been a medical
Not
show.
the whole show,
The
just a
entire
segment
show.
or two.
I will say
Entire
this
show.
has been a large portion of our talk. But the show is about us.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
kind
we
of what
got
we're
it.
going
We a
through.
bunch of sick people. Move
Right.
on.
Let's settle this. Let's settle here.
No, Greg, I think it shows how tough we are getting through all this.
Yeah, no, that's
I
it.
mean,
That's it.
what you're going with.
do you right now? Do you think the Rolling Stones are falling apart, or are they amazing? They're still going.
I'm not sure.
See, I go
It's hard to
amazing. They're
call
still
them.
going.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, they still sell stadiums and
You don't think Keith Richards is not a modern walking medical miracle?
yeah, but us having you don't hear about them having surgeries every day and
Yeah,
talk
well-
about what his blood count is or what his cholesterol is or we got it. We all got bad cholesterol. We
you
got
hadn't-
high sugar. That's what we got. Look, we don't need calls on
You
it.
hadn't heard their new album, Greg.
What?
Got a new song, I Got Sugar. You didn't hear that?
I got brown sugar.
That's right. See,
It's classic.
All right, well, how
so
about
you got to know how to
can-
interpret it, how they discuss
No, I'm
it.
just
on
talking
their
about
own
show
way.
content. I'm just
I
saying
get
we've
that.
turned into a medical information show.
Right. Well, we're
That's
all
what we've
50,
turned
so
into.
or close,
Well,
some of us.
The whole show is about our lives, though, and what we do.
Look, can
if
we
that's
settle
part of
right
it-
here? Let's settle right here. All right, Rick's going to have gallbladder surgery. Boom, he's done.
And if he has
All
no
right?
complications, there's no reason to discuss it.
It's just moving on. You found out that you had the sugar. and they gave you
I'm good.
you a plan of
I'm
attack.
eating good.
You've done it, so you've gone back for an update to get your test results.
If you just tell us that, I can close the book
Once you give
on
us
it.
those test results,
Yeah,
then we
close
move
the book.
forward.
I'm done with that.
I'm done with hard. I'm not going to have any more.
That's it?
That's it.
That's
I'm done.
Well, you've
I'm done
changed
talking.
everything.
There's
You've
nothing
changed
else
your
to
eating
talk
habits
about.
and everything. So you're on the right path, huh? I just
I'm medicaled out. I'm in health out. I'm tired of hearing about what to eat.
Right.
I tell you what you got to do.
Nobody
You gotta
on
do-
this show needs to
I
be
know,
talking
but
about
lately,
that
when
anyway.
you sound like that we were like these
Well, we bring it up.
health experts and know
Will
what
you
we're
just,
talking about.
will you just tell us your number and then I can close the book?
I
and
will,
move on?
Bubba.
Close that chapter.
I just want to. I'm with you.
I'm
I
like
just
a Brahma
need-
bull. I'm fired up. I have no problem.
I just want to close the book and move on. I can't move on with the book open.
How
You
about
see what I'm
this?
saying?
It's getting
Kind of like
depressing.
making an offer. Just write the number down and slide it over to Bubba on a
And then
piece of paper.
speed. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba's show. Locked arm in arm. Love the letters that we get concerning Relief Factor. Take it every single day. Just got. I'm waiting on my next order right now as my last month order is winding down. It's all natural 4 botanicals that help your body's natural inflammatory response. Bubba, guess what? Cindy may be a Vikings fan. Cindy has sent us an email from Minnesota, and she said, I've heard you guys chatting up Relief Factor, decided to give it a try as I need to find something to alleviate constant pain in my back, hip, legs, and wrist. I showed this to my chiropractor, who said it had all the right ingredients, and she couldn't recommend anything better for the price. So I tried it, and because I was unable to go up the stairs at the school where I work, what a difference Relief Factor has made. It's been a month, and I'm now able to get through my work day where I hardly notice any pain most days. I was also able to return to exercising, and I'm now working on my weight. She said, thank you for introducing me to this. Relief Factor is available to you. Stop taking the over-the-counter painkillers. They were not designed for you to take them, and the side effects can be very, very devastating. And the opioids and their addictive properties, I think we see the destruction they've caused. So look for another solution. And the majority of people who order Relief Factor, they order more because it's working. ReliefFactor.com. I hope it works for you too. ReliefFactor.com, or look under the sponsors at rickandbubba.com. All right, so we're looking at a couple of items. John Kirby in the news yesterday. A lot of people, they did not like his response to the press about some leaked Pentagon documents. Listen to what he says to the press. Here we go.
Again, without confirming the validity of the documents, this is information that has no business in the public domain. It has no business, if you don't mind me saying, on the pages of front pages of newspapers or on television. It is not intended for public consumption, and it should not be out there.
Okay, is he saying that because he wants them to publish it?
I don't. First of all, I don't like anybody in the government telling the press what they can and can't report. That's not the world we live in. We have a freedom of the press here, and if you didn't want the press to report on it, you should have done a better job of being sure it wasn't leaked. And then you go, Bubba, to a good point. I mean, how many people could there possibly be on the list that would have leaked something like this?
Well, Rick, I just find this very odd that leaked Defense Department classified documents posted online reveal details of U.S. spying on Russia, on strength and military issues going on in Ukraine. It has to do with spying on our own allies. It has to do with war plans for various scenarios. Like I said, spying. I don't know that anybody in our intelligence community would have access to all those except maybe just the very top 1 or 2 people. You think about it. They're not going to let you have access to Ukraine strength numbers and also who's our spies in Britain.
Right.
It doesn't make sense. That just does not make any sense. that this has come out. I mean, there's only maybe one or two people that would have all that information. And it was probably the president and the head of one of the security, the DNI or whatever. I just don't see how someone can have access to all that to put it out at one time.
Are you saying John Kirby is pulling a Brer Rabbit here? Is
Rick,
he saying, please don't throw me in the briar patch?
I don't know. We've got Trump with documents. We got Biden with documents laying around the garage. We got documents here. Somebody's putting documents on the internet. We got a document problem in this country. Good night. If we can't keep up with our own paperwork,
I know.
What good is it?
But you're saying this ought to be easy to track because there's only a few people that should have had it.
That's what I would think. We need to check into it a little more, but I just can't imagine. I mean, I don't think the CIA or the FBI or the Department of National Intelligence, when they hire you on to work, they just give you the password to the computer and you can go in there and look at anything we've done. I just don't think it works that way.
All right, so talking about things that now we are discussing and reports that people are getting to read now, if you thought that Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal was bad, it apparently, as we all agree, is so bad that CBS is going to get honest about it, which that's shocking to me.
Right.
Again, I have to go back to, and I hate that I can't live in a world that thinks, well, good, CBS has finally come around. I just think that even the left has now turned on Biden, and they don't want him to keep babbling
right.
and keep talking about pushing eggs and like he's going to run again.
Mm-hmm.
So here is CBS getting honest about the disaster that was Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal. Here we go.
President Biden's decision to pull the U.S. out of Afghanistan led to the collapse of its government, its military, the death of 13 Americans, and it left tens of thousands of Afghans hoping to escape. Girls over 12 can no longer be educated. It is one of the darkest moments of the Biden presidency to date.
Wow.
I mean, what happened to Title IX? Huh?
What in the word?
What about all the trans girls there that want to be educated?
I know.
Huh?
Yeah. What about
Do
that?
we not care about them, Joe?
What are we? What's going on here? That can't be CBS? Was that Tucker Carlson?
Is that a mistake?
I mean, where did that come?
Is that Newsmax late edition you pumped in there? What is that?
Is this the new host on Blaze TV? Who is this person? It's on CBS.
It sure is.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the first time I've heard CBS mention the 13 dead people.
Yeah, I know.
What? They actually said something about them. So I'd love to think that CBS is just wanting to be journalists again, but it can't be that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Is she still hired? I mean, is she still on staff? Does everybody know, or was she let go?
I think she was a foreign affairs correspondent.
Yeah. Could it be that on something as straightforward as the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, that somebody says, "Look, I know we're all playing a game here, but I can't look this bad."
Yeah.
I mean,
I just can't put any lipstick on this pig because the mouth's too big.
Well, John Kirby, and we've even played some. They've been they're proud of what they did.
Well,
I mean, the president is proud and said it all worked like they thought. And,
I'm sure.
I mean, that was in with the last 3 or 4 days we've played that. So
no, we did, but I would have to just say we let's not say that.
No, I guess this is to balance that going on straight up.
Yeah, or back to my more likely point, even the left-leaning media says we cannot let Biden run again. So we're going to have to start being.
We're going to have to knock the legs out of this table right now.
We're going to have to start being negative of his presidency. We're a little late to the game.
And you got Newsom. You got Newsom on his tour of the South.
Yeah.
So he's out practicing his stump speeches, gathering a little money.
Mm-hmm. Here's Kirby thinking he loves it.
Oh, sure.
Nobody's saying that everything was perfect, but there was a lot that went right. And a lot of Afghans are now living better lives in this country and other countries around the world because of the sacrifices and the work of so many American government officials. So, yeah, there's a lot to be proud of, Pete.
No, there really isn't a lot to be proud of. I mean, no. Even CBS doesn't agree with you. Top of the hour. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Got more on the Rick and Bubba Show coming up, and hopefully you'll go forward with us. If your time is done, we'll miss you, but thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So if you haven't caught this latest edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, Jason Whitlock, our guest, and we do talk. The whole podcast is not about this, but we did talk about fearlessarmyrollcall.com, which he is heading up, and it is coming to Nashville this weekend. We've already talked about it again, and we're not trying to oversimplify, but I will say this: it's hard to argue against. As the men go, so goes society. And the men of this country are in a desperate need of spiritual healing in the worst way because the influence that God has given to men. Men and women are equal, but they're distinct and they're different. And there's a headship that God himself put on every male that we have demonized, that we have come up with the false narrative that somehow our country would be better off if we would get rid of all masculinity and would remove men from these places of leadership. And sadly, in too many cases, men have said, okay, we'll just take our ball and leave and won't take these responsibilities anymore. But this all-day event in Nashville, Tennessee, coming up this weekend, will encourage men to put on the full armor of God and to take a stand against the evil forces destroying our culture. At the conference, you'll hear speeches from Jason, but also several other special guests. So why don't you make the move now to be sure that your spot is reserved for this weekend? Go to fearlessarmyrollcall.com. Get your spot right now and secure yours today because they are running out of tickets. Do this at fearlessarmyrollcall.com. Your last chance to be part of Fearless Army Roll Call this weekend in Nashville, Tennessee.
He thought he had every element that everybody brought up. He's a hypochondriac. Thought he was.
Somebody's got to play
That's not true. I will say this, Bubba. You have saved lives through your ordeal and your physical. I've had more emails from guys going, "Hey, I went and got my physical because of y'all."
You've got copays up for sure.
I'm telling you, these doctors
I've talked to a lot of
loving
people
y'all.
had that CT scan, which is good, and most of them who email me back go, "Hey, you know what?" They go, "Hey, it was 0, it was 5, it was 10. You know, they're in good shape."
Here we go. Next segment. Exercise.
How much you should exercise each day, and when you should stop
like
eating.
20 minutes 3 times a week.
You know, I told Terry we needed to stop eating by 4 o'clock every day. She looked at me like I was crazy.
Probably not a bad idea.
It'll work.
We covered it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
You know, can I say this on the exercise thing? Betty was telling me what I needed to get my heart rate up to for it to qualify.
Yeah, how'd that sound?
Hey, it's hard to get it up that high.
Yeah.
I mean, you take enough blood pressure medicine, you can't get the thing going. You know. I feel like I'm working against myself.
You're going to have to crank that wheel up a little faster.
Watch it.
I know. The hamster's going to have to double time it. Huh?
Bring in the wine.
Oh, that's cholesterol there.
I thought it was something else.
Well, get the heart rate going.
I guess in a funny kind of way, but
That's
again,
what I was saying.
Again, you got to get that heart rate up to a certain amount. It's
and stay there.
It's hard to get up to that level.
Stamina.
You know?
Well, right.
Heart rate.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
And you got to maintain that for quite some time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't do it and stop
I
every
want
30
to say
seconds.
that Betty told me I had to if we're talking about exercise.
Yeah, that's what I know.
Get up.
I surely hope so, Bub.
Get up. Speedy, what do you think my heart rate should be to qualify as exercise?
Oh goodness, I'm not an expert.
I mean, it's like resting.
I wouldn't even know what to.
Resting's like 60 or 70. Don't you have to get up above 120, something like that?
I would think. I don't know.
120 to 150. Now,
see, here we go again.
If you go up above that, you can
We're
blow it
diving
out.
off. We're diving off in waters we don't need to dive off in.
I'm hearing 150, 170 is what I'm hearing.
No, I think 170 you blow out, don't you? Isn't that where
I've gotten to 170 before, and it didn't feel good.
I think
I was about to pass out.
I think that's where carbon units blow out at about 170.
Right.
You're redlining it right
ma'am,
there.
how much? 144, 150, something.
We're doing it again.
Here, listen. This says right here, recommended that you exercise within 55 to 85% of your maximum heart rate for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So 220 minus your age is what it needs to be.
Oh,
just
okay.
That's what it says.
About 150, 160.
Roughly calculated.
Okay, there you go.
For all you people that are now going to call in or send me an email, I read that online. That's not me knowing.
Okay.
Not going to answer you either.
So I'm around 160, 170, like we just said. Okay. Well, there you go. That's where you need to be, Bill.
Y'all done?
So how do you count yours? How do you know you get up to that level?
Well, normally, if we're trying to do better and we're on a treadmill or something, you just grab a sensor and it gives you your heart rate.
Gives it what it is.
Yeah.
170, huh?
But
I don't
Next
think
segment, healthy diet.
I don't think I can get mine up that high.
oh, you can. You want to come over there with us?
No, not really.
You can.
I don't blow it out.
Greg,
too
we've
quick.
done this entire segment on health.
Yeah, thank God.
Well, we're going to do one segment, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, we just
and
want
if
you
and if you'll give us your number, I can close that book.
Okay. When I get it,
I just want because I'm worried about your health.
Here's what I would like to do. We're going to get to top of the hour, call the doctor's office,
Hey,
get
buddy,
your
I'm
number,
done
then
with
we're going
all
to move
that.
on.
Nope, I'm done. I'm telling you, you won't hear a health
Let's
update
do.
on me
Can
unless
we
it's
call?
tragedy.
Let's call the doctor's office.
Let's
Serious
just
business.
tragic. Oh, we are. Top of the hour, we're going to interview the doctor.
He told me don't talk to him about health unless it's stage 4 or open heart surgery.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not.
We're going to break all
Or
the
he's
hip-
amputated
hip
a limb.
Greg, we just worried about your health. That's
Guys,
all.
I'm good.
We've all had our time in the health bucket here.
But I'm good to go. I'm roaring.
Brahma.
Well, we're going to get your
Bravo.
numbers and move
Hey.
on.
I'm tearing fences down.
Oh, red stag over
I'm
there.
chasing all them people through the street.
If you want to hear Greg's numbers, give us a call, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
We may start a website, gregsnumbers.com.
Oh, yeah. Might want to check that.
Yeah, don't go to that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And welcome back. Here's Bill Bubba Bussy. So,
Rick, glad to be here.
Bubba, were you chewing over there? Was that
Good
what?
night.
It was that and a combination trying to finish an email I thought I could get done.
Okay. We just heard the Van Halen song. If you were not watching on YouTube, you just heard the bed music, Hot for Teacher, from Van Halen. And we have a story today that Eddie Van Halen's guitar that he played in the video, and I guess also, this when he was touring, he would play this. For some reason, they're calling it the legendary Hot for Teacher version of Eddie Van Halen's guitars that he developed. And I guess the reason why it gets that is because it's in the video. But anyway, so I don't know that there's any background that it was used in the recording and all that. I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He did continue to play it throughout 1983 and 84, it said.
So when they would play this song, he would put this on?
Yeah, it says the Hot for Teacher video guitar, which he also used live throughout 83 and 84.
But because he goes through multiple guitars during the concert. So I was, but anyway, the bottom line, that's what it's called, and it's one of his most famous designs, which when you see it, you go, oh, yeah. Because he had different versions of this with different color combinations, but this is the one that you associated him with the most. And so this guitar it's passed around from a number of collectors, and they're now valuing this double cut Strat style body. Their starting bid $1.8 million, and they think it can go for $2 million. And I know we've had memorabilia talk here before. I'm not a big memorabilia person. I don't mind having it. I'm just not willing to pay for it.
I think we're all kind of in that ballpark. I mean, if you had that kind of extra money laying around, I don't know that I'd want to spend it for that. I mean, there's maybe one or two things you might want, but I don't know.
And I always wonder if it's really what they say it is.
Yeah, I'd rather just have a good picture with somebody.
Sure.
More than anything.
Yeah. Adler, this probably appeals to you the most. Again, we're going to go into a world where this kind of money would not be a reach for any of us, okay? And so what would this, first of all, would it intrigue you at all? To have this particular guitar.
Man, if I've got that kind of money, I guess, but I would have such a hard time not buying a house. I mean, my goodness, I could have a beach house.
But would you desire to have this guitar if it was reasonably priced?
Yes, absolutely. Having a case, have it lit really nice, in a dark room, but the lighting on it is really good.
Yeah. How much would you be willing to pay?
$1,000.
So nothing above that.
That's what I have available right now in my bank account. That's the sum of money that I have. So $1,000.
I don't know if you're gonna get it for that bid.
Would you pay $1,000 honestly if it was available for $1,000?
Absolutely, yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Oh wow, 2 yeses.
Yeah.
Double yes.
Yes.
That was a double yes.
It is an iconic
knowing you
instrument.
can't resell it, you would still pay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, for sure.
You think these collectors traveling, shows where they travel the country and you get to see cool things or whatever? I could see somebody that doing because you might get your money back in ticket sales or something like that. But you're just loaded if you just bring it into
That's
the house
play
and
money.
put it on a wall.
You got play money.
You
A
know,
lot of it.
Yes, that's crazy talk.
Well, I'll tell you what's sad, though. Can I tell you what's sad? And we've seen it on many things. Is sometimes there's people that this is not mad money, and they really shouldn't do this, and they'll go buy something stupid like this, and put everybody in a bind, and say, don't act like that doesn't happen. But
Adler, Ryan's not happy with you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Ryan Greenwood.
Yeah, he said that you showed the mini version used by the kid in the video.
Oh, okay. I'm pulling up pictures.
He's very particular about
We
it.
flipped the Ryan Greenwood Eddie Van Halen switch.
There we go.
Do
Sorry.
not flip this switch.
I didn't get a good look at it.
Do not flip this switch.
This is the real one. That's the real
Kramer,
one.
yeah.
Sorry, Ryan.
Okay.
Could a Hard Rock Cafe? I mean, you think somebody like that? I mean, plop it in the lobby.
Yeah, if you put up memorabilia in your lobby, and or you have some Hall of Fame or something, you might want. I don't know, Music Hall of Fame deal. I don't know. That's a lot of granola, though.
I do know that if I was going to buy this guitar and I showed up to write the check, I would show up and I would go, I brought my pencil.
Oh, that's good.
That's good.
That's
buddy.
good.
So,
I got
You
it.
got to know the video
Yeah,
and the
you
song.
know the
to know
video,
it.
you know.
I tell you a problem I've got, and I don't like it being called the Hot for Teacher guitar.
I've noticed you've landed there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not one of my favorite songs of theirs.
That's the only reason.
Yeah,
even though it is the guitar in the video.
Well, that's my point. is I think you had me if you just say this is the iconic Eddie Van Halen guitar that he was most known for and played the most. And just toured the world
just
with
take
it.
out Hot for Teacher.
Just it being in that video doesn't add value.
Yeah, I don't like it being called that, and that bothers me.
How about Eddie's
I
main?
noticed you landed.
And if I
I
could
could
change it,
tell.
I would change it.
One of
Because
Eddie's
to-
main guitars played a lot.
Yeah, I
just go
will
with
say calling it the Hot for Teacher guitar, you're actually devaluing it. Just say one of Eddie Van Halen's icon guitars is worth $2 million.
Yeah,
that appeared in this video.
That he went. There
you go with that video.
He toured because I've seen him with a guitar looks just like this
he had several
multiple
painted up.
times. But I mean, I've seen this one. To me, the red he played the most. Is that did I just make that up? But it feels that way.
Yeah, it does.
Well, how about if you're a drum tech for him and he gave you the guitar?
Did that happen?
Yeah,
that's
the
what
original
originally happened to it, according
and
to the
it's
story.
changed
did well.
ownership several times,
did well.
but that was the original.
But he didn't get that much.
Please
No,
look at
but he
Adam
did.
with-
I
look at
bet
Adam
you when
with
he
his version.
I bet when he see you see my point. Even when you went to get a Eddie Van Halen type looking guitar, which one did you go with? This one.
That's actually Ryan Greenwood. So my intern picture,
Okay.
I'm jumping up in the air with Ryan Greenwood's Eddie Van Halen guitar.
Look in the background.
That's so funny.
Oh, there's the coyote.
There's
head in
the
background.
head of the coyote. What is our obsession with coyotes here? But
Oh, this
crazy.
is ZZK. It's the ZZK coyote.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Country
It's
coyote.
country coyote.
But to my
Helms knows.
but you're kind of making my point, and I'm going to bet that Ryan Greenwood, if he can turn his head away from softball for just a second, I think that Ryan Greenwood would agree with me because when he said I want an Eddie Van Halen type guitar, he made it to look like this one.
Yeah.
This is his most iconic looking guitar, and we're dumbing it down by calling it the Hot for Teacher guitar.
He said,
In
this,
my opinion.
he said this one. He's in on it. He
Oh,
said this one
we-
here was a backup on the '84 tour. It wasn't his main guitar, but it was his backup.
Okay.
That makes it even worse.
Now I'm not it. Now I had 1.8 ready to go.
And he said "Hot for Teacher" is an overplayed song.
I
agree.
I agree with him.
I will say this: the
I
fact that he gave it to a drum tech tells you it wasn't his main.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because he had to know what the other one.
Well,
was.
now I really don't want it.
Really?
I want one of the main acts. Of course,
Yeah, I
Wolfie's
want-
probably got those.
Sure.
His boys got them. You can't get them from him.
Is there a
You know,
is there
get him out
a
his clutches.
And he
is
does
there
not
a
like
guitar
that.
player that you would want their guitar if it was accessible and you could hang it on the wall? Whose would you want?
Am I paying for it, or somebody giving it to me?
Let's say you're going to pay for it, but
It's reasonable.
Yeah.
It's no problem.
Yeah, you're gonna have skin in the game.
Okay.
But you're gonna hang it on the wall at in the the men's den, and for people to see and you to look at and be motivated by it and all that. Whose would you want? Or is there one you just thought looked cool you want?
I got to tell you, probably Eddie Van Halen. I'm probably now back here. I mean, he would definitely be one of them.
Angus Young's SG. See it?
Look,
Yeah,
I'm
but
pointing.
I know they played the riff on Highway to Hell, and I wonder if it was a Hano.
That's true.
That's
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that
What about
guitar,
Gene
but that's just
Simmons'
him.
big axe?
My first thought was very, very trendy to say Jimi Hendrix.
I know. I thought that.
But that
too.
almost feels like I think I feel obligated
I'm
to
gonna
say
go.
that.
I'm going with Gary Rosington's Les Paul.
Oh, that's good.
No, look at me. Take a sip.
What
Usually
about
knock my coffee
Prince's made in the cymbal?
Yeah,
when
I
he
want
was cymbal man.
Yeah, I want Prince's guitar.
All right, Rick, Ryan
great.
says he does agree with you that Hot for Teacher doesn't need to be in the description.
I
for
don't
the
like
auction.
that. Okay.
Wolf, his son, has all of his
I knew it.
originals and the true real guitars that he cares about.
Okay.
And actually uses some of them on his debut album.
Calm down.
So basically, we've got a guitar valued at 1.8 that was given to the drum tech.
Yeah.
I mean,
What did he get rid of it for, though? That's the question.
I bet he did pretty well.
You think so?
I bet he could.
That's why they're mentioning the video.
Yeah.
They think we got to give it something.
Yeah, if it's valued at 1.8, I got to think the drum tech at least got $100,000 for it.
Yeah, you'd think.
You'd hope more than that.
Right.
I want Dimebag Darrell's Heart of Dixie guitar.
There it is.
Yeah. That thing's awesome. Of course, I can't display it now.
Rick and Bubba.
Show. Thank you for being with us. 6 We Be Big is the number. We are going phone trolling here, Speedy. So if you'll make preparation for that.
I just had a story I wanted to tell Greg about my uncle having a horror story with his gallbladder.
Oh my God! Would you please do that? Because we haven't had any of those.
You can email it. He loves those.
I'm kidding. I'm making a feeble attempt to get the story or the talk off of medical stuff, just like Greg.
That's funny.
And the only thing I can come up with is I heard a couple days ago that scientists had discovered what was going on in the Bermuda Triangle. Have you guys heard anything about that?
You've had a timeout. Bubba used one.
Well, it is interesting, and they do have some strange waves that hit down there. They call them rogue waves. That could
rogue
be,
wave.
The old rogue wave.
Pretty big. A couple other things, this Bermuda Triangle thing, and I think we've pretty much got the mystery. What did I say something wrong?
It says an R in it, is all.
What did I say?
Bermuda. That's fine.
Bermuda.
We're being very
Bermuda.
technical. We're probably
Bermuda
on YouTube.
Triangle.
There you go.
Look, if I can pick my gender, I can pick how I say
There
words,
you go.
okay?
That's right.
There's 3 things about that, and to me, this is a great. I love the mystery of the Devil's Triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, whatever you want to call it. It is unique that it produces these rogue waves that come out of nowhere. Okay,
right.
It also there's a lot of iron ore situation there that would cause a compass to act strange.
Right.
Now, remember, a lot of these airplanes and boats were lost back before we had GPS. Okay, it has not been as big a problem now. But if you're an airplane and you're headed for Fort Lauderdale and you're coming through that area, your compass could veer you off and make you fly up the coast. And basically, you'd run out of gas thinking you never got to Florida. Okay, that can happen. The other thing is there's so much natural gas coming up from the seafloor. And I don't know if you've seen these experiments where they have bubbles or they have liquid natural gas coming up. Boats will not float in liquid natural gas.
Correct.
They sink like a bowling ball. It ain't kind of going down. It disappears in 10 seconds.
10?
I mean, Speedy, you ought to see these tests.
One
It's
Mississippi,
unbelievable.
2 Mississippi.
Unbelievable. The boat goes straight down. It doesn't even plow in. So a combination of those things have made up for all these strange disappearances of ships and planes over the years. A lot of them were before GPS.
There you go.
But
Wow.
even you can have GPS, and if you hit a natural gas field, you're gone.
Thanks, Thomas.
Didn't they lose like a whole squadron or something? There's all these legends.
Those were great UFO movie, shows back then.
They went down in 8 seconds.
But I think that squadron was one of them that got turned around. They actually headed north up the coast instead of west toward Fort Lauderdale. And they just ran out of gas. Bad deal. Let's go to Sarah.
All right. Only
Sarah.
one time out left.
Sarah, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Greg, you don't have to give us your numbers, but could you give us some closure? Are you going to go on my 600-pound life?
I think I'm going to be good. Yeah, I did say that if it wasn't where I want it to be.
You do need to clarify that because people think you're holding the numbers from us.
I don't know
that you
them
know
yet.
them and that you're holding them from.
No, we're going to call the doctor here in a minute.
The doctor did not give Greg the numbers yesterday, but he thought he was getting them, but they had a holdup, right? Now they have
I don't know.
What was the holdup?
I don't know what happened. They had sent them off or something.
Too much sugar
They had mechanical problems.
It had so much sugar in it, gooed up
shut her
the
down.
test.
Gummed it up.
Mark, calling
I'm done
from the
talking
loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, just a comment about the heart rate. I know it's easy to get it confused, but that's assuming you're not taking medications like I'm sure Bubba is taking beta blockers.
I don't know what all I'm taking.
For blood pressure?
You probably need to, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Probably important to know.
In
This
that
is
case,
exactly what I was telling you.
Go ahead.
Hey, here's a simple guide. 20 to 30 beats above what your resting heart rate is. It's going to be a safe exercise zone. And
Dadgummit, we're just getting all the information, too.
Yeah, I mean, what is
I'm not
resting
throwing it.
heart rate?
I'm with Greg on that.
Help talk, go ahead.
Is it 60, 70, somewhere in there?
See, here we go.
Not if you're a hashtag girl. It's about 90. You're like a hummingbird. 111.
Oh my gosh.
We go to Jackson.
Oh, shoot.
Jackson and Dothan. Go ahead, Jackson.
Hey, hello. 2 points real quick. I've been through the Bermuda Triangle 4 times in submarines, and the reason I called, until we can get Greg Burgess to come clean on these results, we need to rename this show the Greg Burgess Sugar Show.
Oh, yeah.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Have you picked up some of the new swag in the Rick and Bubba store? Got some cool new stuff there, including I'm wearing, a lot of you have asked for hey, could we have a shot at those staff shirts you guys wear? So we do have one now, and some of you are picking it up, and I have it on right now. It's really cool. Just very much like what we wear, and it's available to you now in the store, and we'll see how it does. A lot of you asked for those, and it's one of those you kind of wear on business casual. You wear it playing a little golf or whatever, and you got the Rick and Bubba logo on there. So look for those if you so desire. All right, so we do want to say thanks again, and it has been just such an honor to, we talked about Greg and our dad and Coach on the show so many times. I had somebody, it honestly just happened over the weekend that they were visiting our part of the world, and they're fans of the show, and they were talking about them writing and listening to best of stuff, and they said, man, some of the stories about your dad that y'all brought on the show just had us crying in the car laughing. Because he is, people use the word unique and one of a kind a lot. In this case, there's no exaggeration. But anyway, so, Bubba, you remember all the fun we had in the Gulf South Conference? When Jacksonville State was in the Gulf South Conference, man, that was a lot of fun. It was like a Division II SEC conference, and, they were just these incredible Southern teams that were in the Gulf South Conference in Division II. And the years that Jacksonville State was still in Division II in the Gulf South Conference is when Dad was coaching at Jacksonville State, and we have great memories of that. And we just want to say thank you today. They apparently put it out on all their social media yesterday that we're honored that Dad has been named to the Gulf South Conference Hall of Fame. So they put this out yesterday. And,
congratulations, Coach.
We're just want to tell them how much that means to our family and kind of them to do that. And we're working to try to either get Greg and I there, or sounds like after yesterday we may send Sissy. But anyway, we're going to have a family representative go there and accept that on his behalf. And we're honored that he would be put in that. And I'm telling you what, I was telling Adler, if you ever get a chance to, it would, and I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again because there's no exaggeration. When you go back to the older eras of football, and you watch the football and see if you're watching on YouTube, this is out here on YouTube. There's highlight reels of one of Dad's and some of Dad's actual teams. But when you see the highlights, it almost feels like you're watching a sport that doesn't even exist anymore. And so these are all some they're throwing some stuff up there. But when you see, I don't know if we'll get to it in time, some of the hits that take place.
Illegal now.
Yeah, when they roll, and they're showing the different times that Jacksonville State went. But first of all, look at drive blocking. Look at them getting out over the ball, and everybody's after. And then look at that sweet option, just run, and the speed, and it was just a ton of fun, and it was a brand of football that was exciting to watch, and so, but when you see, look at some of these hits, you're going to see how many hits on the defense that today would be illegal, but just watch how they fly to the ball. And it's almost like they've been shot out of cannons.
That's
you know what I mean?
right there,
and so look, I mean, look at how many of these things are illegal now. And you're just watching people flying around the ball, and I miss that part of football.
Yeah.
And I understand why we made the rule changes and all that. I got that, but I tell you what, look right here. I mean,
I'm gone
and off to the house. It's the game has changed more than you realize because it's been slow changes. But when you go back and watch some of the old highlights, you realize that it's changed a lot. And there was one that what we found out with all wishbone teams, when they did throw the ball, the guy was wide open. But anyway, so thank you, Gulf South Conference. What an honor.
Yes.
And of course, that's, as Dad would tell us, that is an award for all these coaches and all those players. It's football is the ultimate team sport, and Dad was never comfortable with, and never is comfortable with, an individual being named to receive an award when an individual can't really pull football off. But anyway, so it requires a lot of people, and there's the play to win the national championship right there. That was the little slot receiver. Meanwhile, Bubba, he would go on to the Vikings. Their All-American wide receiver was being double covered. Was being single covered.
Yep.
So anyway, but a lot of great memories.
Tendencies are important.
Yes, I really, really enjoyed the Gulf South Conference. Is a great brand of football, and it was we spent a lot of years in that conference and just had a blast. So Bubba, you also mentioned, speaking of sports, that there's a sports talk host that is crediting, like we do here, his audience saving his life.
Yeah, longtime Boston sports talk host Fred Toucher revealed that he's undergoing throat surgery, and it comes after some help from a listener. Toucher is co-host of the Toucher and Rich show on the Sports Hub, and he announced Friday that he's been battling voice issues for the last few months and needs throat surgery after being consulted by a specific doctor to whom one of the listeners suggested he go to. And he said his voice has been messed up for a long time. He said he'd been going to doctors, and they didn't seem overly concerned. However, a listener heard me and put me in touch with a doctor that he works with. I went, and things didn't go great. He found some things in my throat that concerned him. He told me not to worry because he could fix it all. Not to sound dramatic, but it is possible a listener saved my life by setting up that appointment.
So there you go. We have experienced that.
Oh,
I mean, let me tell you, when all else fails,
take it to the audience.
If we can't find an answer, we'll take
or
it.
a person.
Yeah, we'll take it to the audience, and the things you guys out there have come up with over the years, it's been incredible. Now, Bubba, did you find Topaz in the audience? Did the audience get you to Topaz?
Well, I'm trying to think how that came about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, but I have spread it back to the listeners. I know that.
Boy, you have.
Yeah.
You know what you have rained Topaz down on this audience.
Did you find Tiger yesterday?
No,
you were
did
looking
not.
for him.
No, he's been busy.
Couldn't make contact.
No.
Well, I got the answer.
Right. Yeah. And
I hate to see him limping around out there. I mean, it's bad for golf.
It's bad for golf.
I talked to Dr. Robertson yesterday and suggested we have a Topaz quick, like an emergency Topaz unit that goes out to help people when they have these problems.
A mobile Topaz unit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
I love that.
A quick response Topaz unit.
Speaking of mobile units, You know what, Bubba? I've got 2 weddings coming up. I may have discovered the answer right here in this next story when we come back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, go back to the triangle.
The Sugar Show.
866 We Be Big
Thank
is
you.
the number. We go to the Valley, Alexandria. And it says Alexander in Alexandria.
Is that real?
No, guys, it's actually Josh in Alexandria.
Yeah.
Okay, close enough.
Add a kid. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that'll work. I could be wrong. I may have missed it, but I can't believe with Rick's surgery we haven't heard the Greg's Got a Rock gallbladder song.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun with that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did sing to himself that Rick's Got a Rock. It wasn't as much as us singing to you, Greg.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. But he did do that
Of course,
the other day.
I guess I still have that.
Well,
Yeah,
Greg
you do.
didn't want to do it because it was medical.
That's right.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I've had enough medical.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. There it goes.
Who's on the line now? Birmingham from Birmingham?
What if it was?
No, we go to the Rocket City, Michelle, we think.
Yeah.
Michelle, go ahead.
I think it's Mitchell.
Michelle in Silicaga?
Okay. There was a
And you're
T
in,
there.
wait a minute, you're in Silicaga?
Yeah, are y'all messing with us? I'm looking at the call screeners. I think they're doing this on
Bubba,
purpose.
Silicaga is known as the Rocket City also.
Yeah, or Marble Valley. Y'all know y'all get a grade for this, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Michelle.
I was just calling to see if you guys are watching the Senate primary in Missouri. Austin Peterson's running on the Republican ticket, and when the left went nuts because he was giving away a ghost gunner with his campaign, he upped it, and now he's giving away 2 today.
Well, that's
You got tickled.
he's having a little fun with it too, huh?
Oh, he's having a blast. It is driving them insane.
Hams,
There you go.
I was hoping you used your time out. I want to know what the poll numbers look like.
Well, you got Google right in front of you.
You got a ghost gunner.
Do you want both timeouts today since Rick's not?
No, I'm good. I used mine wisely. I thought I was happy with it.
You were.
Seriously, I've been reading the Bermuda Triangle.
You can just say it.
Watch
it.
That's tough.
Mahmoud
shoot.
Ahmadinejad. He's in the news too.
I want to talk about that bear you got in a fight with this morning in the shower.
Yeah,
what
we got to do that.
Oh yeah. Well,
Something punched him.
you shave in the dark, things happen.
Right.
Got him down the wood pile, tried to stomp him.
Coming up next, we talk to Greg's doctor. Get those numbers.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being a part of it.
back. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. So, have you entered Mama yet in the Fix Mama's Mouth contest? I was over at Dudney's yesterday. I was hanging out with Dudney and the gang. Had to get a little filling. And Dudney was fired up. We realized that because he always goes back to find Bubba's veneer pictures.
Yeah.
And that lets us know how long we've been doing this. So we're approaching 20 years because yours was 2003. So
not approaching. We're all over it.
Well, what I was thinking is, how soon after yours did we start doing the Fix Mama's Mouth? Probably pretty quick. I would think.
Yeah, it wasn't too long.
Yeah. So I think this Fix Mama's Mouth contest has got to be right around 20 years, doesn't it? So anyway, but if you want your mama to be entered, $17,000 worth of makeover for Mama's Mouth, you can go to the contest button at rickandbubba.com. Deadline May 4th. We got to have you follow the instructions to the letter. Don't let Mama not be considered because you didn't do what Mama would have told you, and that's read and do what you're supposed to do.
Bubba, you had a lot of product in that hair that day. That was a good hair day for you. Look at you.
Yeah. We'll go back.
You look fantastic.
Yep.
You could tell he had the summer of Bubba behind him, but there was a little bit of it hanging on.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know,
a little bit.
We need to revisit that summer.
Let's do it this summer, Bubba. Let's do it.
But he's got too much on him.
Let's do it. Hey.
No, Bubba,
here we go.
You're making the classic mistake.
I can't want something for him.
Well, there's so many things in front of him right now. You got to get all this other stuff out of the way. And then he goes, okay, I got all that in order. Now I can address this.
It's on me. I made the mistake.
Right now, you just threw it over in a pile of stuff
I can't
that's going to be in a burn pile.
That's on me.
And he ain't going to pay no attention to that. It ain't time. I mean, right now, he has to lean on things to even get through this. You can't take food from him right now.
Well, that's a rough patch.
How about this? It'd be mean to do so.
Yeah, Rick may have brought the rough patch on me talking about a rough patch.
No, I said it was a little passing comment one day. I just said
it is funny.
Well,
somebody loves it more.
It's the delivery, isn't it? That's what you. Boy, you ain't a little rough patch. You love that one and non-denominational. That's your two favorites, right?
They're both funny because you can't defend.
No,
yourself.
it's like Speedy.
So you might as well just start.
It's
laughing.
like Speedy and the smoking thing. I mean, it's once somebody starts these jokes on you, you can't get them off. What do you do? It's it.
What do you do?
All right, so we do want to talk about. I was going to the break, and I can't wait to present this to my two future daughter-in-laws. I bet they'll just love this.
Well, Rick, weddings, the cost of weddings are just astronomical now.
Oh.
I've been hearing some numbers from some of this, and I honestly I can't believe you people are paying this.
Bubba, you're going to pay it too.
You're paying.
I mean, if that
not to that degree, I want some of them.
Well, I'm going to tell you,
I ain't got it.
I mean, this is the low end. I'm going to send you a low number. I'm talking about being the bride. Now, I'm not talking about being the groom. That's your low number right there. That's standard.
I'd like to see your penmanship.
Yeah, well,
That's an odd number you've come up with.
Well, it's a 4. That's a 4.
Huh?
That's a 4.
I mean, you didn't just round it to the nearest 10?
Why didn't you round it?
Because I heard this number. I heard that exact number.
I could see it from here. I thought that's an odd. That's an odd.
Well, I heard that exact. I heard that exact
40
number.
or 50.
I heard the exact number.
What is that? What is your number? 38?
34,000.
Okay.
That's the lowest I've heard. That's the lowest I've heard in a long time. And I hear
that's the average.
So it's. You might get into the high 20s.
Yeah.
But the low 30s. That's the low end.
Listen, I've been to a couple of them. It had to be 100.
No. You asked,
talking average out.
You were talking. I was telling you what that. Yeah. I'm giving you the low end.
Hey, God bless you. Got parents to do that, but this one ain't.
I know of one.
This one ain't either. This one can't.
I know of one. Of course, now these are extremely wealthy people. But I know. I attended one that was over 200.
See, I just even if you've got a lot of extra money,
that must have been something to say.
It just seems like
it was impressive.
It just seems like why would you spend that kind of money?
Of course, it's over.
Yeah, and gone, and it's gone. And I bet at some point in the future, somebody will go, "I wish we had that money back."
Can I tell some of you youngsters out there? And I know you're not going to listen. Okay, I'm just going to try, so at least I can go. Well, I tried. It's kind of like, there are dads out there of daughters, and they will cut this deal today. They will give you cash money to build your new life on if you'll just do a simple inexpensive, holy ceremony. And then you take that money and you start your marriage on it as opposed to burning it on things that are going to be gone when they're gone.
Well,
now I know dads who've offered that deal.
I'm going to offer that.
And some have been successful, some have not. But it's a good deal.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not like you're not getting married. It's not like you're not going to have a wonderful ceremony.
I want to have a wedding. I want to have the fun, the festivities. I want it to be a great day for the daughter and all that. I just think there's a limit to what you can do with that, and it's turned into a racket. You know, the moms and the daughters and the people that supply this stuff are all working together, and the price has just got ridiculous.
Well, let me tell you where you go to die financially is the reception. That's where it all goes downhill.
Mm-hmm.
You're in pretty good shape up to that point. So if you want to be smart and make the reception as simple as you can,
what about
the ceremony itself? Isn't that expensive? The reception's where that's where you get in the bind.
Rick, what about BYOB? Bring your own barbecue.
All right, see there?
There's people that do
you
that.
can try that. Brides love that.
Yeah.
That's really good.
But you know, you can have a nice day and not break the bank.
Yeah.
For sure. But now,
Rick, you can cut cost one way. You can get married for free. In front of the Wienermobile.
And I'm telling you,
the Wienermobile of love.
I'm gonna hang on this article.
Rick,
hey, I got a great idea.
This is a great story. They're talking about the Little White Chapel in Las Vegas, where many famous people have got married. They said, as a matter of fact, in last July, there were 5 couples in line to get married, and the back of the line, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez standing in line.
Really?
Is
this their second time to get married or first time?
I can't keep up.
Yeah, I can't either.
Other celebrities who've been married at the Little White Chapel include Britney Spears, Michael Jordan, and Joe Jonas.
Okay.
And now they're saying that the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile will be parked outside. You can book a 30-minute window that you can have your ideal wedding in front of the Wienermobile.
It's called the Wienermobile of love, actually.
And they said if you want to have a Jewish ceremony, they'll make sure it's a kosher wiener.
Right.
Hebrew National.
Oh, that's good.
Right. So but
each ceremony will be officiated by an official Oscar Mayer hot dogger.
Oh,
okay.
Each
it gets
couple,
even better.
Each
How
couple
romantic.
will receive a wiener-shaped cake.
Oh.
Photos of their big day, and walk down the aisle to the unmistakable sound of a live wiener whistle quartet.
Right. Greg, your mic's
Nothing says.
buddy.
Greg,
Because you're not whispering.
Yeah.
We're on the air.
Greg, that's the worst whisper I've heard since JT tried to whisper.
We're gonna put Greg in charge of secret documents.
So good. Nothing says where our marriage is solid quite like getting married in front of a giant weenie.
Yes.
And
To have and to hold like this. All right.
I got your own little show going on over there.
I see what happens when you run with the wrong people. Your mama taught you about this. Don't run with people like him.
Hey, you could save a lot of money doing this.
Yes.
Well, you can, but I'm not sure this is the first step into holy matrimony.
Got a great product for this.
No, what it's saying here is almost like you know. Well,
the reception have hot dogs. You're good.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you got all you need right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So, but there you go.
Do you spend the honeymoon in that? That's not the Airbnb
absolutely.
one, is it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, what if you could drive off?
Yeah,
that's your exit vehicle. That'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You only got 30 minutes. They got to keep it moving along because it's booked.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Here we go. Time foolishness.
Tell you one thing you don't want to say to your wife right before you say I do is you don't want to sing I wish I was an Oscar Mayer winner. You know?
That is what I'd really
like to be. Because if I was an Oscar Mayer wiener, everyone would be in love with me. Just like you, honey.
It is.
Yeah,
Oscar Mayer.
I don't know if anybody getting married in front of the Wienermobile, I'm telling you, is in trouble.
Yeah. Not a good way to start.
What about the Little White Chapel?
Picture going in and pitching her parents on it. Tell you what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking the Wienermobile, free of charge.
We're going to be in Vegas anyway.
Right. So we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Phone calls next. All 10 lines are available, and you can join us and talk about whatever you want to
right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are Rickless today. Rick is getting his gallbladder out. We had planned on doing that at the end of next week, but he was having some pains, and everyone thought it was better to go ahead and address that. So we're glad he's getting that done, and he'll have that behind him. Probably need a day or so to recuperate, but he'll be back with us probably later in the week.
Yeah.
So thoughts and prayers with him today and his family.
As we start this hour, do you see the hotline? What it says?
I do. We were going to talk about something else and move on. Is that for real?
I don't know. It says Greg's doctor.
That's not real.
He says has your numbers, by the way.
Well, let's go to him. Let's see who it is.
Okay, it's going to be somebody pulling a joke.
I don't know.
Hey, who we got?
Hey, good morning, guys. My phone's been blowing up this morning, wanting Greg's number. So I thought
he sounds
I'd give
familiar.
you guys a shout. And Greg, I have bad news, buddy. That A1C level is still not where we need it to be.
Dr. Moore, you sound so different, so much younger.
Right.
Well, listen, I know Bubba's really wanting to close the book on this, get this chapter out of the way. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to up your meds, and you're going to have to change some things, pal.
Oh, sorry, Greg.
Wow, Greg's doctor. He doesn't like your numbers, Greg.
He just sounds so much younger.
He does. He does. He sounds pretty familiar,
I think
too.
I heard him on the kickoff.
Greg, I will say this: the cholesterol is a little better, but your A1C, pal, we're struggling,
pal.
And for some reason, your blood pressure's up a little bit. I don't know what's going on.
I was nervous about my A1C.
Well, good night, Greg.
Well, that's typical. Sometimes if we don't take it a few times, it gets you settled in. But man, I'm sorry that yesterday we couldn't get these numbers out. We had some malfunctions with our systems. You know how those computers work. You're like me.
Yeah, I appreciate that, buddy.
On Windows, I guess.
So do you need Greg to call you in the break, Doc?
Oh, no question.
Okay.
Get him back in here.
It's critical.
It doesn't have to be today, Greg, but tomorrow or the next day for sure we need to get you back in here.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Thank you so much, Greg's
Thank you,
doctor.
Greg's doctor.
Greg's doctor for checking in.
Yeah.
Wow.
A1C, is that what they call it? Is that what your sugar number is?
Well, that's one of the readings.
Yeah.
It's not
Well, they don't like it, and he called in about it.
That's funny.
That is.
Sounded
I
familiar.
love that. I like more of that.
You know what's even funnier about it?
I love
when they
first try to throw the voice in.
That's the best part.
No, let me tell you what's really funny. When he first called in, I knew it was a joke. I couldn't figure out who it was for a minute.
Right,
You know?
right. Yeah.
You knew somebody you thought
I
Ford
go,
might have been doing.
who is this?
Hey, Helmsy, did you hear Greg's doctor just called in?
I did. I was
Did
in
you
my
miss
office. I
it?
heard Dr. Moore.
Yeah, he just called.
He sounded good.
He did.
Sound a little young.
He said something about your A1C level.
Yeah,
I
he
heard
did
that.
say
I don't know what any of that means, but it doesn't sound good.
Well, he doesn't like him.
That means it's A1.
Yeah.
So will you go back?
I guess
when
I'm
did
gonna
he say
have
something
to
about going
tomorrow.
back today or tomorrow?
Today or tomorrow.
He
He
won't
won't
just call
ambulance,
you.
actually.
He won't just call you and tell you the numbers.
Well, he just did.
What was that about? I heard something about a blood pressure. Did he say it was up?
Yeah, he said it was probably just the white coat syndrome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
What he said.
I
is-
got that.
Yeah.
It's
You have it,
normal.
I'd have
That's
got
normal.
No,
that.
I don't. I usually don't.
He said you didn't have a good day yesterday. He'd like to talk to you.
Okay, thank y'all.
Can I just address one thing on that blood pressure cuff?
Oh,
I
here we
hate
go.
that
Here we
thing.
go.
Boy, it'll squeeze you on it.
I get mad when it starts squeezing me, and I
Yeah.
know that's not good for blood
Right.
pressure.
It hangs on about a second longer than it should.
I try to take my mind to a happy place while they're
Yeah.
squeezing me.
I know.
And
But I keep
it's
thinking
hard.
somebody's squeezing me, and I
Right.
want to start punching. Or
I know they're
something.
squeezing you, buddy, but just that be a happy place.
I will say this. Well, I know when I had procedure number one, they actually had one that was on my wrist checking it, and I liked it a lot better. It didn't make me mad. But I don't see those anywhere else. Or can you do that? Any of y'all medical
I don't
folks?
know.
I don't know. We're
Can
looking
you do
around.
it on the wrist? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a nurse in
Can
the
I
audience.
can I suggest we all go to that, because it is not near as bad as that thing grabbing you up here, squeezing you.
Good night.
I hate that. I might get mad about
I've
it.
always wondered too, Greg. I'm sorry, bringing it up.
Gosh,
So the
almighty,
other
we're
day when
still
I
on it.
went to get the allergy test and stuff, they put a little thing on my finger and said they were checking my oxygen level.
Oxygen level
How
in
do
your
you,
blood.
How do you? So it's they're checking.
Yeah.
That, how do they get that out of a dang finger?
Well, they shine a light through there or something. It's
I
got a
don't
real
know.
That was amazing to me. I was just
laser
like, wow.
or something.
So,
isn't it?
Here
This
comes
is the
the
first
How
hard
do they do
stuff,
it? Man, do what?
capillaries.
Capillaries? Mm-hmm. What is
Well,
it? How does
good.
it actually read it?
Here we go.
You know?
Segment 4.
It's cool though. I mean, I like medical tests that are not a handle.
They were doing
That's
it with the
one of
blood
them.
pressure, and then they stuck that and said, "I need to check your oxygen level." And I thought, well, interesting.
Yeah. We do have just a touch of breaking news.
This just in, breaking news.
Okay. Sherry has contacted me and said,
All right, here we go to the people. Phone troll time, baby. Let's go. I say Erica 212. Hey, Mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. Everybody say beep, 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 beep. Lines are available. Relief Factor we talked about last hour. This hour, and look, we got problems. I got problems. I got to go to mypillow.com/Bubba. I'm talking about today. Because guess what has happened? I've never seen my wife be as straightforward as she just was on the MyPillow 2.0. So I'm sitting there, and usually when we go to bed, you pull all the pillows off that you don't know why they're all on the bed. You throw those over in the place where they are in the bedroom, and you start taking the covers back. And then how it works is I have the MyPillow 2.0, and I have the MyPillow original on my side, and then Sherry has her MyPillow original, and then another pillow that she had because the 2.0 didn't exist when she got that. Well, I go to the bed and I go, hey, what's going on? She said, oh, I got the 2.0 over here, and I said that's my 2.0, and she said, baby, I'm taking it. I'm just gonna tell you that you can go get you another one. I said, you've taken my 2.0 from me? She goes, I just love it. I mean, it's so fantastic. See, what happened is she got them mixed up and then actually slept on it or laid on it, and she fell in love with it. And she goes, and she just gave me that look because they know the power they have. I want it, and you just have to go get you another one.
Sorry.
So I'm like, I got to get me another 2.0.
You better hurry.
I got to. So, in there, it's on the Speedy special still right now. Buy one, get one free. See, they sent
special.
Well, they sent us one. See if they were doing buy one, get one free. I wish they'd sent me two.
I was going to ask you, how many pillows you sleep with?
I sleep with two.
Where you put a head and what?
And I snuggle the other one.
Yeah.
I put it up under my arm to hold my shoulder up.
I do one arm or the other. I don't do both. I don't know why.
I start out laying on both of them to get my head elevated. And then as I wind down to truly go asleep, I go now head on 2.0 and I snuggle original.
Yeah.
Right. But now I don't have 2.0. It's just it's original and some old pill. I don't even know what this thing is. And it's a big old heavy one, too.
You can't have that.
It's like somebody put a fat girl in here.
Hey.
Well, I mean, it's heavy.
Edit this part.
Very heavy. Oh, y'all not turning this spot in, are you? But anyway, all right, so go to mypillow.com/Bubba.
Edit.
Don't send this one in. mypillow.com/Bubba. Well, the fact that my wife loves 2.0 so much she took it from me, I'd leave that in.
Well, that part.
Yeah, buy one, get one free right now at mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to
Greg, stop.
you know what? You're right, Suzanne. I forgot about this. This is the other thing you got to watch on weddings. I forgot about this. Suzanne, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, so I do wedding florals, and I've seen some massive weddings. I mean, we do $50,000-$60,000 worth of florals, and I can't wrap my brain around doing that for myself or my children. But I'm grateful that people do spend that because it employs a lot of creative, God-gifted, talented people. So,
Suzanne,
that's my way in.
You're right. I forgot. I left that out. It's the reception and the floral. That's where all the costs come from. Yeah, they love them flowers. Y'all love them. We continue. Let's go to.
If it's up to me, I'd want to spend money on the entertainment. That's where I'd want to splurge.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
Hire Cool in the Gang. You go live band.
I might surprise you. I think I'd go DJ. Just
Really? Well, they're not expensive
because they can. They can play a wider variety of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I know people have live bands and they have
I
a good
love a
time
live
too.
band. To me, a live band. I understand the limits. I got it.
Yeah.
But I love a live band. I love it. Especially those that can play anything. They're great industrial receptions. Mm-hmm. Let's go to John. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, I was going to talk about the security leak that John Kirby was talking about.
Sure.
Yeah. That could have been a counterintelligence maneuver with like a honeypot, where you purposely leak information like that to have a countermeasure to see how other countries respond. As a honeypot trick.
Well, that's
like
what
a
we
Tom
were
Clancy style.
That's what we were talking about. I mean, it just seems like a little weird that because there's only a few people going to have that kind of access, and a few staff members of those people
Spare
to
rabbit.
have all of that, and then for him to get on there and go, "Hey, this don't belong."
You better not put that out.
It's almost like he's going to put it out.
It's like when you go to a rental property. Sorry, Bubba, and they have that one, and they have that one door in there, and it looks and you cannot open it.
Right.
And I want to look behind there so bad.
Owner's closet. Owner's closet.
Yeah, well, I want in there so bad. You ever had anybody go, look, now don't look down in there. Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Dougie, go ahead.
Hey, man, well, I'll cover weddings and leaks. First, on the leak, how come we still don't know who leaked the deal at the Supreme Court? And then the second comment is I did the wedding thing, did the full-blown deal on the first pass, spent a lot of money, had nothing to show for it when that wedding or when that marriage fell apart. Second time, though, we just went to Justice Peace, spent nothing, had a barbecue, went back to work, and then spent the money going to Cancun, had a pretty good honeymoon.
There you go.
There you go.
That's my 2 cents on the wedding. I wouldn't spend any more than I just absolutely had to get married.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Sounds a little bitter.
Of course, that's if it's you. The bigger thing is what do you do when you face a daughter and a wife?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're making the call, it's easy. It's when you have other people that are.
I'll tell you a funny one in the break.
Okay, so this would be in the break.
Yeah.
Oh, he's writing it down.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Jamie.
Yeah. Hey, Jamie. I love it.
Jamie, go ahead.
All right. I saw a thing on Mike Leach where he had dropped his he dropped like a playbook or some of his plays on the field one time for the other team to find.
Yeah, he dropped a sheet of his
I feel like
first.
that's exactly what we did with the documents, right? We dropped it for the other team, and now they're going off doing other things, and we're totally pulling a Mike Leach on them.
Yeah, or as our other caller said, a honeypot.
Honeypot.
I keep forgetting he's dead.
There you go.
by the way.
We used to do honeypot, and it meant something else.
Yeah,
What
they had scripted like the first 2 quarters, and Mike Leach dropped it on purpose. But he pointed out that the genius of doing this is you have to set up plays that you know they will react to in a certain way, and then you have to react to it to take advantage of it.
Right. Yeah.
You can't just say, "Hey, we're running off tackle." I mean, there's no advantage to that, you know.
Yeah.
So, and he's still not saying he did it, but he's saying there's genius in doing that.
But Greg brings
he
up
would
a
talk around. Well, he was talking around it like he said everything except I did it.
Greg brings up the greater
Kind of like
point.
OJ.
The greater point, I keep forgetting that Mike Leach is dead.
Yeah, football
I
season.
know.
We'll notice
I know.
it when football season gets
Oh,
here.
I know. I just can't believe
That
it.
ball-headed guy.
I don't even know who the coach at Mississippi State is.
He was the defensive coordinator.
Defensive coordinator, Rick.
You know, they showed him on TV all the time. Kind of looks like Vin Diesel.
Oh, yeah. Coach Diesel.
Yeah.
Wow. But will his press conference would be as good?
Oh, no. Nobody's press conferences are as good as Mike Leach's.
You know, I never got to go with Mike Leach to Skinwalker Ranch. I think that would have been a great trip. Don't you?
Oh, my goodness. What a trip.
Come on, Bubba, let's go.
Well, now you made me sad. Because that would be
an outstanding trip. That'd be one I'd look forward to.
And then him coming back and telling us what he thinks about it.
Yes.
Man.
I'm researching the Mike Leach fake play card thing, and wow, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, it was.
You like that?
1999, the Red River Showdown. And he made the fake play card, and they made sure it was spotted on the field. And the Longhorns they quickly fell 17-0. They did eventually recover to win the game, but they
worked for a minute.
They
got up
17-0 before realizing they had been duped.
That's funny.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
worth a try.
It was, well, you might as well.
Like I say, the genius is knowing how to set the other team up.
Right.
That did take some planning.
Well, and really, you learn a lesson about ill-gotten gains, too.
Yeah, you do.
Sir.
Of course, it does ruin the story that Texas came back and beat them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If they could have just won by a point.
It'd have been a better story.
It would have.
It really would.
It would have. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out of surgery.
And they left his gallbladder in.
It said that it's staying in. He said that they asked why he was crying, and she said because he just got dunked on. No, she said everything went well. The doctor was pleased, and he's waking up now.
Good.
So there you go.
Ah, damn.
That's that breaking news.
Tell him to hurry up and get here by 9.
Looks like we got more breaking news there on line 1.
Oh. This is straight up here.
Oh,
but I want to get to your chin at some point, Bubba.
Well, I do, but let's not leave this quite yet.
Okay.
Is that real? Is this for real?
God, why are we going to keep
Let me take you back to when we started the show today, and I said I apologize for you being caught in the middle of all this.
We've heard from Dr. Moore. Let's now go to Connor.
Yeah, Connor, it says he works in Dr. Moore's office.
That's a lie. Go ahead.
I do. I've got the numbers. I can get them. The question we had about the erectile dysfunction you had circled on here.
That ain't real.
No, the medication you're taking, sir, that could cause that. You want to talk about that on air?
No, well, I'll tell you what. I'll call you after the show.
Connor, thank you very much.
So funny.
I haven't heard from him in a long time.
What the hell are y'all doing?
That I circled on my chart. I love it. Now,
let's be clear.
funny.
You don't have that issue.
Now, that's funny when you take a medical and making it funny.
Man.
Yeah.
When you're not giving serious information.
Double digits there.
That's a good one.
That was.
So his name was Connor.
It was.
That's
new, too.
He's never used
that made it even better.
Oh, it did.
That was a little too original, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, usually it's more extreme.
It was
Too
like
normal.
It was like that time when I interrupted the prayer in laughter, and it wasn't because I was laughing during the prayer and didn't realize it was because I had a fresh new haircut and doing it.
Yeah, it made it worse. He's in there just mouthing, all right, I didn't know they was praying. I said, the fact you had that haircut doing it just added to it.
Yeah, if you lead the morning prayer, you got to really be focused around here
You do.
because you're liable to have a traveling party come in on you.
I know. Don't ever look up because Greg will be hung in a stare looking in the corner.
It don't matter.
Well,
All right, Bubba, what happened?
He's looking to heaven.
well, we got the break now, but we got to talk about your chin.
Yeah, well,
A little chin
cover
music.
that.
Little chin, little scratchy
Yeah,
chin.
I scratched it up a little bit.
Bubba crying? Because his chin got dunked on.
I heard you gradually say you cut yourself shaving this morning, but you really did cut. I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah.
you gave it a good slashing.
Yeah.
Well,
I bet
it's
you
not,
that ruined
it's
his shirt.
It's not cut like cut. I scraped it.
Let me
You
see.
know.
Oh, that's
It looks like you
So I
dove
didn't
on
even-
the asphalt.
If you cut it, usually when you cut it, you know it immediately.
Right.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I didn't even know I'd done it till I got out and I saw blood on the towel.
Took
which
a
that's
layer
good.
off, didn't you?
That's good.
Those little nicks are hard to get to quit bleeding.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, well, anything. Add a little Plavix to it. Hey, she'll bleed for a while. You know.
Yeah, you stick some
I
toilet paper
had to
too.
come to work with a paper towel tied to my chin.
Have y'all
like
ever-
I had a
have
like
y'all
I had
ever-
a
Like
chin
the monks.
strap on. You know.
Have you ever forgotten to take that off if you cut yourself and
Oh,
you
yeah.
like put a piece of
Yeah.
toilet paper or a napkin
Nothing more
or
attractive
something?
than a piece of tissue with
And-
blood stain
Yeah,
in it.
stick the little piece to you and you walk around. And I forgot one time I went to the grocery store and I had just walking around with it. There it
You had one
was.
on top of your head.
Hey, funny. All joke. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Greg's got some calling to do. It looks like you need to call the doctor's office.
Yeah, that last one.
Connor and the doc want to talk to you.
Connor.
We want to close the book on it, Greg.
Yes.
I
That's
believe we've
what I
closed.
want to do is close the book.
Well, good.
Bubba's chin is next.
And good news, Rick appears to be out of surgery
That's
and doing
right.
fine. So good news there.
Did you like our breaking news theme?
Yeah, I liked it. I liked
Okay.
that. That was very nice. 15 minutes after the hour, Rick and Bubba will be back in just a second.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Living on the bleeding edge of technology, it's Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all make up Team Rick and Bubba. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for listening. Here on the show, Men of Words.
No men of action.
You're America, what a dandy. Now, again, Bubba, you might want to stand down during this because you're just a man of words.
Sure.
But the taking action, so the GOP has moved. We keep talking about how allowing biological men to participate in sports against biological women will be the end of women's sports. The GOP they put a bill together backed by Riley Gaines, which we talked about yesterday. She making a stand for biological women in sports and was attacked again because if biological men, no matter how they dress, they've got a lot of testosterone, especially if they're early in the transition. And by the way, can I just say this again? I'm going to say this again. Bruce Jenner's nothing but a drag queen.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, and he understands the difference between men and women, and even he does not support biological men playing against biological women because he says it's absurd. But anyway, there's going to be a bill that the House Republicans are setting up to vote for next week aimed at keeping biological males out of girls' and women's sports to save women's sports. Now, not everyone likes this. As a matter of fact, I believe, right, biological woman Megan Rapinoe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the is that purple hair soccer?
That's a
purple
purple
hair soccer player.
Rapinoe.
Rapinoe. I don't know how to say it. Is it Rapinoe?
I think it's Rapinoe.
How about Rapinoe? Sounds
Either way,
cooler. Do you agree?
It may be right. I just thought it was Rapinoe.
It just sounds cool.
Whatever.
I like
We all know
I
who
like
it is.
Rapinoe better than Rapinoe. But anyway, whatever her name is, but you know who I'm talking about, purple hair soccer player.
Yeah, I got you.
And who is Sue Bird? Anybody know who Sue Bird is? What does she play?
It's her
Adler?
partner.
Right. So does she play sports at all?
She looks like she's a former professional basketball player.
Okay. All right. So
they're together.
Yeah, these two biological women, but see, they're part of the LGBTQ minus plus semicolon hyphen. They're part of that. So as y'all talked about in the break correctly, even Bubba, who of course is a man of words, but in the break
about all talk,
right? In
about anti-action.
But in the break, we made the point. Even though in the real world, if you let biological men play against biological women, they will dominate the sports. But that's the real world. But Megan and Sue have been assigned their point of view by the movement.
Yeah,
they can't be against biological men not being recognized as women, even on the athletic field, regardless of the biology or science of all this. They're not allowed to even have a common sense approach to this.
No,
because then they'll be attacked themselves. So they have nowhere to go. Or, as I told Bub in the break, she must be getting close to retirement, so she doesn't have to play against men. But anyway,
so she's good. The one that was a basketball player with a man with NBA talent, just any man, decided he's a woman. She's okay with him coming to the WNBA and just owning it. She's good with that.
Well, she no, Greg. She's just saying what she needs to say not to be attacked.
Yeah, but that's what she's
deep down. She's like, this is.
Well, that's my point.
Well, and now, and it just is. Remember, I just played You're America. And here is the headline: Pete Buttigieg's husband.
There you go.
Well, he's mad at Bud Light boycotters, and he's trying. Of course, again, this is what happens when the emotional left try to make a point. They don't even understand the point.
I know.
Okay,
I saw it.
He's now saying, "Will people now be against water because trans people drink water?" See.
No, buddy.
Mrs. Buttigieg, that is not the there's no one. It's about the person who's endorsing the product. Everybody knows that people of all walks of life may drink or eat a certain product that is out there. The boycott is them taking a trans woman and using that as their new endorser of the product.
They're not saying just with, like, the beer drinkers that are leaving are still going to drink beer. They're just not going to drink that beer.
Correct.
Right.
If there were different brands of water, they would drink other water.
They don't approve of that person as a spokesperson for them.
And if that spokesperson became,
what about water though?
And this spokesperson, they're not.
Water.
They're not to Mrs. Buttigieg. What I want to say to the or I guess it's Mr. Buttigieg, Pete's husband. Okay, what I'm saying to Pete's husband, because for some reason that's how he's listed in this story. His name is Chaston. Is that right? And I do give him credit for taking his husband's name. But anyway, so
kind of,
sort of. But anyway, but let's say that this same Dylan Mulvaney did a smart water campaign. Well, then people who oppose that wouldn't drink smart water anymore, but they'd still drink water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So your point is stupid. It doesn't.
I'm trying to be sharp.
I'm trying to be sharp.
There it is.
And I think I'm sharp, and I'm not sharp because what I'm saying makes no sense.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not the same thing.
Right.
No.
So and
hey, what if trans people eat food?
Now,
y'all gonna stop eating?
And I yeah, right.
No.
But we might not eat the products that Dylan's promoting if it bothers us that much. That happens with anything. Let's go back to this. So I mean, there are people out there that if he was still alive, if Rush Limbaugh promoted a product, they wouldn't use it anymore.
Yeah, because they don't like it.
Yeah.
And back to them just for a second. I think I would have. I don't know what his last name was. I don't know if I'd have took the name Booty Edge, or however how you say it, Booty Edge. How you say it?
Probably not.
That.
Probably not in this arrangement.
Not that.
That's what I'm saying. I think I would have went with his. I want, just saying.
Yeah,
Dylan just got an
Boot
Olay
Edge.
skincare endorsement. So
Right.
ladies or
Makes more
whatever
sense than that other endorsement
might use lotion, but that's not that brand.
Well, let's go back to this.
But they'll still use lotion.
And I hope women out there understand. You've got this dude who identifies as being a woman and is doing 365 days of girlhood, and he is mopping the floor with your own endorsement.
Yes,
We are now saying, and Greg,
he's endorsing female products.
We've said on the show over and over again. I hope women realize that you have lived long enough for this society that you are now living in to say that men are so much better than women. They're even better women.
Yeah.
Do y'all not see this message? Are y'all missing this message?
It's just so wrong on so many
How are you
levels.
not offended?
I know. Why was this not bothering every one of you?
Well, let me ask you a question here. And this
I don't
is,
care what
this
your
is an
worldview
honest-
is.
But you know the problem, like with our two soccer friends over here, they're from the mentality, and this is the overriding liberal mindset of the day. There are no rules. There are no rules. You
boundaries,
can't tell me I'm not a girl. You can't tell me this. You can't keep a guy out of a girl. Saying no is not an issue. Everything must be yes and okay.
Yeah, and that's not the real world.
The only no they have is disagreeing with us. That's the only thing that that a no is wrong.
Yep.
You disagreed with us, so we can't have it. We're gonna fight you.
You're done.
And that's not the real world. That's a fake world when anything goes. That's not a real world. That world doesn't exist. So anyway, so that's the latest on all that. But again, how two biological females can be okay with biological males participating in women's sport, it is very short-sighted, and it's not. You're not loving female sports.
What did you read?
And you hate Title IX.
If you read the article, they pivot and start talking about equal pay and all that. Because again,
for girls of color,
inside,
girls with disabilities, just to name a few,
that none of this applies.
They don't want transgender or intersex kids to ever feel the isolation and exclusion that others have felt.
That's just like I think it was Crowder.
Again, there's no no's. It's just yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want to do this. Yes. I want to be that. Yes. I want to feel this way. Yes. I want to do that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's somebody who opposes it, said no. Ooh, you're bad.
You're bad.
The intersex thing is it's like less than 1%. I seen Crowder arguing with somebody on that. They was doing the debate about the women's sports, and the guy kept bringing up the numbers of intersex. He says, okay, for the sake of argument, intersex can play any sport they want. Now let's still talk.
Mm-hmm.
Still it's not fair, regardless.
So Adler, go to 6C. Perfect example of this before we go to the break. So here's Pierce.
Oh, this is good.
Morgan. And he's talking to just what you said, Bubba. These people that say no matter what we want to do, we should be able to do. The only thing that's not allowed is disagreeing with us in the entire the whole wide world.
The only rule they believe in.
But listen to the absurdity of that point of view. Here we go.
If you'd like to be a woman, you can identify as a woman. I don't know why there is such an issue.
Anyone can, right?
I don't see a problem with
Just
someone
literally put the hand up
saying
and say I'm a woman. Okay, why can't I identify as a black lesbian?
Well, firstly, I mean, it was.
Well, I'm serious. I'm serious. If I can identify as anything
Mhm.
without any need to prove I'm actually what that is,
I
why can't I on International Women's Day say I'm Piers Morgan, I'm a black lesbian?
I think taking it to a kind of absurd status,
I think
we're
that's
talking
what.
about quite a
With
strong
respect, I think
physical
that
change.
you'd already opened the absurdity door by saying it is limitless. You can do what you like. Anyone can say I'm a woman. How many genders are there?
2.
There are 2 genders.
Oh.
Wow. So you don't believe in transgenders at all?
Well, I think there are.
Whoa, hang on. Whoa. There are 2 genders.
Well, it's taught in.
Well, why do you say well? You've literally just launched this huge defence of transgenderism. Now you've eradicated it.
But if I truly can do anything other than disagree with certain points of view, then I can identify as being anything, right?
I like when she called it absurd. Absurd has left the building a long time ago.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
And they don't buy into the argument that you can identify to be any age you want to. They think that's ridiculous. And I really think that should be more open than gender.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
All right.
Earlier hours of the show, Rick is having his gallbladder taken out this morning, and we got a report a little while ago that he was out of surgery and everything went fine. So we'll expect him back the next day or two. He was trying to put that off a week, but yesterday I think convinced him he needed to go ahead and get that done.
Yeah.
He had a couple of mild attacks yesterday. So glad he got that out and that's behind him, and he can start recovering now. Thank all of you for being part of the program. Our website is rickandbubba.com. You can find out how to get in touch with us there. You can find out about social media, find out about upcoming events, and just all kind of information. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We will be taking some calls later in the hour. Right now, we are about to say goodbye and let another one of our interns go back out into the world. Please welcome his graduating day, Bigfoot. Fire it in there.
All right, Bigfoot, fire it in there.
Jordan, fire it in there.
That's how he got his name. We just put Bigfoot in there.
All right,
Jordan,
Bigfoot. Fire it in there.
Because he's got big feet.
There you go.
So you are here via Mississippi College.
Yes, sir.
And you've completed your time. I hope it has been educational for you.
It has been very educational.
So what did you learn?
I mostly screen phone calls here, so I learned a lot about doing that and dealing with the people that call in.
Is it scary, the general public, a little bit?
A little bit, but it's not too bad.
They walk among you. Remember that.
They do.
Yeah,
when I go by that call screening booth, sometimes I will just stop and lean on the door and go, well, how about that?
How about that? Listen to that.
They're
right
out there walking among us every day.
It's definitely
So
interesting.
what are you wanting to do when you get done, and how close are you to graduating?
Well, I'm going to be a junior this upcoming year, so I'll have 2 more years. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do yet, but I do plan on working maybe in some type of media area, possibly television, hopefully in the future, possibly radio as well. So it's still to be determined, but one of those for sure.
Well, good. I think you did a good job. Got after it here.
Do you see the world the way you saw it coming in as you're leaving?
Definitely not. Kind of like the first time I walked in the studio, it was just kind of an eye-opening experience because I'd never really seen anything or been a part of anything like that before. So it was definitely interesting and a fun experience for me.
Yeah.
Well,
so on interns' last days, I think we all kind of act a little bit different. We kind of like are a little bit nicer. A little bit kind of like ending it on a positive note, like give them a little bit more and like, hey, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which I do with interns.
So that's what you do or what we all do?
I do that. I'm like, last day, last time we're eating breakfast together, all that kind of stuff.
Very sentimental.
Moment. And I didn't know it was his last day, and he's running the switcher for me because I'm kind of stressed out trying to get some stuff together here for. We got a tech guy coming later today, and all kinds.
You can't believe it.
We got the expo coming. I got to get that spot together. It's been kind of a headache or whatever. I'm kind of stressed out today.
Sure.
And he's switching and y'all are going to a video. Y'all need to see a video.
Oh, yeah.
In order for everybody in this room to see it, he needs to put up the right channel, right?
Right.
And so I hear y'all are talking about it. You're plugging it. You're like, all right, so let's okay, here's a video for all of us to watch together. Let's do that now. Yes, let's do that. And so to me, that should be plenty of heads up for him to know he needs to put 6 up.
I always get 6 and 7 confused.
And so I run in there, and I'm like, and he goes, so should I put 6 up? And I just go, yes, put 6 up.
It's a highly technical broadcast term. It's called they're calling for it.
That's it.
I don't care if it's your last day. Put it up.
Put it up.
Moron.
I put it up.
You know how like words can say more than they say, like yes,
Oh, yeah.
or yes,
Right.
and
yes.
yes, exactly. And kind of my yes was
Oh, hell yeah.
that kind of yes.
Yeah.
So I didn't know it was your last day, man. Sorry, kind of harsh
it's all right. I
on
don't
you.
take that personally.
So was Adler difficult?
I was a little bit harsh, and I'm sorry.
Today, you'd have been more gentle, is what you're saying.
I would have been more gentle. I felt like for a split second there I broke your spirit, and I did not mean to
man.
do that on your
the last day?
On the last
Adler, you didn't break
day.
your spirit on the last day.
I'm so sorry,
Adler.
man.
No, man.
I'm
the
sorry.
spirit's
You've done
still
a
there.
great job. You're a nice
Appreciate
guy.
that.
You try hard.
Hey, look, it's making up for it.
So now I'm
buddy.
making
It's
up
okay.
for my mean spell there a second ago.
Adler, don't be mean today.
I know. I'm sorry. Didn't
You
know
got
it
a
was
lot
his last
going
day.
on. You need to be happy
Guys, y'all
today.
need to start giving me heads up when it's their last day, because I'm kind of tough on the interns back there, because it's just us back there, y'all. I get a lot of stupid questions
I've
from
seen
the
him go off on
interns.
some people.
A lot of stupid questions.
All right, so
I do. I really do get a lot of stupid questions
That's
from the
how
interns.
you come in.
$22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so we got some. We got some videos to look at and comment on here on the show today. When I see that in Silverthorne, Colorado, residents, now you look on your cameras and see things moving around. You ever look on your cameras and you think, "Wow, I wish I'd never known that."
I'm scared.
Yeah, I actually saw something this morning. I thought that.
I bet you did.
I'm scared to look.
So we actually have the term here is pack of mountain lions.
Pack of them.
Yeah. Look, now I want you to
You
look.
can say pack or family,
Now,
whichever one.
I'm looking at my
That's
security
like Alan
cam.
Bubba saw.
Yeah, and you've got mountain lions.
Ooh, that's creepy.
There's
5.
Yeah, there's 5.
It looks like there's some youngsters in the.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
mix.
Yeah,
Some are a little small.
Yeah, okay, boy, there it is. I didn't know mountain lions moved in a mob like that.
Rick, give it to me. Look at that right there. Look at that, my friend.
No,
No,
I'm not
sir.
for that.
The old mountain
Not
lion.
for that. That's those.
Helms, if you were throwing something away in the garbage and saw that, what would you do?
oh goodness,
I'd be unhappy.
That makes a little Dotson like nothing, doesn't it?
probably have to start by changing my drawers.
Yeah. The
Good night.
I guess we could go to 11 here too. Moose on the loose. So this is a moose in Alaska that got in a hospital.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, moose on the loose in Alaska. It makes you appreciate the fact that we only deal with raccoons and possums and
What
a
do
bobcat
you
here or
do?
there.
It's a brave
Look,
officer.
the guy's supposed to be watching the door, just wasn't paying attention.
No,
was
how do you let a moose walk in an Alaskan
moose.
hospital?
he?
Look
The
at
moose is loose.
that. How you gonna get him out?
I like the guy's got the mask on. I'm sorry, it's a moose. It's nothing you can do.
Look at that.
Yeah, I went straight to the plant.
Mm-hmm.
Look around. Go.
So wildlife sightings on the hospital campus are common, but they never had one go inside the hospital.
You know, he could go nuts and just tear all that glass.
What
up,
would y'all
you know.
do if y'all saw that? Would you try to talk to it? Would be like,
What are they trying to do? Hem it in with a couch?
I don't know.
I think they're trying to cut it off to try to get it go back out the door, and I guess it finally works.
Okay, I thought that was an office. That's the door going out.
Yeah, it is.
Went right back out.
Yeah, the problem, and I said, yeah. The thing that I think would bother me is I don't want those deadly hoofs. I know that there's much. Have you ever really honestly seen? Have you ever seen? So you see that little female there, or juvenile? Have you ever seen a full-grown male moose? They are
big animal.
Humongous.
They are gigantic. I'm talking about huge.
Tall as a bus.
I mean, it is
crazy.
And their horns. I mean, their horns. Wow, their horns. They are tall as a bus. They are. Yeah, maybe I saw Helmsy driving it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
see here.
Mercedes.
Oh my gracious!
This thing that Helmsy's driving a bus to Houston, I can't get past it.
It's a van.
Yeah,
it's a
bus.
11 passenger.
Rick,
it is huge. No, I showed Rick the video.
I bet you Adler looked at that. He wanted to see that so bad. All he cares about is he's got to have some kind of what do you call them?
Wow.
It's I want to buy a van and then trick it out, make it a
He wants that kind of van that I showed you. He just wants to trick it out.
He's got the Sprinter. Helms has the Sprinter van, and I'm probably going to be looking more at the Ford than the Mercedes, but it'll still be awesome.
You got that company here in town that tricks them out.
Yes.
Are we going to go see those?
In fact, I'm wearing their shirt right now. Storyteller Overland is a huge player in the off-road vehicle game. They've come out of nowhere, based out of Birmingham. They're buying up vans straight from the manufacturers, turning them into unbelievable vehicles.
Why you're not endorsing them, I don't know.
We need to work something out.
Adam, let's go there. Let's go over there and see. I want to see how they do it.
Yes, I'd love to tour.
Bubba,
I'd
love
love
to
to
get to the
tour.
lake. You don't have time for
Bubba,
I just want to go see how they do it.
That would take action.
Well, this would this would.
Hey, AT,
that would
requires action.
That would be a necessary break that I would love to have.
That would be solace.
Yeah.
To your point. To your point on how big this vehicle is,
It's
I'm
pretty
driving.
big.
When I get in my truck, I feel like I'm in a smart car.
You better
like
hope
it
ain't
really
no high
does.
winds.
It's a bus.
After I've been in it for 2.5, 3 hours, and I get out and get in my car, my truck feels small.
Look at the difference between an Alaskan moose and a horse. Look at the difference.
It'll
between-
jerk you around. Too.
You think a horse is big? No.
Oh wow!
Look at that moose. 6'5".
If
Nearly
you have
5 hands.
If you have a guy 5'8" trying to cover a guy 6'5", you know what a mismatch that is.
Oh yeah.
Especially if he's got big antlers.
What's the most biggest handle of a situation you guys have been in which an animal was inside? Like your house or something like that. I remember growing up at church, for some reason doves would always get in our church, and the custodian, the custodian had to get them out of there. And as a kid, there was nothing better. We got a bird in the church, and you get to watch the custodian try to. Oh, it was great.
I battle birds a lot.
Oh, you can't get them to go down low enough to go
I did.
out.
I battle birds more than you
Remember
know.
the time the mouse got in the studio and we all flipped out?
Yes, that was hilarious.
I got to tell you one of the biggest problems I had. We did bits on it, and I think it made it maybe on a CD. I don't remember. It was a chipmunk.
Oh, I remember that.
I had a chipmunk get in the house one time. We couldn't get it out.
You had a chipmunk in your couch, I think, for a long time, right?
They had one in the Christmas tree.
Oh yeah.
No
Chipmunk.
way.
A lot of chipmunks. So
Really?
yeah.
She turned around. It was on the back.
We told it on the air.
I don't even remember that.
No, yeah, I remember that one too.
Remember, he told it on the air, but
Remember-
Betty got it out of the tree.
And remember, Uncle
okay.
Lewis burnt the tree up right after it.
Well, it was during her little get together. I wasn't there. so
Right.
She had to
I
have
was
it.
more referencing the AT.
Yeah, they are
All
locked
talk,
and
no
loaded.
action.
They are.
That's
on
all that was about.
They're on that.
Really bad you didn't pick up on it.
I get tired of just talk.
It's one of those things now you just lay down and wait till it's over. You know, I mean,
It's funny.
It's going to require a little action. Let's see who we're going to pick.
Not him.
Not him. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We got more stories to cover. We'll try to get more of your phone calls in, too, before the day is done. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're trying to learn.
Yeah.
Well,
if they don't know, they don't know.
But the thing
I'd
is,
rather them ask than not ask.
Absolutely.
But the thing is,
I'm
they
not
come
like you,
in
Adler.
with a non-real question, like, "Hey, a caller just said that they can't hear us," and I'm just like, "Okay, what are they listening to? Where are they? What radio station?" Like, you gotta really formulate your questions better if I'm gonna have to listen to them.
Now, take the attitude out of it, but that's good coaching.
Yeah.
No,
Coach them up.
I can't remove the attitude.
Hey, you know what's funny?
That's all
about-
I have is attitude.
About attitude, it's the last night, okay? Hovey here, Bigfoot fired in there, sends me a text at 9 something. And so Amanda says, "Hey, your phone's going off over there." And I said, "Yeah, I saw that it was you." And this was my attitude. I said, "It's an intern." I said, "Probably tell him he can't be there tomorrow." So when I get his message this morning, I'm going to tell you how crappy I felt.
Yeah.
Because here's what he said. "Hey, Helmsy, just making sure you're aware that tomorrow's my last day interning for the show. Thanks for giving me the opportunity and allowing me to be a part of the show. I've loved it and have had an absolute blast. That being said, I'm also interested in possibly working with the show next summer." So I'm sitting here thinking, well, you're a jerk, Helms. I mean, that attitude you had last night.
Yeah,
he
man.
goes on and on, just loving on us, and I'm sitting there thinking he
Wow.
probably. So I apologize. You didn't know that, but I was frustrated last night.
Kinda
I
like
thought,
Bigfoot.
well, he's not even going to come in. Because usually when I get a text, it's I can't come in, or something's going on. I'm sick. I'm in L.A. Whatever.
Sugar's high.
Right, stuff like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
The gallbladder's acting up.
Cut my chin.
Well, I'm sorry he left you hanging on the
Need a
text,
stent?
and he was mad at me today.
It's all right.
Yeah.
$35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Meal planning made easy and delicious. Right now, you can start America's #1 meal kit program at 50% off. Fitting. 50% off right now. First box will ship free with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. Go there. Quick and easy recipes. You get them on the table faster than ever before. in just 25 minutes or less. The new quick and easy recipes are available. Now, they have all kinds of recipes, and their chefs put them out every week. You pick the recipes. They send you the ingredients and the recipe card. You follow it, get the meal on the table. Family's back around the table, and you're eating delicious food, and you got variety. You're cutting down your total food bill. It's a lot less expensive than ordering food delivered. So get yours now by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we've got some updates on stories that we've brought you. This one is on David Crosby's death.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So David Crosby, I watched the documentary on him, and you kind of go away from the documentary going, David Crosby's not real likable. I mean, I'm not. I mean, he's died, and I don't mean to make light of that. But
he wasn't an overly nice guy.
He was not an overly nice guy, and I did like that. It seemed to be in this documentary that he started to get a little bit of self-awareness, because he did come to the conclusion on his own that everybody he'd ever made music with now currently will not speak to him. And he started thinking, so if everybody is on the same page and none of them like me, maybe I'm the problem. Now I know that that's something we don't seem to have the ability to do anymore.
Right.
But anyway, so David Crosby's death, Graham Nash, who was not speaking to him, now, and in the documentary though, there was one interview with Graham Nash where he was talking to some guy that was interviewing him about something he was doing. And he was like, do you think maybe you might want to make an effort to try to resolve this rift between the two of you? And Graham Nash is saying, probably. But, of course, I don't know that ever happened because he died not long after that.
He laid down and didn't get up.
But they're saying really that he just did not feel well. And he was still going out. And you'll see he's not in great health in the documentary.
But didn't he have a liver transplant or something?
Something, yeah. And, of course, I know what you want to say. You want to go ahead and get it out so you can get it out of your system?
About Melissa Etheridge?
I knew it. Yeah, they just know
her kid's biological father.
I know. I just wanted you to go ahead and let's get that out.
Get it out of the way.
Okay, because I know you want to talk about that.
So,
and and of course Bubba's more than willing to take you down a path here.
Yeah.
You thought he wasn't a man of action, but he's it's different right now.
Yeah.
But so when Melissa and her wife decided to have children,
he was the donor.
He got involved.
Yeah.
But not in the old-fashioned way.
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Are you going to continue or
professional? Well,
understood.
Doctors involved and all that.
Okay,
Greg, we got it.
But hey, we got it.
We totally understand.
We know Rick. And then once the kids grew up old enough to recognize him, they didn't like him either.
Greg, we don't know that.
They couldn't get along with him either. They weren't speaking.
So it said that after 3 days of rehearsals, he said didn't feel well. He'd already had COVID in the past, but they thought he had it again. He went home and decided that he would take a nap, and he never woke up. So he died.
Long nap.
Now I will say this: I realized that Graham Nash.
Well, from that picture, he was looking really good. I can't believe he actually went past all that.
he was in bad shape. He was, Greg. He was not in great health.
No, he wasn't.
But can I tell you something? I was a little bit shocked, and Adler, now I'm going over to your world because you're the most serious music person we have. The rest of us just like to kind of dabble in it, but I was shocked because, they were always singing harmonies, and I don't recall them ever giving David many lead vocals. When I saw him going around still playing for audiences in like small theaters and stuff like that,
playing all the hits,
that he sang quite well. Oh, and I was shocked at how well he could sing.
Great guy. Great guy. Not a great guy. Great voice, great harmonizer, some of the most famous harmonies ever, honestly, and really the whole like folk music, the Blue Jean Committee,
yes,
or whatever it is that funny, yes, that funny video with the Blue Jean Committee,
the fake documentary.
That's them. That really is them. That is, but
I didn't know how well he sang on his
own.
own.
You mean Catalina Nights, the greatest hit of all time?
That's so
good.
Soft rock hit.
That's so good. But anyway, Graham Nash. Now I'm going to read his actual quote, okay, and I understand what he's saying, and I'm going to go with what he means. I'm not going to do to him what people do to people these days. But consider the fact that they weren't getting along. Consider the fact that he didn't like David Crosby, and they weren't even speaking. Listen to this line. So he went home and decided he would take a nap, and he never woke up, but he died in his bed, and that is fantastic. Okay, I know what he.
Right.
I know what he means.
That's a good way to
Instead
go.
of a long illness.
I get what he's saying.
He means if you're going to go, that's.
But
a good
it
way
sounded
to
like
go.
he was glad he was gone. But it sounds.
It's been a heck of a day.
Now, if they were palling around and just got off a vacation together, it would feel like it was. And he does mean it as I'm glad he didn't suffer.
On paper, it didn't look good.
But to hear it said that way, knowing that they weren't they weren't getting along, is it could have been worded differently.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. I'm thankful he didn't suffer. Throw that in.
Right.
But we know, Graham, that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was lovingly surrounded by his wife and soulmate, Jan, and his son, Django.
Unchained.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew
That's
there was
a good movie.
You know what the chances of you not saying that were? Zero.
Can't help it. You just don't hear that name a lot.
I know. So there
You
you
didn't even get to one Mississippi.
go.
Right.
No,
Said it.
no, we did not. So anyway, David Crosby went on in. We knew that, but now we've discovered it was I don't feel good. I'm taking a nap and I'm done.
He's out.
He's out.
What's so funny is that he was. I mean, it's not funny, but he
Right.
was singing like.
Do you wish you'd chosen your words differently just then?
Yes, yeah. Like he snorted cocaine off a speaker on stage, and then he would sing like, these soft rock songs. It's just like that's something that like a metal guy should do or something.
Right. You mean Legends of Soft Rock?
You're right. It was just it's like wow.
Bubba, do you still have a
Okay.
copy of Catalina Night?
That is one of the funniest things to me.
Yeah.
Those whole series were fun.
Yeah. Greg, also in celebrity news, and we have to go to you here. What's Cody Ware done? NASCAR.
I'm not real familiar with him. I've heard his name.
Driver Cody Ware.
I was disappointed with you.
I'm not very familiar with him.
Arrested on a felony assault.
Wow.
In North Carolina, has been suspended from racing by NASCAR indefinitely.
Who did he beat up?
I'm trying to look and see.
I've heard it. There's so many young guys in there now. I don't know half of them.
Yeah, Greg, don't be like.
You don't have to squint about it.
They really are.
Do your arm up.
Nice.
Yeah, it's new.
not the
He's
same.
He got arrested.
TV ratings are showing it too.
Alleged domestic violence.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh.
He could just say he's trans and it'd be all right.
Well,
there you go. So, so it looks like the allegation is domestic violence.
Well, there you go.
Against Cody Ware.
Oh, Cody Ware.
Have y'all seen the little problem Walmart has with one of their shirts?
Yes.
No,
yes, but you can't really say what
A
the
pro
word is.
recycling T-shirt has been removed from Walmart
Greg.
after customers spotted a hidden swear word in the slogan,
Greg.
sparking both delight and horror online.
Right.
Somebody snuck one in there.
Did you find it, Bubba?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Rick, it has big letters RE on the left.
Oh, so we're going there. Okay.
And it should be, they're trying. This is an environmental thing, and they want you to and then they have the word cycle, use, new, and think stacked on the right. But if you look at it in the right way, you can certainly see some obvious problems there.
Wow!
And we won't go into it, but. How about once you've already got
Greg,
the
'cause you'll
shirt
say it.
in Walmart and it's already out there, and somebody points
somebody
that
pulled
out
that
to you?
good one.
That's oh my goodness.
Would you go to the rack and get those off, please?
Do you really think somebody did
I'm
it on
stupid.
purpose?
I'm stupid. I can't see it.
Well,
top to
Adler,
bottom.
I'll
Just
point
top
it
to
out to
bottom.
you in the
Top to
break.
bottom.
In the break.
Right next to the.
Yeah, read it.
Greg, I'm afraid to show it to you. You'll
go
scream it out
vertical.
loud.
Read
You
it
can't
vertical.
say it, Greg. You cannot
Greg,
say
but
it.
do
Greg
not
down.
say it.
Oh my gosh, he's showing it.
I'll say it.
Well, it's small. I'm keeping it far away.
So, do you think somebody did that on purpose?
No, I actually think it was an honest mistake.
Okay, that's
yeah,
why.
It was but somebody didn't think it through. Because we don't read vertically.
Greg still can't.
Yeah, we read horizontal.
Just stop.
Yeah.
hang on.
Don't.
So
We're almost to the break.
I got it.
Please don't say it.
I don't think that.
Please don't say it. Please
Not
don't
on
say
purpose. I got it.
it. We'll be back. Phone calls are
It's
next.
not that noticeable.
Wish you hadn't got it.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
The pathology report that came in from the gallbladder that was taken out, it was a nasty situation, and it didn't need to be put off. So thanks to the doctors that did a great job. Justin Girth did the surgery, and all the great folks over at the Surgery Center for St. Vincent's Hospital. That's they have so many little different locations. This is just a outpatient surgery center there that's part of their whole medical organization here where we live, and they did a great job. It's a good bunch, good crew. Of course, had some funny moments finishing up and coming out of the anesthesia. That's always a weird, strange thing. We'll talk about that a little bit. But, the doc said it was about to be a real problem. Undoubtedly, it had been deteriorating for a long time. I didn't have any pain that really drew attention to it until last week, Tuesday a week ago. And then another attack happened on Monday. And then at that point, the doc says we need to get it out, and once he got it out, and I sent y'all some pictures of it, he was glad that it was gone.
Thanks for that, Rick.
I like the pictures. That was cool.
Yeah. Yuck.
I wanted it in a jar, but he said I didn't get my request in time, that they sent it off to the labs to be looked at and probably sliced up and all that.
Yeah, you got your report back on it. Wasn't good, was
No, it was bad. It was real bad. I don't know what some of these words mean in it, but I know the word gangrene is bad.
Yeah.
And when the doc puts underneath, thank goodness we got this out, that's always a good feeling. I mean, you're glad you did,
Yeah, I was looking at that. Those, it's a lot of big medical terms, so it's, it would be ridiculous for us to try to dive through that.
In the final diagnosis, I see things called acute and chronic, and then early gangrene neurosis.
Good.
Early gangrenous neurosis.
Yeah,
It's awful.
Yeah.
Necrosis.
And then some other words that don't look good. I know that acute part because I was having acute pain. But
it looks like cholesterol with some letters at the end of it. I don't know what that means.
Some of that's in there too. I don't know what it was, but
some of you medical people can
But
tell.
trying to figure this particular thing out, because like Greg's daughter had hers out when she was 22, 21,
4, 3.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. You don't. I guess gallbladders just go bad, and I sure have talked to a ton of people that had it done before, and. So I did not come back to work yesterday trying to clear my head of everything. Of course, there's a lot of soreness that comes with it. And right now I kind of feel like I've been like punched in the stomach several times, or I've done 200 sit-ups. So one of those kind of things.
Yeah.
But I got 4 incisions, which anybody who wants to see my incisions in the kitchen, I'm happy to show
Let's
them.
not, Rick. You've already showed us your insides. Let's not go for that.
Yeah, I want to see the cut.
Yeah, I don't force this on you, but if you want,
Greg doesn't like to see bruising.
I don't
and cuts.
see people showing me their hospital stuff.
Right.
They stop it.
They shaved my stomach. My stomach shaved. So it's all slick now.
Rick, I don't want to see it. So just tell me when you're going to do that. I'm going to stay out here.
Rick, I always have that look when I show you.
Oh, I know. It is the same look. You want me to pull my shirt up and show it?
Hey, stop.
The good news, this is one of the great things about having a big belly button. I mean, they could have pulled a child out of there. You know what I mean? Pulling a pulling a gallbladder out of that belly button wasn't nothing.
It's amazing how
they could have put 2 or 3 things out.
But it's amazing to me where they start at over here.
Yeah,
you got to get all the way down, so they got to blow you up.
Here comes the train.
Yeah.
And I guess they're moving it around and pulling it out here.
Yeah.
So they got to keep going in, grabbing it, moving it, grabbing it. So.
That's crazy.
Pretty amazing.
What all they can do now.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, in the old days, they had to just slice your side open to do it, and it was a long recovery.
Yeah.
It's like when the string in your shorts gets in the back and you have to move it to the front. That's what they're doing.
I know it. They're moving it around. Isn't that funny? So, but I feel okay today. I mean, other than just some soreness, so we'll be fine. And we'll try to unwind. When there's so many things you wonder if you're still on some sort of painkiller or anesthesia when you see that Ricky Williams says we all have to connect to the internal Donald Trump inside of us. Ricky Williams is weighing in.
But when you read it, you're going to really be freaked out.
Yeah. He's. I didn't even know he was around. What is he doing now?
Well, he's into a lot of things.
Is he playing the Canadian League or something?
No, he's not.
I feel like he's growing medical marijuana somewhere in Texas.
After you read the story, you might think he is.
It was.
I know he's talking to psychics. I know that.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's always been a bit of a bird, Eddie.
Yep. We'll unpack that for you and all the stories out there. Your phone calls, part of it as well, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back. Kim Bubba's show got a Helmsy like he likes it in there, ready to screen phone calls. And we're going to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Big phone troll day. because this seems to generate the most calls in the shortest amount of time, and it kind of gives you an opportunity not to have to stand in line very long if you're not one of the first ones through. But if you'll make a move now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, whatever you want to talk about, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG right now. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will be done. We'll move to the next caller. But the good news is if you are calling right now, and if you move, you will get in. You should get in line, and then because of this old buzzer, we're going to move that line pretty quick, so not a problem at all. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make your move now. A couple things you need to know about. Fix Mama's Mouth. If you have not entered your mama yet for this $17,000 dental makeover, do so by going to the contest button at rickandbubba.com and just follow the instructions there and follow those to the letter and get those to us, and then you will have your mom entered into Fix Mama's Mouth. So do that today. And also Omaha, Nebraska, Friday night and Saturday morning, men's conference at Westside. I'll be headed that way coming up this Friday. Looking forward to being with all of you this weekend in Omaha, Nebraska. I've never been to Omaha before. Have you ever been to Omaha, Nebraska?
No, I have not, Rick.
Yeah.
I hear it's a beautiful place.
Well, I was looking. They seem to be having a similar situation. You know, you think about, because we're from the deep south, so I'm looking at the weather, you know, going there, and actually they're going to have, it's going to be like 84.
Oh, wow.
But then I looked, like here, there's a changeover from like Friday into Saturday where it gets real windy and cold, and it's like 54 on Saturday. So they're kind of going through some of the same, looks like ups and downs like we are. Let's go to Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, where Brad is standing by. Brad, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Yes, actually in London at the moment, just roaming around central Alabama. Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I saw an owl in the church here not too long ago. We were doing a major construction project. And we could not figure out how he got into church, but it was pretty weird.
I bet.
Yeah, I bet it was.
What are you doing at home? And I'd hate to have to get him out of there.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for your call. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's go to Marie in Odenville. Marie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, good morning.
Hey.
I just wanted to say I've listened to the podcast with the guy from Skinwalker Ranch and started watching it. Y'all turned me on to it, and that show, that'll scare you. A little scary.
Season 4 coming up on the 18th. Was that next Tuesday? A week from today?
I think
Tax
so.
day.
I think so.
A week from today. So you're watching some of the older episodes, Marie?
Yeah, I just started season 2, and it's blowing season 1 out of the water.
Yeah, they get.
So thanks for turning me on to it.
They get progressively better.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. And what they're saying we're going to see.
Yeah, I ain't seen nothing yet, according to Travis.
Yep.
How you feeling since he's left? Are you?
I'm fine.
You okay?
So far.
Sure.
Yeah.
Was
Best I can tell.
was he before or after the tornado?
After. I know. I thought about it too.
Well, I was just checking. We have lines available if you want to join us. David in Prattville, I-92 as well. David, go ahead.
Guys, what's going to return first? The Bud Light Providence or the Wheel of Meat? I mean, people need to know. We are dying out here.
So are you, because, the Wheel of Meat is not for everybody. Are you pro Wheel of Meat? Oh, we lost.
Oh,
but yeah, I haven't exactly gotten an outcry in the email, but I'm with all of you. I would like to see it return. I like having it in our arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, we may not have to do it every week, but I'd like to have that option if we want to.
Yeah, so we've got to find,
because there's some days it really lights up my world.
It does.
To have it spinning back here.
Well, the fact that it here's what I've noticed the most, and I know this probably sometimes may not be the way to think, because the show really should be catered to the larger audience. That's those that are listening and watching. Okay, they're the most important. But I will tell you, it does bother me, and it's happened a couple of times where I've seen golden ticket seat people go, I was kind of hoping I get to spin the Wheel of Meat.
No, I know.
I just want to hear rock and roll. It kind of adds to the come and hear experience, even if it's not overly entertaining for the audience.
I miss having Henry the horse come out here and share his whiskey.
I know, and then people winning stuff.
Yeah.
We stuck?
Greg does not miss that. I mean, let's just be honest.
Are we stuck on meat? Could we say Wheel of Prizes?
To me,
I know we like to say Wheel of Meat.
To me, the Wheel of Meat is funny. The song sings
love
Wheel of
it.
Meat.
I
Wheel
agree.
of Prizes isn't funny.
I know. I'm just
Wheel
trying to
of
figure out how
Prizes.
to
You
get-
asked.
get
I was answering.
I'm trying to get
It's
to
really
figure out
not.
how to get the spin in here.
Speedy, that is a creative idea.
Or when it
is.
lands on meat, we scream meat, but they don't win it.
Now, that does sound like us.
Yeah.
Jake in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jake, go ahead.
Hey, this is kind of new to me because I can't tell. This phone system is so good that I can't tell when I'm on hold and when I'm live.
How about that? You should have heard a little.
How about that?
You should have heard a
Yeah,
little.
did you hear a little tone when you went out?
What is it?
The little bell. Yeah, I told Helmsley it sounded like like they were starting, the fight. Ring the bell.
Yeah.
But anyway, Skinwalker Ranch.
Boom.
Didn't
He
get
wasted
to it.
all his time talking about the phones.
He did.
Dang.
That's okay. Good phone call,
You got
though.
good time out of it?
You know,
Great phone call.
And he had good quality.
I know. I loved it. I was really looking forward to talking to him. Ding, 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 ding.
Evidently not.
Well, I mean, I didn't see timeout. The buzzer runs. Let's go to Randy.
It's a hot clock.
It is. Randy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
Great
Randy.
show.
We ain't got no band. Randy. All right, go ahead.
Hey, I haven't heard an update on the guy that makes the homemade ice cream behind his pontoon boat, and we got to have pictures.
Yeah, the guy said he had it rigged where he could make.
Yeah, we had a story about a guy that could drag this
that's
thing
right.
behind it, and
Yeah.
the movement was actually churning the ice cream.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And
remember.
some people sent pictures. I think that's something you can get commercially.
Yeah, I don't want people bringing up boat things right now.
It's kind of tough.
It's hard to watch, Bubba.
I'm good.
How's the pontoon?
I'm good.
Is it all right?
Well, it's convertible.
Butch, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Man, we got to have the Wheel of Meat. The people are starving, and it ain't about the prizes. Just put anything on there. But for meat, you could do gift cards to restaurants.
Man, I mean, you got to have a lot
You
of
know,
gift
I'm-
cards to restaurants.
I'm not beyond buying a case or two of Spam.
That's not a bad
That
idea.
works too.
And that we would
That's-
have it then.
Yeah, I think, we used to ship Spam.
Yep.
And I will tell you one thing, people were a huge fan of that.
The meat of the new millennium.
And you don't
the
even
processed meat of the new millennium.
And you don't even have to do a whole lot to ship Spam.
No.
Nobody cares.
No.
Nobody looks at it and say, I hope that'll make it.
Yeah.
All right, will that spoil? No one's remotely concerned.
It's in that
No
can.
one's ever said, "Will it spoil?"
I mean, you could take Spam and just lay it in the floor.
Put it
And
in a
it's
time
canned.
capsule,
Yeah.
and when they
I
open
can't
it
tell you.
100 years from now, they can pop it open and fry it.
Last time you had Spam.
I can't remember.
Last time you had Spam.
It's been a while, and I'm
was
sad
fried.
about that.
It was fried. I remember.
Yeah.
that. Cut it thinly.
Last time you had Spam?
I was giving out sandwiches with a group to homeless people, and we had peanut butter and jelly, and we had Spam sandwiches, and every single homeless person went with the fried Spam sandwich.
As they should.
And I'm like, yeah.
I would have picked it too, and I've got a home.
Yeah.
You were giving out sandwiches to homeless people?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's called charity.
Are you making fun of that too?
I just can't picture him down there giving out sandwiches.
What are you talking about? Now I can,
People kept handing me sandwiches. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not homeless.
I'm good.
For the
Put your
last
hair
time.
up. Put your hair up.
For the last time.
Which sandwich did you pick?
All right. Peanut butter and jelly, because I'm a kid.
I'm a kid.
I hadn't had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a while. I'd like to have one.
Is that y'all's favorite sandwich?
I love it. It's a
Yeah.
classic. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.